Last time on Just Create, I built a redstone shop, a bunch of other shops that are currently empty, and a portable storage van, which I've left parked around here somewhere, and I'd quite like it back. Aha, there it is. Let's just grab that. And thankfully, I can still pick up this contraption, but there does seem to be a bit of a problem going around. Just as I logged on to record this intro, I heard from Foxy.
To the rescue!
Exactly.
Miss Beardstone!
Hello, what's up?
My power station is leaking.
So it is, yes.
How do you fix the I can't pick it up problem?
How do you fix the I can't pick it up problem?
Yeah, try and pick the contraption up.
Oh yeah, we didn't fix it.
Oh, I need to move it.
Yeah, we don't actually know what the problem is.
Right.
At the moment. So yeah, I believe it's been reported.
Well, that's no good, because now I've got no power, my water's leaking, and all of my lava has turned to obsidian, Miss Beardstone.
Yeah, there's a bit of a problem, Foxy. This is the Foxy I remember.
Yeah.
I wondered where this Foxy had been the last few weeks.
Well, the thing is, I don't need that lava anymore because I have new lava.
Okay, that's just as well, really, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't have new power, hence needing to move this. Can I wheel it about on its contraption? I
yes.
can.
So
can you pick it up now? I've moved it off the track.
No, it says it seems too big to pick up, which is a complete lie. Well, you're gonna have to do things the old-fashioned way and stick it about on your rails, I guess, which isn't ideal. But yeah,
it's not ideal, Mr. Beardstone, because I got a long way to take this. Look, come with me. I'll show you where it's going. It's going here, Mr. Beardstone, over this hole.
That's all right. You just need a little bit of rail and a coal minecart. You don't even need to do powered rail.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So that's the same problem that we were having with Chosen's drill in the last episode, which we briefly touched on. But yeah, basically for some reason, we can't seem to pick up large contraptions anymore, which means I won't be moving my power station anytime soon. Oh, that was my last rocket. Hopefully I can glide all the way home. But it looks like we're gonna make it. Back to the intro. And there we are. We've now gone full circle. We're back to where we should have been. Now, what am I doing today? Oh, streaming. I'm supposed to be streaming. Be right back. Well, that was a lot of fun. We've basically just been decorating this area over here on stream, trying to get it looking a little bit better, although we've still got a whole lot to do. And you may notice there's a latest death marker over there and a body over there. Yeah, there may have been a couple of incidents. No, not again. No. But that aside, at least we're starting to make some progress over here. But anyway, on with today's episode. What are we doing today? So my initial thought is to populate another one of these shops. I did ask you guys last episode what we should put in here, and we did also have a little chat about it on stream. And there's been lots of amazing ideas. And the amount of comments about turning this into a Ghostbusters firehouse was, well, quite extreme. There was a lot of comments about that. But strangely enough, I have actually done a Ghostbusters firehouse before. Twice. Feel free to go check those out. Anyway, these shops here, what are we going to do? I think we're going to be working on this one here today, and what I want to do is make like a one-stop copper shop. You'd be able to come here, you'll be able to buy copper in any state, from normal copper to oxidized copper, in both waxed and unwaxed forms, as well as a whole bunch of pre-made copper things like doors and trapdoors and other blocks and stuff like that. Once again, all pre-waxed, because you have to kind of wax those things after you make them. We can even put a small free-to-use waxing station in, just as a nice feature. What with this building having so much glass on it, I think it makes sense to use this as the copper thing. We can have lots of stuff in the windows, make ourselves a fancy sign for the top there. I reckon it could look good. The problem is, although we're already making copper automatically, it's very, very slow. Way too slow to actually populate a shop. That means we need to make a much better facility for making copper. And I have a feeling this is probably going to take more than one episode to get the factory and the shop done. And I think I'm going to do things a little bit differently this time. I have no idea how much space we're going to need for this factory. Usually I have at least some idea when I build a building before I put stuff inside it. But yeah, this time I literally have no idea. So what I'm thinking is we're going to pick a spot, put down a platform, potentially even just down here. Although, as I say, I don't know how much space I'm going to need, and that's quite restrictive here. How much space is over this side? All right, so I mean, there is quite a lot of space over here. This could potentially work. I mean, this is in the way, so we'll have to move the power, but we do have it connected up over here now anyway. So I'm not sure we actually still need this power thing here anyway. Actually, on looking at it a bit further, I think we do, because it's pumping a lot of lava and stuff like that. But not to worry, we can still move it. Is this where we want to build, though? I mean, we're probably going to need to build quite a big front and then just stretch it back as we need more and more space. That's kind of my thinking. I'll raise it by a block over here, and if we need to stretch it even further this way, then I'll just sort of go off the ledge and make it too high, I think. We always like to have a foundation. So let's just park our van here, drop down a bed because it's getting dark already, and build ourselves a nice big platform. Well, hopefully that's going to be enough to get us started. What we need to do is a bit of planning. We need to work out exactly how we're going to make this factory, which means I need gauges. Alrighty, so we want to make copper nuggets. And just a quick disclaimer before we actually get into this is not a base create recipe. Normally you can't get copper this way, but we do have a pack, Stam's Tweaks, which gives us a few additional recipes, this being one of them. The fact that we can turn dripstone into copper. And to be honest, I think this dripstone recipe might also be from Stam's Tweaks. For that we need cobble, diorite, and we'll pretend that's lava. So cobble's easy enough, lava's easy enough. Getting to granite, this is where we're going to have to put in quite a bit of work. So to make granite, we need quartz and we need diorite. And then to make diorite, we need quartz and cobble. Get quartz, we need soul sand. That's also going to give us a byproduct of gold nuggets, which I think we'll keep. There's no reason to throw those away. To get soul sand, we need sand, which means we need gravel, which means we need cobble. So at this stage, we're probably going to have 3 separate cobble generators. We want to make this a nice, fast, big machine, factory type thing. But when we crush the gravel, we're also going to get byproducts of flint and clay balls. The flint I'll probably just destroy because we've got so much of that already. And to be honest, probably the same with the clay balls. There's no need to overload my storage. But basically, that's what we need to make. And that's just to get to copper. What I then want to do is turn that into ingots, turn a bunch of that into blocks. We want to oxidize to all the different levels. And then we want to craft lots of stuff automatically as well. So this is probably going to be the small part of the factory, and it's still going to take up a whole lot of space. And I think as an order of building things, we're probably going to start here with this cobble generator, and we'll get ourselves all the way to quartz. And then, as I say, we'll have another cobble generator, which is going to be used for making diorite, and then we'll have a third one, which is going to be used for making all this stuff. But we'll add those later on. Now, let's just start here and not get ahead of ourselves. Now, in order to build this factory, I'm going to need a whole load of create components, and that means I'm going to need a whole bunch of diamonds, so we can go shopping at Chosen's Mall. Alright, so the first thing I want to do is to build a cobble generator. So we'll start at the bottom here. We want to make sure that we're getting gravel. We have somewhere to store it. My thinking is if we store it in a great big vault like this, then we can pull it out very, very quickly from the side because we'll have loads of space to be able to do that. Which means we can process stuff quicker. And yeah, we want to be processing lots of stuff over here. The faster we can do it, the better. So that's storage for the gravel. But to get the gravel, we're going to need to grind up the cobble. I think I might actually put a double cobble generator up here, which means we're probably going to want 5 or so crushers to be able to keep up. Then we'll stick another vault on top here. There we go. That's our vault for the cobble generator. I've given it a little bit of structure as well. But I don't like this floating down here. Let's grab some scaffolding. This stuff should do nicely. Now for the cobble generator. We'll start off with a whole bunch of chutes. Put some industrial iron in the middle, just so the lava has a block to sit on. And this is where we're going to be generating the cobble. Then we want to put a drill there, and encase chain drive behind it, and just carry that on all the way down the road. Not facing that way, sir. Just like this. We want drills on top. Then we'll add chain drives on the back of everything, overhang it by 1, then with a few shafts and gearboxes, we can get all of this powered. So that's the cobble generator powered. We put a vertical gearbox in here, facing that way, then put gearboxes on this and this. That's going to power our crushers. We're probably going to want to leech power off of this, but then we can just connect this up to the power down the bottom. And what we'll do is I'm going to break it there for now so we don't actually start up the machine, but I'm going to connect this power underneath to that bit over there. Should be a shaft fairly close to here. Yep, there it is. So we're going to need to add a speed controller here. That's going very slow. Question is, do I have one or can I make one? It looks like I can make one. I just need to get myself a brass casing first. Excellent. And if we just do this, accidentally powered the whole thing. But I guess we might as well see if things are spinning the right way or not. And we're getting gravel, so I assume we are. Right, let's turn that off while we finish off the cobble gen. Just need to get myself some lava and some water. So before we put the lava in, we should probably make sure things aren't going to leak out. Let's make sure we've got cobble back in these again before we put the lava in. And we'll chuck lava down the middle here. Every other block should be fine. And we'll waterlog all of the drills. And there we go. That's one cobble gen. And as I say, I'll probably put in another one next to it, just so we've got double the amount of cobble coming through. But before we do that, first let's work out the next stage in the process. So we're now going to be getting gravel. And what we need to do is crush that again to get sand. So let's just extend out these girders and work this out. But I think the most sensible thing to do will be to have a bunch of belts coming out. And we're going to need to make sure we've got space on these belts for crushing wheels, which means we're going to need a couple of blank spaces in between each one, meaning I can only get 3 down there. Ideally, because we've got 5 crushing wheels there, it'd be good to have 5 here just so we know they can keep up. So how about maybe we have another little row up here, and that'll get us to higher up rows. That should work. Let's jam in some crushing wheels and see how we're looking. And I want to offset these a little bit just to give them some breathing room, but that should do fine for the bottom row. And we've got space here to get some in the top row. So that's going to be a whole lot of crushing. Let's get a vault in. In fact, we should probably make these belts look a bit nicer as well while we're here. We just need a bunch of funnels, so they'll accept everything, and these ones will send everything out. Excellent. That's fairly compact. I like that. Let's just add in a few more beams around this vault. So we do know that this is giving us flint as well, and potentially clay, and we don't really want that. So what I'm going to do is put a funnel on the bottom here with a filter for clay balls. Oh, wait a minute. I don't want an attribute filter. I want a normal filter. There we go. Now we can add clay balls and flint. Put that on there. Lock it in. Add a bucket of lava and turn that round. There we go. Now we're only going to have sand in here. All right. Progress. So with the sand, we want to turn it into soul sand, and we do that with haunting. So I guess I could just have like a big row of belts that comes out, have haunting campfire things here, blow it all across. Yeah, that could work. So let's start with more belts. And power should be easy enough. We can just steal that from over here if I had enough shafts. Now, because we're using belts here, what we can actually do is double layer these fans. Because when a block comes through, it's actually partly in this side and partly in that side. So if we put a double row of soul campfires here, double row of fans, it should cook twice as quickly. Because it's not fan speed rotation that cooks stuff and tells you how fast it's going to do it. It's how many fans are pointing at it. So now I've just got to get all of this connected up. They are blowing. Excellent. So a little bit of that should make all of those blow. Yeah, look at that. This is going to cause me problems over here, though. So let's get a barrier in. Do I have any glass? I do. Do I have any good-looking glass? I do. Excellent. Then we'll have all of that coming into another vault. We'll have brass funnels over here, but we are going to want to put filters on those just to make sure they only accept soul sand. And we'll put funnels on here. And that sand is just going to sit there until we put these soul campfires in there, which we should probably... well, do now. Then we're going to be ready to start making quartz. And there we go. That's all the haunting stuff. And that's going to be able to haunt loads at a time. But what I need to do now is build this again for washing, because I now need to wash the soul sand to get the gold, which, as I say, we will keep, but we don't actually need. But mostly, we need to get the quartz. This should only take a moment. And there we go. That's the washer done. That's now washing down our soul sand to give us nether quartz and gold nuggets. This is some good progress. So I've added a little bit more framework at the top there as well, because we are going to need more cobble generators, and I think I'm just going to stash them all up there. But now we're going to ignore the gold that comes out of here. We'll deal with that later. But what we need to do now is start making diorites. And for that, we need cobble. And as I say, we are going to make another cobble generator for that. We need the quartz, which as we know is in here. And I'm going to need a whole lot of mechanical crafters, because sadly, quartz is not a shapeless recipe. So we're just going to need a whole bunch of these, because yeah, the only way to compact it is to get calcite, and we can't automate calcite, hence why we're taking this route. So let's have a quick nap, build another couple of cobble generators, because I want to add another one to this first section, and then I want to have a third one, which is what we're going to use with the quartz. So more of the same. And there we go. We now have 2 more cobble generators. This one is just feeding directly into this one, which is, of course, going to be getting ground up and turned into everything down here. But this one here is going to feed our diorite and our dripstone production. So I guess the next thing I need to do is to make a whole bunch of mechanical crafters and work out where we want to build the next bit. And to be honest, I think I should start building opposite. Otherwise, we're going to have a very one-sided building. Now, what do I need for mechanical crafters? Brass casings, electron tubes, and crafting tables. Let's see what we can rustle up. Well, we've already already got 94. That's handy. To be honest, that's probably going to be enough, but we can make another 15, so let's do that. Now, how do I want to do this? So what we need to do is feed cobble into these 2 spots, and we need to feed quartz into these 2. So we could use mechanical arms, but the problem is mechanical arms can be quite slow, so I'm wondering if there's a better way. So let me think. If we were to do something like this, and then we have a belt that's got cobble and a belt that's got quartz, and then we could do the same thing on the top, but have cobble there and quartz there, then we can literally just have them all in a line like this, couldn't we? We don't need to see the front of them, so technically we could actually make it quite compact as well. You know what? I think that's how we're going to do it. Let's just figure out where. So let's maybe work out the belts first that we're going to need to feed onto. So that's going to feed into the crafters, but then we're also going to need belts underneath that will take the product from the crafters. And I'm going to alternate them so that we have sort of one on the left, one on the right, just to make sure that these don't clog up, depending on how quick these crafters go. Then we'll have the crafters like that. And the next one will point down onto this belt so that they're ejecting onto different belts. And so on. We'll just keep alternating how it goes. I don't know how many of these we're going to need, but I've put in 10. Hopefully that'll be enough. Then we want inputs on all of these. Same on this side and on top. And I'm hoping that they are going to eject directly onto the belts. I should probably test that. But then I suppose if they don't, we can just adjust this bit underneath afterwards, can't we? Oh, hello. Safety inspectors are here. Let's just fly away and let them do their inspections. Oh, although they're not going to go anywhere, are they? They can see me from so far away. Just creepy. They just don't want to move. Let's go really far away and go make a cup of tea. I need a break. My brain hurts. So thinking about this, I'm not sure that funnels can actually pull things through belts. I'm thinking we should probably use chutes instead, because I know they definitely work. Stick a belt up the top here. So that's going to be our inputs. 10 going to be enough though. Should we go for 20? I mean, we're going to be producing a whole lot of stuff over here. We don't want any bottlenecks. I guess I'd rather have too many than too few. But having this 20 long might be a bit much. It's only 4 blocks wide, so I could probably get another one in right next to it. I think I might need a bit more space around this though, so I think I'm going to glue it all together and just push it back a block and maybe that way a couple of blocks. Then we should be good. We'll be making loads of diorite. So I've moved it over a bit. It's in a much better position. We're just going to put some blockers on the end here so stuff doesn't go flying. Now we need to work out how we're feeding these things. Let's give them a bit of girder support. I kind of want to mirror the frame we've got going over there to a point. Something like that should help. We'll just get the collection vault in. Or not, we're running out of vaults. Have any more laying around? Some, but not enough. Do I have any in my main storage is the question. Oh yes, we've got loads in here. Excellent. Right, there we go. That's our diorite machine. We just need to feed it now. So we want to be taking cobble out of here. Thinking if we just have a couple of belts going across the roof here. In fact, one belt's probably going to be fine because we'll have this pulling out a stack at a time. So we'll run this into the top floor, then have it go off in this direction. And now we need to split it into 4 different areas. Ow! Oh no, not this guy again. Right, let's get rid of him. Get out of it. Oh, and your buddies. Right, where was I? Oh yes, belts. We need to split this into 4 different streams. So let's work out how I'm going to do this. A short while later, I think we're there. So the cobble is going to come out from over here, go around. It's going to get split in half. Half will go this way over to the other machine. First half will come down here, get split into 2 once again and go onto the 2 different tracks. And same over here with this one. So we should get an even spread of cobble. And the quartz was much easier. I've just brought that all the way up here, split it into 4, and then it's going into these 4 different funnels here, which then feed down to the relevant belts. We've also got everything powered. We managed to power the crafters just around the side here nice and easily, and then we just transferred that across to the other side. Hey man, what are you doing there? Shouldn't be up there. There you go. Stand over there. Well, that's good. That means we're now going to be producing a whole load of diorites, and it doesn't look too bad either. Thankfully, things are going to be a bit simpler from now on. We just need to make granite and dripstone, and we can do that in mixing bowls, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. I think at this stage, what I'm going to do is a little technical test. We've built quite a lot here and not actually checked that it works, and that concerns me slightly. So all we need to do to kick everything off is get the cobble generators going by doing that. So the cobble generators are on. We're now making gravel, which is getting turned into sand. Oh, I made a slight mistake here. I haven't set all of these. I'm just going to have to clear up these belts a little bit. All right, we've just got the sand there now. Good. And on this side, stuff's starting to get washed down into quartz. It's slowly filling up the belts. Over here, we should be getting diorites. Yeah, there we go. Look at all that diorite. Loads of the stuff. Okay, so we know it definitely works. Let's turn it off for now because it is a little bit framey. We're definitely only going to run this in bursts. So the rest of that is going to continue processing. In fact, it's not very framey now. It must have just been the cobble generators that were making the frames bad. That's interesting. I thought they were supposed to be less laggy these days. Maybe it's just the sheer amount of drills I've got up there. And question, does doubling them up still double the amount of cobble that you get? Tell you what, let's find out. Let's just disable the top drills. There we go. My frames are fine now, but is that giving us less cobble? At the moment, this vault isn't backing up, which means these things are being able to keep up with everything. But if I chuck these back in, does it start backing up more is the question. Well, it doesn't appear so. We'll do some proper testing in a creative world in a little while. For now, let's just disable the top ones, just so it's not causing quite so much frame rate loss. The important thing is we're getting plenty of diorite. Look at that, 5,500 already. Anyway, let's disable it for now. We don't want the system backing up too much. We'll just let that all catch up, and we're going to work on making granite. Now, to make the granite, it is indeed mixers, and we need 2 ingredients for these mixers, but we also need to be able to export stuff from them. So we're going to need 3 access points to each mixer. I wonder, how can we do this? I mean, when you do a single one, it's easy, but yeah, we're doing them in bulk. Got an idea? Let's see if we can get some chutes instead of using ejectors like we did last time. Need a few more of them. Come on. There we go. So, with how quickly we're making the diorite, what I'm thinking is we'll have 2 belts that pull out all the diorite from the vault. And then on each side, should be able to get away with having basins. All of these are going to be inputs on both sides, although I'm going to run out of funnels. And then we're also going to need quartz, which is currently going to be coming across from here. But my thinking is we'll siphon off some of that quartz, bring it down here. In fact, we might need to be a little bit further back. Let's do it here instead. Go in at an angle. And I'm thinking we can just feed everything in via chutes. So if we do this, bring this back to here, then we'll use a tunnel here to split it into 2. Then we can just run the quartz along the top here, and that'll also fill in the basins. Some more of these funnels on. And to remove stuff from the basins, we'll just have belts on the outside here. Just like that. So we've got 20 of those machines making diorite, so I'm thinking maybe we should have 20 basins. Then we need a mixer on top of each one of these. They will go through the chutes, so that isn't a problem. We won't be able to see it mixing, but it will still mix. Now we just need power. That's the belts powered, and we can power these top ones with a few chain drives. If we stick a gearbox in there and put cogs all along the front here, that's the mixers on this side powered. In fact, I don't need all those cogs at all, do I? I just need the one at the start. Then we'll just do the same thing on this side. Tidy up the belts a little bit. Then we just need a collection vault here, and we're done with that part. Granite will be on tap. Oh, no, we're not quite done. I need to put the brass tunnels at the top here to actually split everything up. And same again here. And let's just make sure things aren't going to fly off the end there. I'm not sure that girders would stop stuff. So now I've just got to sneak my way all the way in here. Put these on. That's going to start loading all those up. And now if we turn everything back on again, then once it all ramps up to speed again, we should start making a whole load of granite. Oh, there's the first couple of bits already. There we go. It's starting to speed up a bit. So all of these basins are slowly getting backed up. And as you can see, we're up to here at the moment. But once it fills up this row completely, it should start filling up the other side as well. That would help if I actually had that powered. There we go. Lots of granite. Here we go. But yeah, this bowl here is not full yet, so these 3 at the end aren't quite getting the nether quartz yet. But as soon as they do, then we're going to be running at full speed on the granite. That's coming in nice and quickly. Now what we need to do is pretty much the same setup we just did, taking the granite, putting it into basins and so on. But we also need to be pumping in lava from below. That's not a problem because we've got a huge lava pit over there. But besides that, it is basically going to be the exact same setup. So we have another module built. This one's going to make our dripstone, which means all we need to do now is crush down all that dripstone to make copper nuggets. And then we've got all this space over here where hopefully we can make a whole bunch of copper things. Though there's not a lot of space there, so we might have to make this factory even longer. I mean, we've got a bit of space in this direction, and I have been toying with the idea of actually connecting to that bit of land. So, well, we'll see what happens. For now, let's just get a whole bunch of crushing going. And I would imagine that 3 crushing wheels will probably be enough for the amount we're going to have coming through. So we'll do a similar setup to this, and then we've also got the space to add some over the top if we need more. Seems like the wisest thing to do. No. Woo, that's close. So, there's a couple of things I need to do here now. We're going to put some filters on the side here, or funnels, I should say. Just going to grab all of the clay. In fact, I'll put this one on this side. And we're going to put lava in there to make sure we're destroying all the clay. We certainly don't want it. So that should deal with any clay we get out of there. What I'm thinking is, if we were to put basins on these, mechanical presses on top, funnels in the back. Though, to be honest, they can be andesite ones. May as well save ourselves some of the brass ones. So if we do that, then just get these hooked up to some power. Now we're going to be immediately turning all of the copper nuggets we get from this into ingots. If we put those in, yep, look at that. We're just getting nuggets through there. I'm just going to expand this a little bit, just in case any clay does get into the basins. This will make sure that it still gets destroyed in lava, as long as I put the funnels the right way around. There we go. Set these to only make copper ingots, just in case. You don't want them getting backed up and making blocks that early. But I think we're just about done with this part, so I should be able to turn this on and we'll get an idea of how much copper we're actually going to be getting. I've just got to wait a moment for everything to start coming through. So I've had it running for a few minutes and we've got, what's that, just over 3 stacks? So we're probably getting about a stack of copper a minute, which is a whole lot faster than in the other building. But yeah, all of this just for a stack of copper per minute. Oof. But this is only the beginning. Now we've got the copper, we need to do things to it. Now, the first thing I want to do with all of this copper is just compress it down into copper blocks, and at this stage, 1 basin's probably going to be more than enough. But I have run out of volts again, and we don't even have any in storage this time, so I guess we're going shopping first. Chosen had run out of volts, so I ended up having to buy a whole load of barrels, then I flattened some iron and got the iron sheets to make my own volts, and now I can do what I was trying to do. Excellent. There we go. We're now making copper blocks. So the question is, what do I want to do with these copper blocks? Some of them I want to keep as they are, just so I can sell copper, but I also want to sell the oxidized versions of these blocks, and ideally, if we're selling those, they should probably be waxed. So with that in mind, I think the first thing we're going to do is split the blocks in 2, and to be honest, I don't think we need a full-size vault over here, because we only need a couple of exit points, so we can make this vault a whole bunch smaller. In fact, got a better idea. Let's get rid of this vault completely, and we'll put the split here instead. Then we'll have half go into a vault just to keep us copper, and the other half send out this way. We'll send all that into a bigger vault. That should line up with the other one on this side. Excellent. In fact, if I move this vault over by 1, then it's going to be in line with that one there. It also lines up this funnel better, which I'm happy about. And it all fits nicely within the framework of the factory. Now, what we want to be doing here is oxidizing stuff. And there's 3 different levels of oxidization. But because of the speed at which we're actually producing these, I don't think I need to worry about doubling up. So I think I'm actually just going to have 3 rows here. 1 for each oxidization level. In fact, if I move where these belts are, then we can have more space in between them, and then I can have individual vaults for the results. Something like that, and then I can just have funnels going in over here. That's the basic setup done. I just need a whole bunch of spouts and a water source. So there we go. That's all of the pumps and the water supplied. Although, thinking about it, I want to make sure we get kind of like an even spread of these. I might have to redo my belts a little bit. There we go, that's better. We've now got 1 belt coming out. This then gets forced round robin, so basically it will always alternate which one it comes out of, which will give us an even number of the different types of blocks. And they'll either be just waxed as normal copper, or they're going to be oxidized or weathered or exposed, depending which one of these they go down. They get waxed at the end. And these honeycomb blocks don't get used up, so that'll stay there forever, which is awesome. And then it will all get collected in this vault here. So that's the basics of this copper factory done. Although we do still need to process the gold we're making as well, I suppose. How much have we got in here? 4,782 nuggets. That's quite a lot. So yeah, we should probably process that as well. But the question is, do I make some of these blocks automatically as well? So that was my initial plan. But now I'm thinking it might be better to have something in the shop itself, which just kind of enables people to change the copper into whatever state they want. Would allow them to wax it or unwax it. Because, for example, the weathered coppered bulbs, you know, they're things that you do have to craft a little bit further. So maybe that's something we can expand into later. But I suppose we could do a few of the basic ones, like the grates and so on. Essentially, the things that we can make with a saw, but then we could just put a saw in the shop and let people do that themselves. I'm not sure. We'll see how the shop side of it goes. For now, let's quickly get this gold processed. To be honest, I think I'm going to send it upstairs to do that. There we go. That's the gold now being processed, and it's actually the next day in real life. I've been AFK overnight, and do you want to know how much copper I've got? Not even a shulker of each type. In fact, it's only just over half a shulker. So yeah, this thing is surprisingly slow. So what I've actually done is chuck down a chunk loader temporarily, and we're just going to leave that running for a few days, then we'll get rid of it. But yeah, I really need to build up that stock so we can actually have a shop. But I'd say we've made some pretty good progress today. We still need to obviously wrap this in a building. We want to get some other details in, like I'd quite like to have a board that sort of just shows what's in all of the vaults, although to be honest, I imagine most of them are going to be empty pretty much. But I guess if it's ever on long enough, it might start to back up. But we'll get this building done, and of course a brand new shop in the shopping district all set up in the next episode, because sadly, that's all we've got time for today. But I hope you've enjoyed enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time on Just Create, we built a giant factory for making measly amounts of copper, and we're still waiting for a whole lot more before we can open a shop. So in the meantime, I'm going to build the exterior of the factory, which is weird for me as I normally build the structures first and then jam a farm inside, but let's see what we can do. We've got lots of granite together. I've got some brick and terracotta and a few things like that. I want to do a Viridium and warped wood roof, similar to what we've got over there. We'll grab some weathered glass, and I know it's a fairly basic palette, but hopefully with a giant warehouse like this, it should look quite good. The problem is I don't really have any warped wood, and I don't have any Viridium, so we're going to need to go do a little bit of mining and a little bit of chopping. So slight problem, I appear to have lost my drill. I mean, the thing is absolutely giant. I have no idea how I've lost it. It's probably just in a barrel somewhere, but I don't know which one. So instead, we're just going to have to go dig some up manually. I mean, I could make a new drill, but we need to find some first anyway, to be honest. We now have plenty of Viridium and a whole bunch of warped wood as well, but we're going to be starting with granite. So what I want to do, I think, is work on the front of the building first. This will help define the size and shape of everything, and then we'll work on the sides afterwards. So if we were to start just by covering this up, we'll do a little bit of the sides there as well, just so we can see the actual size of this thing. Then maybe we want to have like some big thick pillars around it. So something like that maybe, and then we'll have the main entrance here. What I might end up doing is actually lowering this floor a little bit and having it so the machines are kind of raised up, but we'll worry about that later. For now, let's get these walls built up a little bit. Oh, and I've just remembered I've actually got the Wand of Symmetry with me, which might be helpful, although maybe not, because this needs a central block. So for example, this one here won't be mirrored, and then we get the mirrored ones after that. And I believe this might be even across here. Yeah, it's 12 blocks. So I guess we can't use the Wand of Symmetry. That's annoying. So shape-wise, I think something like that should work quite nicely. We'll get some big windows in these spaces here. We'll get some decoration in the columns, and we'll have a nice big entrance. In fact, I think I'm going to sort out the entrance next. So let's start with some tuff. We'll bring that out a little bit as well, and then put a step in front. Then for a little bit of detail on the sides here, how about maybe using some of these basins with a hopper at the top, shafts, a couple of brackets, and then I want to frame this doorway a little bit better. So how about the old millstone and girders? But instead of going all the way to the top, we could get some angles on here with some chutes. And I think I actually want to do a little bit more with that. So can we get like a second angled bit in? Then jam in a few more girders at the top here. I guess we should just connect that middle bit. Fill in those gaps. Not looking bad, but I wonder. Maybe it needs just a little bit more girder. I mean, it's cool. But how about we swap out that bit for millstone? Same there. Can we put giant mechanical roller thing there and make it look normal? I mean, maybe we jam some shafts behind it. All right, that's looking pretty good. Although I think next up, I want to get the windows in and sort out these columns. And I've got a bit of an idea of how we can make this look cool. Let's just hope it works.
Hello.
That was just creepy. Jeez.
You're dropping blocks, fella.
Yeah, I know, that's because I'm rearranging stuff at them.
Oh. Well, I would like it if you rearrange some of your tuff into my shulker boxes again for that amazing discount you gave me before, because I can't afford it from my shop.
Oh, jetpack, not light truck.
Yeah, I keep doing that.
Yeah, it happens a lot. Happens a lot. Yeah, not a problem. We can arrange that. How many shulkers do you need?
All of them. I've got 6 with me, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough.
Right, this is just easy money for us.
I'm back carrying diamonds.
Excellent. I will start spewing tuff all over the place.
Okay, brilliant. It was diamond to shulker, right, before?
No, if you're having 6 shulkers, that'll be 60 diamonds, Foxy. I think we did establish your maths wasn't the best, I'll admit.
It's the same maths that you used last time, Mr. Beardstone. I'm sure it's not right.
I don't know how much I've given you, then.
Yeah, you've given me enough, I think.
Are you all full?
I'm slightly over.
Yep, that's cool.
Yeah. Okay, 60 diamonds coming your way. Just 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60.
Nope. Thank you.
Damn.
Nice try, Foxy. Nice try.
Next time I'll get you. Next time.
Yeah, you can't fool me, Foxy. You can't fool me. How is your giant underground cavernous base going?
Mate. Oh, mate.
Okay.
Forever. That's how it's going. That's how it's going forever. All I've done today, so I made my power station work. It works really well. 1.2 million SU, thank you very much. And then all I've been doing is working on putting some lights up and a floor in. And it's taken me all day. And I'm using schematic cannon. And no, I still haven't been using the wand of symmetry because I'm stupid.
Oh, dear. Foxy. Foxy. The wand of symmetry only works if you've got an odd...
Oh, yeah, it won't work then.
Thing. Yeah, I've just discovered that with this building. I went to go use it and I was like, oh no, I've got to build everything properly.
Properly?
I know, properly. Yeah. It made me sad. Do you know what else made me sad, Foxy?
What's that?
I spent a very long time building this ginormous factory.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is it the one with all the frames?
Is the 3 cobble generators when it's running that still the frames, yes. So from 3 cobble generators running at max capacity and just about feeding all the systems, I'm getting approximately 1 stack of copper per minute.
Wow, that's pretty good though.
No.
It's not good enough, but it's not bad.
Well, I'm trying to make blocks. So I was AFK.
So 9 minutes a block.
Yes.
No, 9 minutes. 9 minutes per stack
of blocks. Yeah. But then there's 4 different types of copper blocks, isn't there?
Yeah.
So the different weather. So basically, I've been AFK for, I think this farm's been running for probably about 16 hours straight.
Right.
And I've got less than a shulker of each block type. And I was going to open a shop.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering why there's no andesite alloy shop and there's no copper shop, because I've been working with that copper grate stuff and it's so expensive I've had to change to industrial iron.
Yeah, well, I mean, there will be a copper shop soon, so...
I ain't got any money left. I spent it all on tough.
That's fair. You need to open some shops, Foxy. That's what you need.
I know. I am trying, but I spend all my money building the factory to make them.
Fair, yeah.
I've not even made a cobble gen yet.
It's all right. We're only, 3-4 months in?
Yeah. I'm getting there. As soon as the decorating's done, I will be, slowly making my way through each build.
Nice. Well, I mean, if ever you do need andesite alloy, I do have it automated, so...
Oh, right. Okay. Well, I'll swing by and steal some from you then.
Yeah, good luck with that. I could definitely sell you some.
A little chute with a little smart chute with a filter on it. Put it underneath.
I don't even know what part of that makes the andesite alloy. So good luck.
Right. Okay.
It's in there somewhere.
All right. I bring a frog and a packager. I set an address.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Yeah, these storage networks not as secure as you think, really, are they?
Well, they're more secure than chests, but it's good to know that you've been testing the boundaries of the security.
Yeah. Mine's really secure for carrots. Every time I grow carrots, they get harvested, they go in the vaults, they disappear.
What do you mean they disappear?
They're just gone. You look in the vaults, not there. No carrots. Every single time. So I've had to start putting them in the barrel instead of the vaults. Don't like carrots, my vaults.
That's just weird.
It's really weird. Right, anyway, thanks very much, Mr. B.
No worries. Catch you later.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Right, another 60 diamonds, nice and easy. Good job, Foxy. Where was I? Ah, yes, I just started on these pillars and I've decided to make the building a little bit taller. But I'll bring you back in once this front end's looking a lot nicer. Right, well, I think that's looking pretty good so far, although we could really do with a roof. Before we get to that, however, I think I want to sort out these side walls a little bit and just work out how we're going to do these. This is a big old wall, you see, so we're definitely going to divide it into sections, but I kind of want to know how big those sections are going to be. So it looks like we're going to have 4 equal sections here with 13 blocks between each. Let's get building. go. We've now got a wall in on this side, and the idea is the roof's going to hang down over the front of this bit here. So although you can see the shafts quite clearly now, they are going to be fairly hidden once we get it sorted. But I think that's looking pretty good. That's definitely warehousey. I do feel it's maybe a little bit close to this road. So yeah, we might glue the whole thing and push it with a piston over this way a little bit when we're done, which I'm sure won't cause any problems whatsoever. I mean, we might not. I might do something else with this space. I don't really know. But what I do know is we've got another wall on the opposite side to do and another wall at the back to do. But a couple of episodes ago, we learned how to be clever. So we're going to do that all over again. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a schematic of this wall up to there. Call this temp copper wall. And then we're going to take another schematic of the front area. But we only need to come down to this level because it's actually higher at the back there. And we won't have a door at the back, but this will give us the rest of the wall, and then we can just adjust this bit. And we'll call this temp copper wall 2. And what I'm thinking we can probably do is take that away, put the cannon on top of that, and that should just feed directly from our vaults. And let's be honest, it looks pretty cool. And we just need to make some schematics. And do I have a clipboard in here? Do not. Can I make one? I cannot. Right, well, let's go get a clipboard. As long as we've got enough resources in that vault, we should have these walls up in no time. Oh, and we should grab some gunpowder as well. So I think we'll do the wall first. Let's push this all the way back. Then we need to push it down. So that should be about the right position. So do we have enough stuff? We're missing some polished granite and one metal girder. I mean, that could have been a lot worse. All right, so that should now be correct. Yep, look at that. Let's give him some gunpowder. Don't replace solid blocks. And we should be good. Let's watch it build. Well, I'd say that went very well. We now have another wall. Let's get the back one on. And that's the back done, kind of. I just need to fix this door area. And we also need to get a roof on this factory, but before we do that, I want to get some lighting in. Because otherwise, if we put a roof on, this is going to be a horrible place to be. So yeah, let's fix the door and get some lights in. The back wall is sorted. We've also got some lighting up. I don't know if it's going to be enough. We might need to hide some under the floor in this middle section here, but we'll work that out later. For now, I think with this next part, I should be able to get away with using the wand. Because the front and back do actually have a central point, which is right here. In fact, exactly where I'm standing. So if I place this here, then any blocks I place on this side should show up in exactly the same place over here. Yep, perfect. Right, let's build a roof. And there we go. We now have a roof on our giant warehouse. And I've also hung a few more lights on the inside, put up a little safety railing, and I think it's looking a lot better in here too. Not bad at all. The outside, however, not good. And what I want to do is make sure that I'm delivering this stuff over to my storage, just so it's all prepped when we build our shop so we can transport it straight over. And that means we need to make some changes out the front here. The first thing I want to do is move this road because the car cannot turn that tightly and go down a slope at the same time without looking really weird. So we're just going to continue this road here straight on instead, and then build a little yard out the front for this building, which is probably going to involve narrowing the road a little bit as it goes around this corner because, yeah, we've not really left a lot of space here, and that's not right either. Let's quickly fix that. There we go. Right, let's fix this road first. The road has been diverted. Now I've just got to figure out what I want to do with the yard. And then I guess the first thing I want to do is just dig it all up. That's the floor removed, and I think I'm going to go with coarse dirt and variants of that for this bit. We'll have some sort of darker, muddy bits in the corners as well. Mix in some of the muddy mangrove roots, maybe even just some roots on their own. And the majority of it will be coarse dirt with the occasional bit of rooted dirt as well, maybe. We could maybe even surround the rooted dirt with a bit of normal dirt, because that will transition nicely into the coarse. Yeah, I think that could work quite nicely. Let's get the rest of the yard done, and then we'll decide what to do with this space over here. But to be honest, I might just plant some trees. We could do with a bit of foliage around here. And a short while later, we now have a yard. We have a place where the vehicles can come in, collect stuff, and go back out again. But I think one thing I do need to do is make this junction here just a little bit nicer. It's a little bit sharp at the moment, so can we round it off a little bit? Just something like that, maybe? This should make that corner a little bit easier to handle. So before I start decorating the yard, however, I do want to get the rail in, which is something we're going to need to do under here, which means, I guess, creating a new junction at this point, which is here, and then looping it across and down this way. Although currently, it's a dead end down here. And without steam and rails, we're definitely not going to be able to make the trucks turn tight enough to be able to do a loop here. I mean, I guess we could always put a road that goes up here and connects back onto this one. Or the alternative, of course, is not to use the same delivery truck we've already got and not put it on a loop. But we're still going to have to solve this problem down here at some point. I mean, something I could do, I'll just get rid of all this. Maybe just put in like a little roundabout. Let's get something in and see how it looks. That could work. We'll just dump a tree in the middle, give them something to drive around, and that means we can have our truck loop and go this way. Hopefully we can get the rail in a tight enough circle over here. Maybe I should check that. So trucks are going to be here and here. This one's going to go into this yard. Probably do it a little bit more over this way, actually. From here, it wants to be able to go all the way over this way. Then this one is also going to want to go away from the creepers. Probably have a nap. Thing is, I don't think we're going to have enough room here for the circle of the actual roundabout. Let's just see how tight of a circle we can make first and then figure out where we need the roundabout. Right, well obviously it's a bit off center, but I think we can probably make that fit. Let's just try that again. It's much easier to work out what we want to do with the track on the surface here, and then we'll go underneath afterwards. Yeah, I'm not sure this layout's going to work after all. It's just too big. I need steam and rails with their tiny narrow gauge, because that way we can actually turn much tighter corners and we could have made this work. But no, instead we're going to have to come up with something else. Well, after a bunch of messing around, I think I've got it figured out. The truck's going to come up this way here, and then it's going to swoop out a little bit and curve in, pick up the stuff and carry on. And this junction here just works like any other junction. What I do need to do, however, is move this lower down. And I could do that manually, but as you can see, it's quite tricky and a little bit messy. So I'm thinking if I can take a schematic of this, I might just be able to lower it a couple of blocks, and that will save me having to work it all out underground. Let's hope that works. So I've just taken a schematic, a single layer schematic of everywhere where the rail is up here, and I've put a couple of guides in down the bottom here as well. So if we just stick this where it needs to go roughly, and if we line it up on these tracks here and then line it up with these blocks here, just like that, I should be in exactly the right place. Now what we need to do is move the cannon, get a barrel and lots of train track. And if we put nothing but rail in this barrel and then tell it just to ignore missing blocks, we make sure that's set to skip missing blocks, which it is. Add a little bit of gunpowder, chuck in the schematic, and that should just build our rail underground. So yeah, it's putting in those bits. Is it going to put in the curves? It is. Excellent. Look at that. And now we've got exactly the rail we needed, but underground here. And the only bit it seems to have messed up is this bit here, but that's probably because we've got these blocks in the way. But this is good. We just need to add a whole bunch of train signals down here now. And that's the signalling done, at least for this bit. I've not bothered doing the junction at the top there yet because, well, that doesn't really go anywhere, so there's no need just yet. And I don't have any more train signals. But that should do the job for what we need. So if I clean up this rail and put a delivery collection system in here, we should be able to start moving things all the way over to our main warehouse. In fact, we've been doing this for a while now. How much have we got? Is it enough to open a shop yet? That is the question. Well, we've got over a shulker. I'd say that's enough, at least to get us started. But anyway, let's get this cleared up and sort out the system. So I've now linked up the storage over here, and as you can see, it's trying to send things to my factory. The problem is, as you can see, they've currently got nowhere to go. Well, besides this postbox and frog, but they're both already full up. So in theory, to get this to work, all I need to do is take a comparator signal off there to light my redstone link, or in fact, a threshold switch like this might work better. And I need to make sure that the frequency of that is set to the same as the schedule on this truck, which I'll be honest, I cannot remember what it is. 2 sweet rolls. Why did I choose sweet rolls? I've eaten all my sweet rolls. Guess we're going to go buy some more. But if I remember correctly, the server at the Cinnabon shop, yep, not very nice. See if we can get in there and get out without being poisoned. All right, just 1 stack will do, please. Thank you. Oh, she's definitely throwing stuff at me. Oh no, she got me. There's no way to make a lot of sales, I tell you. But apparently we don't have any threshold switches. But that's okay, we can just use a comparator for now. And I think we've got one of those here. Yep, perfect. So yeah, for now, we'll just do this. Have a comparator, redstone link with Cinnabuns, and that should set our truck off. So I think his schedule was a bit wonky because he just went in there and came back out again, but now he should. Nope. No, he's just going around in circles. I think I need to check his schedule again. So what I need to do is change the address of the packages it's picking up. And if it's got WH1 in it, which is Warehouse Gate 1, then it will collect them. So hopefully this time it will get back in position and then do what it's supposed to do. Please go left. Nope, dang it. Why are you still going right? Ah, it's just W1, not WH1. I see. So set that to W1. Now we should be good, but I've just trapped myself in here with the driver. Want to get out? Well, at least it's going the right direction now. It looks like it's going to go in the right way. Yep. Picks everything up. On it goes. Frog's now grabbing more. Wonderful. So this truck now serves 2 different buildings. Excellent stuff. Put those Cinnabons in there. They might come in useful in future. So we've got all this working now. We just got a little bit of tidying up to do. But before we leave here and head off to the shopping district to build our shop for all the copper stuff, I really want to get a little bit of foliage in here. So we're going to grab some diamonds and go shopping at Stam's tree shop. Okay, so now we are buying the right to use the schematic. So that means I can have a look at all the different trees we've got, pick what trees I want, and then when I buy them, they're mine forever and I can use them as much as I want. So I do really like the oak ones, and I think I'm going to get all of those. Let's see what these prices are now. So that's a small pine, medium pine, large pine. Where's the oak? Aha, oak medium, 48 diamonds. That seems fair. Large oak is a stack of diamonds. Yep, we'll take both of those. What else do we have? Birch. Ooh, that's nice as well. Stam, you're very good at trees. I think I'd quite like these Azalea Jungle 1 and 2 as well. And maybe the Azalea Straight. And I really like the birch ones. So we're going to get those. So can we afford all of these? Oh, looks like it. So basically the only ones we can't use are the spruce. Oh, and these 2 pines we haven't bought either. I'm just going to see if I can buy all of them, because if I can buy everything that he actually sells... Nope, can't afford that. See if I've got any more diamonds laying around. But if I can afford everything that he sells, then I don't have to remember which ones I bought, and I can just use everything we've already got in our schematics. There we go. We've got some more diamonds in there. Hopefully that's enough. There we go. Okay, we have now bought the rights to use all of Stam's trees. Excellent. The problem we're probably going to have is the resources to actually build them. So we've only got 190 diamonds left, but we do have all the schematics now. So if, for example, I wanted to put a large oak tree over here, what would it look like and what resources do I need? Oh, that is big. Move it this way a little bit. Maybe rotate it. Yeah, I think that'll look good there. So if we wanted to build that, we're going to need some mud brick walls, some fencey bits, a bunch of spruce, and all this other stuff we already had. But let's quickly make the rest of this and blast this tree into existence, which, to be honest, means I think I just need to grow and chop some spruce down. It's been a while. A little bit of chopping and gathering later. We've now got everything we need for this tree. Let's get our first tree over here. And there we go. What a beautiful tree it is. But I think I want to add some more trees. Maybe one of these smaller Azalea jungle ones. Round about there should look pretty good. Although for this one, we need jungle leaves that we don't have. I mean, the granite walls are easy enough, but I suppose the jungle's not too far. We could just go harvest some leaves. And to be honest, it's probably worth harvesting leaves of lots of different types. I have a feeling we're going to be needing them if we're adding lots of trees around here. And we don't have a lot of wood either, so maybe we should just chop a load of stuff down. So that's a bunch of leaves acquired. Hopefully we've got what we need now. Yep. Excellent. More trees, please. Nice, just a couple of trees to mix it up a little bit. We are going to use these trees in various places around here. We'll do that over time. But for now, I think it's about time we went and made our copper shop, don't you? Oh, and it's good to see our truck doing his rounds still as well. Good job, good job. Let's grab our truck and go to the shopping district. All right, so what do we want to do in here? I guess the first thing is probably going to be to get some floors in. And then we'll figure out a layout in here. And I think I'm going to go dark oak for the ceiling, just to get some contrast going on in here. Although, that could be a little bit too dark for the copper. Maybe I should do a light floor. Let's try pale oak, maybe. Yep, I think the pale oak works quite nicely. I like that. Now to work out the rest of this shop. So step 1, I've laid out where we can sell a whole bunch of copper items. I think I'm going to manually make some stuff to sell in here, such as the copper lamps and so on. But we'll work out exactly where stuff's going to go shortly. And then up here, we're going to have an oxidization station, so people can oxidize stuff to whatever level they wish. And thinking about it, we could also do with a waxing station up here. So if we were just to do this. In fact, let's make it a bit more accessible, and let's also get rid of this one for now. And if we just do that, then we can also have a waxer here. And I'll put a lever on this barrel as well, just so they don't automatically get waxed if you don't want that. In fact, I think I'm going to have the waxing station just as its own thing. Then over here, we'll have a station where you can unwax things. Yeah, I think that should work. And then depending what barrel people put their stuff in will determine the level of oxidization, I mean. Yeah, this should work nicely. Now, before we go any further, let's just get another floor on this building. And we will make this one dark oak, otherwise that room downstairs is going to be a little bit too white. So up here is where we can actually store all the products. Yeah, this should work nicely. So I'm going to finish off this room up here first, I think, and then we'll work out the actual selling floor down here. That means I'm going to need power up here, which I should be able to get from somewhere around here. I believe just through the roof here. Yep, there we go. There's power. So I think just a chain drive coming down, and then we'll just feed it through the floor. That should be easy enough. However, just going to quickly block in these stairs, because I think it looks better, to be honest. Yeah, there we go. Much better. Tell you what, that even gives us a nice wall here. We'll put like a crafting bench and a stone cutter and so on. And then we've got a full-on copper workshop up here. Right, let's sort out the power and make the upstairs look nice. All right, I think that's the upstairs done. We've got all the different stations for the different types of copper. We've got the waxing station. We've got the unwaxer and unoxidizer as well, to be fair. There we go. I think this is looking pretty good. We've got some copper in here for decoration. We've even got a stone cutter and crafting table so people can sort of mess around and make their own things if they need to. But I think this should work just fine. Now, downstairs. This is where we need to sort things out. The first thing I want to do is just roughly work out where I think things should be sold. So I'm thinking the main sort of waxed copper blocks across here. Then we'll sell copper ingots and unwaxed copper blocks next to it. In fact, we could sell a stack of ingots, we could do a bulk buy, and then we'll do blocks as well. Getting gradually more cost effective. But that still leaves us with a whole bunch of places here. And what I'm thinking is we could sell the different block types and lanterns, but we'll just sell them in this form, I think. And then people can oxidize and wax them as required. But we could also sell doors and trapdoors and copper rods. And just because we've got one space left, how about copper back tanks as well? Bearing in mind we're already selling all of the fluid stuff over at the power shop, I think this pretty much covers it. And for now, I will just manually craft up these things to put into stock. I don't think they're going to sell particularly well. I think it's mainly these blocks here that will sell, and that's the bit we've got automated. So I guess now I've just got to make this look good. Oh, and we need to figure out where the actual storage is going to be and how it's going to get downstairs. So, well, it's going to be up on the top floor, and I guess for getting downstairs, we could just have like a run of funnels or chutes or something that go through here. I think the shop downstairs is pretty much done. I'm just adding some stock to this thing. Oh, customer already. Don't look him in the eyes. I have set it up to auto stock these blocks. As you can see, they've started coming through already, but the ones that you have to craft, I am just manually loading up. As I say, I don't think they're going to sell particularly well, these bits. Pretty much the blocks people are after, but we had the space, so I think it was worth making some. And that is stocked. Now let's go downstairs and set some prices. It's a shame we can't pick up the Enderman. He would have made a brilliant shop clerk. I don't know why we can't pick them up. Sadness. But this is how the downstairs is looking. We've got our lovely clerk area here. We still don't have a clerk yet though, and we've basically just got lots of copper. Lots and lots of copper everywhere. But what I need to do now is set some prices, and I don't know what the prices are going to be. Oh look, and the delivery's coming in as well. Excellent. You carry on, sir. So what we do know is that this copper is an absolute nightmare to get hold of. And, I can't set prices until I've got a clerk. Oh, go on, you're so close. Just go into the seat over there. Go on. Keep nudging him. Maybe he'll go that way eventually. So close. No, don't go back upstairs. Oh, dang it. But anyway, I'm going to get a shop clerk and get some prices in. Then we should be done. Apart from all the signage, we do need to get some decent signage. I need a big sign for out the front here. And I think I want one on the back wall here as well, just indicating that there is a workshop upstairs. So I think that would look pretty cool. Right, let's get to work.
Hello, Mr. Beardstone.
Eggs. No eggs?
Yes. I just looked through your inventory.
Yeah.
And it's quite extensive, but it's missing two important bits.
What's that?
Shingles.
Shingles. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, I could do shingles. I've got space for shingles. However,
Yes.
if there's something you want but isn't actually here,
Yes.
good news.
Oh, yeah, no, I've seen that. But that doesn't allow me to make shingles.
Yeah, it does. Look.
I mean, yeah, but, you know, I don't want to spend the time clicking things.
Right, okay. Okay, well, no, I don't currently stock shingles. Admittedly, I completely forgot they were even a thing.
See, my thing is, I'm quite obsessed with them.
Okay, good to know. I will ensure to get them in stock as soon as possible.
If you look at most of my roofs, they're in there.
Okay, okay. Right, well, I will ensure to stock shingles at the earliest opportunity.
I like it, though. I like the shop.
It's all right, isn't it? Hopper shingles. Yeah, I can't believe I forgot about those. Let's quickly get those added.
I've just spotted Mr. Beardstone's van just outside and Mr. Beardstone inside. And I'm wondering if he's got any tuff in here. He has. Oh, I can get all of his tuff out of his van because he's not bothered to lock it. Silly
get
Mr.
out of my van!
Beardstone. Why are you not locking your van, Mr.
Get
Beardstone?
out of my van.
Quick, 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 go. I need it. I need it more than you, Mr. Beardstone. No!
Unbelievable.
I'll tell you what, Mr. B. I'll do you your diamond trick that you like to do.
Oh, do you want some tuff, do you?
Yeah, I need it.
Yeah, how much do you need, like, more than almost a shulker, or?
Yeah, I need more than a shulker, yeah.
Right, okay. Well, back to my base then, I guess, Foxy.
Oh, jeez. Have you not restocked your shop again?
I haven't restocked it over there yet. No, it's on my to-do list. I'm currently
Goodness me.
currently stocking this fancy new shop.
Oh, well, it is fancy. It's very fancy.
Yeah.
You look too expensive for the likes of me, Mr. Beardstone, the sort of person pinching things out of the back of a van.
Yeah. Definitely too expensive for the likes of you. And there we go, we're now stocking all the things that I missed, such as ladders and bars and scaffolding, and of course the shingle and tile blocks. We've got a decent amount of stock of those in. We've even got a sign on the inside here, guiding people towards the workshop up here. So I think we can officially call this shop open for business. I'm really quite pleased with how that came out. But sadly, that's all we've got time for this episode. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Should probably go restock my shop with some tuff. Last time on Just Create, we finished our copper factory and added a brand new shop over at Spawn to sell all things copper. But this highlighted some issues to me, and they all revolve around this, the power station. The first problem is space. You see, the shopping area is getting quite full over here. I mean, we've got a bit of space around the edges, a little bit here, but we don't have lots of space here at all. And that means we're going to need more space for an expansion of this area, and this is the logical spot. The second problem is the sheer amount of power we're using. So most of my area and Chosen's area aren't even loaded at the moment, and despite our power station expansion over there, we're already beginning to run out when everyone's online. That number drops to about 150 or so. So despite the fact this thing creates 1.8 million SU, it's just not going to cut it anymore. The problem is myself, Chosen and Stam are all 100% reliant on this power, and we're all starting to build very large factories, such as this, and this. And it's not slowing down. If anything, the factories are getting bigger and bigger and require more and more power. So here's what we're going to do. First, we'll grab the power station schematic from my Discord, which are available to all YouTube members, patrons, and Twitch subscribers of any level, by the way, as long as your accounts are linked to Discord. But we're going to use that because currently we're having trouble with large contraptions, so I can't just move this power station, sadly. And regarding our contraption problem, I've had a lot of comments saying it's a storage issue, but sadly it's just not that simple. Most of the things we're trying to move don't have storage. And it's also not the block move limit in config, as we have this set stupidly high and it still won't work. We can't even move things that we used to be able to. So if you do have any other ideas, please keep them coming. But with that in mind, we're going to grab those schematics, we're going to rebuild this power station, we're going to make it bigger and better than ever, and then we're probably just going to remove this one here altogether. I mean, I could repurpose these buildings, but I think we just need the space for shopping, really. So we'll just get rid of everything over here and make way for a shopping district expansion. Now, with all that in mind, let's go do some prep work. Although it has been almost 24 hours, have we made any sales of copper yet? Ooh, 43 diamonds, not bad. Still haven't sold any redstone though. Sadness. Problem is, I built that just as everyone else started building similar things. So yeah, I don't think that one's going to be much of a moneymaker for me. And what about over here? 25 diamonds in there as well. Wonderful. Right, anyway, I'm getting distracted. The first thing I want to do is upgrade my van. I also want to have somewhere over here where I can park the van and have it offload directly into storage. I think it makes sense to do that maybe over here somewhere. But first though, I do have improvements I want to make to this van. Have I left enough space at the front? I have. Wonderful. And there's a few things I want to do here. Well, it's a little bit dark in here. Let's just turn up the brightness. Easier for everyone. There we go. So currently, this has a vault in it which could be 30% bigger, so I think we're going to make the van longer. I also want to have a barrel that I can just dump stuff in and it goes into storage as opposed to just relying on the item hatch, because although that's good, it can be a bit awkward sometimes. And I'd quite like to have a bed available to me as well. I mean, if I'm going to park up my van, it'd be nice to be able to sleep. I also don't like the fact that the cannon's on the top there, so we're going to see if we can put that somewhere else as well. I still want to have a cannon here, just not right there. But before we can make things good, we must destroy. And I think I'm going to be making this thing maybe 4 blocks longer because we want to stick 3 more volts on it. And I think I want twice as much space at the back here so I can do what I want to do. So let's do that first. And I think if we're making it longer, we're probably going to want to double up on the wheels. Otherwise, it's going to look a little bit weird. So we'll make the vault 3 lots bigger. Sort out the rest of this. Means we're going to need some temporary blocks. So that's our new bigger van. It doesn't look too big, does it? It just looks like a lorry now. All good. So now what I want to do is try and find a way to, well, to do what I want to, really. So if we want to have a barrel that's going to load into this thing, we probably want a setup similar to that. So they shoot in between, and that's going to need to be powered. So I guess maybe just a lever there. So that's going to allow me to put things into the van, but I also still need to get things out. So, I mean, I guess we could do the reverse of that on this side, but I need some more stuff. So if we want to get the stuff out, we'll put a barrel there with a packager feeding into it, chute on top, and a packager there. Although that is now powering this one. We certainly don't want that. It's just emptying into here. Maybe if I put a stock link on, that will stop. 'Cause now power shouldn't affect that one. Okay, we're good. Although I do now have lots of stuff in here that I don't really need right now. And let's dump all that in there. But at least we know the loading and the offloading work, I guess. Now the thing is, we're also going to need a stock ticker. Maybe let's put that in front, and we can squeeze a blaze burner in there so we can now access our storage again. Okay, making progress. But I also still want a crafting table and a saw. I reckon I can get a cannon in there. It's filled up on gunpowder, so it can clearly read off the storage. I mean, it's looking pretty cramped in here, but I think it's gonna work. Now, what else do I need in here? I mean, I would kind of like to have a portable storage interface up the back here. Let me just break into the front. Take this one. We don't want that anymore. I'm thinking we can put a bed in here. If we put this portable storage interface down here, then we can have something connected through the floor that then offloads everything into that. So I don't want to keep this thing loaded up all the time. I just kind of want to dump stuff in it as and when I need to, based on what project I'm doing, because otherwise it's just going to get over full way too quickly. So I guess something else we could put in here, we've still got a spot left, would be a schematic table. I mean, we've got the cannon. Why not have a table as well? Can we still... Oh, can't seem to access the cannon very easily now, though. Can I raise the cannon up a block? Can. Excellent. And I can put that table underneath, which means I've still got a space left. But I can't really leave that space because I need the cart contraption to be able to connect to it. So how about we just pull that forward, then we stick a lantern in behind there just so we've got a little bit of light, a little shelf for the blaze burner, and then, I mean, we're not going to fit anything else in there, but that should work as a complete system. We can order stuff, we can deposit stuff. Excellent. Although I do miss the doors. Can we still get doors on here? I mean, if I was to do that, I can still access the barrel to drop stuff off. I can still access that. Yeah, that could work. I reckon we can still have the open door on this side as well, just because that looked cool. And there we go. Okay, that's working well. And let's grab this bed, see if this works in the front. And if it does, we'll work out how we're going to get in. So I think what I'm going to need to do is actually place the bed from this side so that the head of the bed is there. And then when we wake up, we should land on that spot there. Hopefully. We can put that glass back in. And for a door, I've made a copycat folding door. And I'm hoping that that's going to work all right over here. We do that and that. Oh, wait a minute. Let's swap those two blocks around. There we go. And then we've got a cheeky little door so we can get into bed. Excellent. So I think with that, that is all of the changes I wanted to make to this thing. If I remove this, although we should probably stick it all together first. All right, I think I've got everything, although that shouldn't be sticking. But I want to get that bit. Hey, let's try that again. Yep, okay, cool. No glue on that spot. This is good. Question is, did we get glue on all the spots we wanted to? Nope, that is not working. I guess we can't use a schematic table there. Not a problem. I have another plan. We'll chuck the schematic table back under there, and we'll just have a trapdoor there. And that picked up most stuff. We kind of left a bit of the roof behind, and we've also left behind our schematic table that we just moved. Let's glue that on, and let's glue the roof on. Let's try that again. Nope, it just doesn't want to pick up the schematic table. Let's do a little bit more rearranging. How about put the crafting table there and then the schematic table there? That work? No, you just can't seem to pick up schematic tables. Okay, fine. I admit defeat. We do have another space, though. What should we put there? Let me know in the comments. And now, though, what I want to do is pick up this van, move it 3 blocks over. In fact, we'll put it there. And I think this is where we're just going to be dumping our van so that we can offload things, which means I need to put in a storage interface under here and then link that up to our storage over there, which shouldn't be too difficult. We've just got to feed stuff into this barrel. If we just make ourselves a little hole here so we can see what we're working with. And I think my jetpack's going to come in handy here. So if we were to put a storage interface there. Smart chute below it. And we'll drop all of that directly onto a belt and lead that off in this general direction. Then over this way until we're below the barrel. Then the plan here is just to shoot everything up to the top here by having a funnel there, and a fan underneath. Now we just need to power everything. But conveniently, there's a chain conveyor right here. So if we do that... Nope, the belts are going the wrong way. Use an encased chain drive instead. Put one of those there with a gearbox and a vertical gearbox. Is that fan going? Nope, it's not going the right way. And maybe if we do that. There we go. Items are now moving upwards. And then we just need that and a gearbox here. Awesome. So as soon as we turn this back into a contraption again, it should start offloading. Yes. Wonderful. The thing is, we probably don't want it to offload like that every time we lift the thing up, because we want this just to be our general parking space as well. That means I need to have some kind of an on-off switch thing for this. To be honest, I've got a very simple idea. So if we make a sticky piston, put that here, and we just need a little line of redstone, the lever there, and that should... no, it's not working. Why not? All right, give me a minute. I'll work something out. To be honest, I think it could be as easy as just moving the funnel instead of actually moving the storage interface. We put a slab in there. That won't cut off the redstone. No, apparently this just isn't going to work. Fine, I'll just use a redstone link to lock the hopper, which had I thought of earlier, I probably would have done in the first place, but whatever. Fine, it's fine. So we'll put a link on the back of here. We'll stick a receiver there. Now, hopefully this time when we do that, it's going to connect, but it's not going to offload anything. Perfect. So for now, I do want to offload stuff, and we can see all that coming up here. Perfect. Right, and once that's offloaded, we can finally make a start on moving this power station. Good news, I've been smart. So what I've done is I've put a little dude down here, meet Barry. Barry is connected once again to our storage system, and I can request items from Barry and choose whether to have it come to this barrel, which it will do if the lever is down, or I can have it automatically load up our van. If we have a little look underneath, we've just got a belt system down here as well, which feeds into the storage interface. So if I put the van in that state there, anything that I ordered to Barry will then go into this barrel here nice and quickly, and then it will go up here and into our van. This is going to make loading it up nice and easy. And I'll show you why with this schematic and clipboard. Although I don't have a table in my van anymore, so we'll just jam one here next to Barry. Now, if I create a schematic of my power station, which it turns out is absolutely massive, this is taking forever. There we go. What I can do is just put this in any position. It doesn't really matter. Chuck it into my cannon, throw in a material checklist. And as we know, that will give us a list of everything we possibly need to make this power station. But what I can now do is give this to Barry, tell him to send all of that to Mr. B's van, click that lever there, and it's going to load off all of those materials into here, or at least all of the materials I have. But once it's finished loading, I can run the checklist through again, see what we're missing, and just top it up. I have a feeling we're going to be missing the Viridium for the roof. But as you can see, all of this is getting loaded into the van. This is good. Much easier than me messing around with it myself. You're doing a good job, Barry. Right, and there we go. That's all finished. It only took a moment. If I make the van solid again and chuck the clipboard back in, we'll now have a new list showing only the things that we're missing. And we have lots of stuff ticked off. That should be just about everything. Excellent, we can build a brand new power plant. There is, however, still one thing we're lacking, and that is a location to put this power plant, and an infinite supply of lava to feed it with. Question is, where would be good? So, currently, it is over here. We're probably going to need to keep one of these hubs here, just because lots of power goes off in different directions from this point. But we can remove all of the rest of this, and, I don't know, maybe we could just move it down here? We could make a giant power complex over here, probably. Let's go check it out. So that area is this bit here, but I see a problem, and that is that it's very close to Foxy's base. So I don't think I want to put it here because, yeah, that's just going to upset Foxy. Don't really want it anywhere around here. This is where I'm basing, and it looks like Throwlash has finally made that tree farm. Excellent. That means wood should be in stock soon, but Throwlash is basing over here, so we don't want it near us. There's a great big underground game thing in this area. Foxy's around here. Then we've got Spawn. Chosen's over there. Stam is absolutely miles away over here. And I think Legion is around here somewhere, maybe. So that doesn't leave many options for power, which is making me think maybe I should just put it over here near me. I mean, I don't know how to put it right in my base, but I could put it somewhere nearby, probably. Let's go scout it out. So that area we were just looking at was over here. And to be honest, this is pretty much a wasteland around here. We're not going to do anything with it. So what we could do is literally pave over this area here and have the power station with the train line going around it. That could look quite nice, actually. And it's pretty much already flat. I'll just need to lay some new blocks and sort of shrink the size of this water area, I guess. The question is, do we put the power station down at this level and just extend out this land, or do we extend out this bit from here and raise it up? Because the power station does have a basement. And if I put it on this level here, then we're going to have a whole lot of draining to do. Whereas if we raise it up, we can put a nice platform in. We can even have some pipes sort of putting wastewater back into there or something. I don't know. Let's go get the schematic and see what it looks like in a whole bunch of different positions. Before we mess around with schematics, it appears Chosen's online. So let's go find out what's using all the power over here. I mean, he's marked out an absolutely massive area here, which tells me there's going to be a lot more farms to come. Question is, where is that man? Oh my days, this is new. Holy moly. Look at the size of this.
Oh, yeah. Just kind of, I'm not done. It's still got a lot of work.
It's massive.
Yeah, I know. I think a little overboard.
Is it safe to stand on your rails, by the way? I often get hit by trains.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes, these are fine. These are fine. No trains running yet.
Wow, look at that. Just say, I essentially came over here to find out where all the power was going.
Yeah, about that.
I think I may have an answer. Yeah.
Yeah, just using a little bit of power. Just a little bit.
How much of that building is full?
You using power? Yeah, using a little.
Oh, yeah. I'm using a lot of power, Chosen. I'm using a lot. It's definitely time for a power upgrade. I'll tell you that much. Oh my days, it's all kicking off back here.
Yeah, there's a lot going on back here. You have a jetpack?
I do.
There you go.
Look at that. You got flying flint.
Yeah, the flying flint is hilarious.
That just pleases me.
Oh, that's the good part.
Like it. Oh, and you've got the old ejector plate method.
Yeah, that's also a mess.
Yeah. So what are you doing here? Making tuff and dripstone, red sand. You're making all the things, all the blocks,
all the stuffs. Slowly.
Yeah. Look at this. Oh, iron. Copper. Oh, you don't need to make that. There's a brand new shop in town. Zinc.
Oh, I gotta check that out.
Brass. Oh, brass. Are you gonna make all the brass create stuff because the andesite age has been so profitable?
Maybe. I don't know. It depends on what Stam does today, honestly.
Oh, right. What's he up to?
Redstone.
Is he unaware of the brand new redstone shop? Why do I bother? Why do I bother? Honestly. Oh, there he is. Speak of the devil.
Oh, there's Stam.
Speak of the devil.
What have I done?
Yeah.
Well, I was just saying he's just made himself a copper farm as I've opened a copper shop, and he's just informed me that you're making a redstone factory just as I've opened a redstone shop. Like, why do I bother?
Yeah, that's actually why I'm here. But what are you two up to?
Wait, what?
Well, I was on a research mission really, just to find out where all the power was going because well, all three of us in fact are hooked up to the power and using it for everything. And I think I've discovered where a lot of it's going, Stam.
Do you see those crushing wheels?
I do see those crushing wheels. Yes, I do.
Oh my God.
It's only a couple. It's only a couple of crushing.
Like, I mean, I have a couple of hundred. I have a couple of hundreds of drills, but.
Well, who doesn't? Who doesn't?
Exactly. I don't have hundreds of crushing wheels like this guy.
Oh. I mean, I do have quite a lot of crushing wheels, to be fair.
Yeah.
Maybe not as many as this. I don't think anyone has as many as this. This is very impressive, Chosen.
Well, I mean, I had to add extra. I mean, there's like, it just wasn't producing enough.
The fact that you're
enough
doing it through clay and red sand is.
Yes.
There's
Is what?
stuff flying everywhere. My goodness.
So is that how you're getting your copper? You're doing the clay red sand route?
Yes.
Ah, I took the diorite route.
It needs so much clay.
It doesn't take up as much space as this.
Well, I'm producing diorite. Diorite's over on the other side.
I'm sure it is.
It's
I
I needed
can
it
see
to
it,
make
I think.
lapis.
I don't
Yeah.
actually know if I can see it.
Oh, we can make lapis? I didn't even know.
Well, I'm using it to loop blue dye.
I see.
Why is there flint flying?
Why not? That just looks awesome. Wow. Well, this is quite the factory, I must say. It's
Yeah, but it's all flat, and I've got to add some verticality to it in the building.
yes, because this is such a big building. Oh my days.
I didn't know what else to do.
This is what happens when you make a building after you do the farm, which I tried.
I know. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Yeah, well, I did.
Oh, I never know how much space I'm going to need.
Yeah. I normally just guess and jam something in, but with the copper, I knew it was going to be a long process, so I actually did this method and ended up with quite a big building, but not a big 10-story tall building.
Yeah, well, that was the design. I was using an image. It's a little too big.
It looks amazing.
I mean, this also looks like by an engineer, not drawn by a 5-year-old. So.
Yeah, there is that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking good. Right, well, I assume there's going to be more factories in future from you two pesky power users.
I've just built a new one. Yeah.
Yeah, see, this is my point, Chosen. This is my point.
Although this one is a very, very SU friendly factory.
Oh, well, that's.
I mean, so is this one.
I
I mean, I made sure
friendly about this factory.
I made sure that every single one of these was perfectly set up with the exact amount of crushers needed to make sure I wasn't. I mean, check those vaults. They should be empty.
Yes.
They don't have any hubble in them.
They are. However, if you switch these chutes out for smart chutes, then 3 crushers is enough to keep up.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I was playing around with some schematic locations, and I wasn't recording at the time because, well, it's been quite boring so far. It's taken about 15 minutes, and I've still not made any decisions. But, yeah, apparently I left myself standing in the middle of the railroad again. So, yeah, once again, I was killed by my own train. This line's going to be littered with bodies by the time we're done. But now you're here, let's show you where we got up to. So, I'm thinking power station right over there. And we've got plenty of space all around it for expansion. I've raised it off the ground a little bit, so it is sort of floating above the water, which means I don't have to drain anything, and it means I can just sort of build the landscape out across here, tie in the train line, and I think it's all going to work wonderfully. So what I need to do is blast this into existence, and then I need to do a whole lot of flattening and landscaping around here. Lots of block placing. So we can get all this started, and the good news is I can do it directly from my van now. I'm just going to double triple check that we've got everything we need, which apparently we don't. Oh, could have sworn I checked this list and made sure we had everything. But at least we're only missing a few small bits. We can go get these quickly, and then we'll start. Well, I may have got a bit carried away, but I had a lovely Sunday evening. So I've got a nice big area marked out for where we're going to put all the other little sort of power station buildings, which we'll get shortly. We've got an exit road, and that's going to go connect up to the rest of the base, probably cut across the railway line at some point, because I think the rest of the road's actually on this side. We've got a nice big empty space over here for either expanding the power station more, or potentially building a blaze cake factory at some point in future, who knows. But most importantly, the main power station is in. As you can see, I have got the turbines turning at the moment. We do still need to get a lava lake over here though, because we're going to need lots of lava to feed this thing. But first, I think I do want to sort out the rest of the buildings that are going to go out here, which means I need to reload my truck with a whole load more things. And because we're just duplicating the same building we've already built over at the other power station, we'll just do it with a whole bunch of schematics. And then we're going to have to wire it all up. That's going to be interesting. So I've filled up my van, and I've made a new schematic in a flat world, just so I can actually get a bunch of these down at the same time. And this is going to give us 4 times as much power as we've currently got. So that feels like a good start. So we're going to get these ones in over here, and we're going to get another couple over this side as well. And that should just about do it, I reckon. But for now, let's get blasting. So the first batch of power stations are in. However, we've got a little bit of fixing up to do because the belts haven't gone in at all for some reason. Some of the pipes have gone weird, some of the tanks have gone a bit weird, and all the steam engines are missing their shafts. So let's quickly get this sorted. All right, all these power stations should now be sorted. You can see they're producing passive power. They're all linked up. Got the water in, although these things aren't spinning just yet. Because what we actually need to do is power these water things from this power station over here. So we need to get this one up and running first, because this one has the giant windmills, which pumps its own water, and that kind of kickstarts everything over here. But before we do that, I want to get a couple more of these buildings in. I think there's plenty of space over here for 2 more. And then we need to sort out the lava lake. I have put all the pipes in. If we have a quick look underneath, you can see I've linked these up to the buildings over the other side as well. So we are certainly making some progress. But let's quickly get these last 2 buildings in, and then we'll work out the lava situation. And a short while later, we now have 2 more of these power station units. We've even got our little transformer bit here, so we can actually get the power off of these bits over here, because we do need to link back into the main system, which means I'm going to need some pillars that go all the way down here. However, although these chains are moving, that's just the passive power that we're producing at the moment, just by having blaze burners under these things that have water. But what I need to do is sort out the lava. So if we just hop into free cam and jump underneath, I reckon if we were to dig a pit around here somewhere and maybe get a bit more lighting in, there's quite a lot of skellies over there, then we can get a lava pit in with infinite lava, because I did consider doing a train that goes to and from the nether and actually brings lava in that way, but we're going to need quite a lot of lava over here. We have got a lot of steam engines, and I don't even know how much this is going to produce, but it should be at least 6 or 7 million SU, maybe more, I don't know. But let's build a big old drill and get some lava going. So what we're going to do is drill a 10 by 10 hole. We'll just still power off the side of this. That should work just fine. Gonna glue it all together. I don't care about actually collecting the resources from this dig, so we're just going to let them sink to the bottom, and then we'll burn them all with lava. But we need that to go down 100 blocks. That should just about do it. And then we're going to use the cheaty method of making a big lava pit this time, because apparently that still works. So if I just fill the top of this with source blocks of lava and then dig out the floor, that will flow all the way down to the bottom, and once it gets there, that will give us a bottomless lava pit. And it saves me transporting 10,000 blocks of lava. I just have to transport 100. So let's go steal some lava. I've got some big fluid tanks already. I reckon the easiest place for me to steal this from is probably going to be this pipe here. So if we steal that and pull it all the way out here, put down our tank, and that should start pumping. Or maybe not, actually. Where is the pump on this thing? Okay, so the pump is down here. Don't worry, I can make that work. And there we go. That should just about do it. So let's disconnect all this and clear up the mess I made over here. Whoops. Alrighty, now let's get this lava down into this hole. So we'll do a hose pulley down like that. We just need some pipes. We need a pump going in that direction. And then we just need power. So that should just about do it. And that should start filling up our entire pool down here. Now we just need to dig out the floor again. So let's remove that. Put in a shaft. Then pull it back up again. And as we can see, that's all starting to flow down, apart from that one block there. Oh no, that's coming as well. Excellent. Which means I can now remove all these drills and all this piping over here. Now, if I wind this hose pulley all the way down to the bottom, then we've just got to wait for the lava to get all the way down here. But that should give us a bottomless supply. So if we just link this up to these pipes, we're very nearly operational status. I just need to load up some buckets. And I guess the question is, if I put buckets on here, well, for one, they're not going into this vault for some reason. Let's just break and replace those, see if that fixes that issue. Yep, there we go. Then that gets flung over there. The arm gets it, and okay, amazing. I don't have to relink the arms. That's what I was concerned about. I really didn't want to have to relink all of those. So let's just put a few buckets on that one. We'll put a few buckets on this one. So I think we are there. We've got buckets going round. We've got all of these pumping out power. Lava's being fed into all of our individual stations. Everything is linked up at the top here. So the question is, how much power are we making? 7.2 million. Ooh, that's amazing. And it's still going up as well. We're not even up to speed yet. Well, that's much better than the 1.8 we were producing. So we're producing lots of power, but currently it's not being routed anywhere. So what I need to do if we take a little flight? Currently, the power from our existing power station comes up as far as this, and what I want to do is get this the rest of the way down the track and connect it into this one, and hopefully everything's spinning in the same direction. And then once we've done that, we should be able to get away with removing the old power station. So we've connected the new power station up to the line over here, and I've actually just bypassed the power station now, so this goes straight into the little unit over this side. Well, it does all seem to have stopped. I think it just needs to reload the line, so I've just flown the route, and hopefully that should get everything moving again. Yep, there we go. Everything's moving up here. Everything's moving over in shopping, and I do want to make sure I go and check Chosen's power meter over here, because this one is kind of separate from the rest, and that it used shafts that goes underground, and I want to make sure that this is still working, and it appears to be. That's saying we've got 5.9 million available. Excellent. So that's this building decommissioned. I just need to remove it now, and the problem with that is I've lost my drill. I still don't know where my drill is, but I think removing this might have to wait for next episode. But I'm very pleased with our new mega-sized power plant, and hopefully I won't have to build any more. There should be enough to keep the server going, I'd imagine. I mean, we've just more than quadrupled what we did have. I guess blaze cakes would be the next step if we ran out again, but this should keep us going for now. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. We'll have to demolish the other power station on the next episode, or maybe even between episodes. I don't know. It's going to be boring. But thanks for watching. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time on Just Create, I moved my power station 1,000 blocks away from spawn and made it much bigger to account for all the giant factories we've been building. And now we produce well over 7 million SU, which is nice. What's not so nice, however, is what this server doesn't have enough of. Pranks. Pranks and games. I'm terrible at pranks, however, and I rarely make games. But that's not going to stop me trying. Make a game, that is. Not pranks. I'm still terrible at prank ideas. Although whatever Foxy's doing over here is a tempting target. But I reckon we can have a go at making a game. But when it comes to making a game, however, there's a bunch of things we need to work out, such as where to build it, how to build it, and what it even is. Now, I do have a couple of ideas, but before we commit to anything, we need to do some science. A good fun kind of science, where we take our initial idea and see if it's even plausible. And for these experiments, I'm going to need a few things, such as this and this. Package and a cardboard tube. So my initial idea is to make some kind of mini-golf game, or crazy golf, you may call it that. But some form of competitive mini-golf game is what I think could be a lot of fun, and my initial idea is to use cardboard tubes and packages. Because, yep, we can hit those and they don't break. But although this is cool, you know, we can hit the package, and I think if we run at it, we can actually hit it a bit further. We're going to need a little bit more variation than that. So let's make a couple more tubes, make ourselves a few books, and grab some emeralds, and some lapis, and a bit of experience as well. And we're going to try and put knockback 1 and 2 on these things. Because my theory is that'll give us some different ranges. Now, before we go the enchanting route, let's check out these villagers first and see if any of them actually sell knockback. Well, that would appear to be a no. That means we've got to do this the hard way. I mean, I say hard way, but all of the options here are knockback. Excellent. So if we do knockback 1 on that dude, knockback 2 on that dude, and we'll keep this one just as is. And hopefully that's going to give us 3 different ranges. That was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. So now, if we line up 3 boxes, we hit 1 with the cardboard sword, we hit 1 with knockback 1, and another one with knockback 2. Yeah, look at that. 3 different ranges. And in fact, if we run and hit them, then of course we're going to get even more ranges. So that does hit them a little bit further. I think this could work. Let's see if we can get them in a hole. So if that was our hole, we'd probably want to do that, and then maybe hit the small one. Although I do have a feeling it's going to be almost impossible to get it in a hole that small. Maybe the hole should be a little bit bigger. Is a 2x2 more reasonable? Let's try again. So that one, and then that one again. Oh. Okay, we overshot it. Can I get it in? Ah, not quite. So I guess the trick here is going to be to hit it further away and then try and hit it back in again. Hey. Well, as a proof of concept, it works, but what I don't like is the way that the cardboard package just sort of flies and then stops. It doesn't really roll. I thought it would slide more than that. But we do happen to be right next to an ice biome. I wonder if we hit things on this, is it going to be a bit more slippy slidey? So now if we hit one, yeah, look at that. It slides after it lands. We could do that to get it in the water. Oh, that's good to know. Water completely destroys packages. Question is, will the packages slide even further if it's on, like, packed ice or blue ice? I mean, I'd imagine they would. Yeah, that definitely had a bit more slide than the ice did. Well, so far, I'd say we're making progress. This looks like it could actually work. Let's just grab ourselves a whole bunch of ice and build ourselves a little test hole. And here we go. We now have a test hole all sorted. So if we chuck a box down, sort out our clubs, make sure they're in order. So let's see how many strokes it takes for me to get it into that hole over there. That was a good first hit. Well, that took 2 hits. That was way too simple. Let's see if we can make things a little bit harder. We'll just put in a few barriers. Gotta have some obstacles after all. Now, let's try again. Oh, I fell off. Maybe what we should do is actually put an edge on this, which isn't slippery, and then that should, hopefully, stop the packages falling off the side. Right, let's try that again. Oh, I went straight over the first barrier. That's cool. So, to get down this way, what is going on with that train? You, sir, what is your problem today? I'll deal with that later, but that's about the 3rd time he's lost his schedule. Or forgotten what he's supposed to be doing. Right, okay, so now can I get it over there? Oh, it was good, but it wasn't close enough, and now I'm going to be in a bit of a pickle because this one's probably going to hit it too far. Yes, so maybe if I hit it back further, and then use my little club again. There we go. Okay, cool. Well, it's a proof of concept. I think this is going to work. Although, because we have Create Enchantment Industries, can't we potentially get Knockback 3 on one of these as well? Would that be too much? I mean, I don't even know how Mega Enchanting works. But Chosen does have a Mega Forge shop over in the shopping district, and I've got plenty of diamonds, so I'm sure I can figure it out. Here we are, the Black Market Forge. Now, question the first. Do you sell Knockback 3? Is that even a thing? Looting 4, Fire Aspect 3, Tilt Touch, Efficiency. Well, I'm not seeing any Knockback yet. Aha, there it is. Knockback 3. Right, so let's buy one of them from... right, so that's the Power Forge. Do I buy it from this guy? Yep, there we go. Collect it in there. Okay, so I've got Knockback. Now, what do I do? What's the cake for? Who's this guy? Oh, he's another shop clerk. Now, I know that you can't put the higher books on using an anvil like you normally would, so I think that's what this guy's for. Maybe if I give him the tube. Oh, that's doing something. Do I just give him the book? Oh, something's happening. Is it working? Do I need to do anything else? Oh, no, it worked. Does that thunder you as well? Right, but it says forging complete, so... Yeah, look at that. I now have a Knockback 3 stick. Excellent. Tell you what, that was a lot easier than I expected, which means I should probably upgrade the rest of my armor at some point, but I'm not going to bother with it right now, unless there's a super fast Swift Sneak. There is. Swift Sneak 4. I think I kind of want that. If I give him my leggings and the Uber Swift Sneak... Doesn't seem to be doing anything. Is that what the cake's for, maybe? Give that to this guy. Oh, he feeds him straight away. That's cool. Hey, look at that. Now I can sneak walk even faster. It's basically walking speed. Look at that. Right, anyway, we're getting distracted. We now have Mega Knockback. Let's go see what damage we can do on the golf course. Golf course. It's a bit of ice with a hole in it. Right, so Knockback 3, what can you do? I mean, that didn't look much different to Knockback 2, to be honest, but that's probably because I ran with Knockback 2. I need more packages for a proper test. Okay, so no Knockback. Knockback 1. Knockback 2. In fact, them two were the wrong way around, but that's fine. And Knockback 3. Yes. 4 different ranges. This should make things interesting. Now, on to the next test. We don't really want all of our golf courses looking like this with ice and just weird stuff everywhere. This is going to look terrible. But my hope is if we just use these copycat boards, should be able to cover this up, and it still feels like I'm slipping, so I don't think it's going to affect how much the packages move around. So if we hit a box onto that, it should still slide. Yep, excellent. That's cool, because that means we can actually design the holes now however we like. But now we have a proof of concept, let's maybe take a moment to think about our next move. How to make the courses interesting. And while we do that, I believe we have a power station from last episode to destroy, and a driver to fix, apparently. The problem with destroying that power plant, however, is that I still haven't found my drill. So I guess it's time to make a new one. Chopping, building, contemplating, expanding, gluing. That should just about do it. And let's go put it to work, removing one of the first builds we did on this server. Oh, I left some chests behind. Oh well. Cue the sad music. Right, that's enough of that. Power station is now gone. The area is kind of cleaned up. I've at least filled in the holes. There's not really much point messing with the ground though, because as the shopping district expands, people are going to be building over that anyway. Let's get back to planning the game. Now, for making a mini golf game, there's a bunch of things we're going to need to work out, such as theme, location, mechanics, and so on. So I think we're going to jump over into a creative world. We're going to make a test hole of sorts. I mean, we already know we're going to be using these cardboard swords and packages, and we're going to do that on an ice surface so that they actually move around a bit. But in terms of game mechanics, there's still other things we need to figure out, such as obstacles, traps, switches, and maybe some kind of ball return replacement type thing, just in case your ball gets destroyed on the course. I think I'm going to start with some kind of a ball return system, or a ball creating system, I guess. So let's just make a small hole. We'll make sure we've got space underneath so that we can actually put some mechanical stuff in. All right, we have a hole. So the first thing we want to do is deposit a ball onto the course at the start of each hole. And I think the easiest way to do that is going to be to use a dispenser. And we already know we can cover over the surface, so that won't be visible when we're done. I am, however, going to need to trigger that dispenser. And I guess if I put it next to it, that's still going to work. And then we're going to need a system to actually get the packages in there. And I guess something like that would do, as long as this is blowing upwards. We'll just do that with a creative motor for now. Well, I'm not sure that's doing anything. It doesn't say it's pushing items upwards. Let's quickly test it out. So if we put an item in there, no, it's staying in there. Probably because we're sucking. Okay, let's try blowing. Put that on there. It's gone. Into the dispenser. Okay, cool. So that is going to work. And then what we can do is just collect the ball from the other side and send it back. But if a ball gets destroyed, which is probably going to happen on some of these holes, we're going to put some things in that's going to destroy the packages altogether, meaning the player has to get a fresh ball. We're going to need a way for them to get that fresh ball. But I've got an idea of what we can do for that. And that is to have just a very simple cobble generator. And we can remove that and put this sideways. So ideally, we only want one bit of cobble at a time being put into a package. And I think the redstone requester might be what we need for this. Let's have a ponder. It looks like it might do what we want. So if we do that and then this, set this to just one cobble with no address, I guess. If we stick a pulse timer on there to go off once every 5 seconds or so, we should just get loads of packages that have only got one bit of cobble in. And I'm assuming once this is full, it's all going to back up along the belts, and then that should stop requesting. In fact, I wonder, maybe I can be a bit cleverer about all of this. What I'm wondering is, can we use a threshold switch on that? We can. So if we set that to not fire when there's something in there, if I take that out, let's quickly clear all that backlog from the timer first. It's making a bit of a mess here. And now that just sends a request whenever there's space to actually have one. Excellent. So we could just have one of these for the entire golf course and then just have a network of belts that basically feed the packages where they need to be, which means we're always going to have plenty of balls. So now if we set a redstone link down here as a receiver, and we'll have the ball requester up here. I'm just going to use 2 packages for now. That signal should work fine. But now whenever I press this, I should get a ball. Excellent. The placement's going to be slightly different every time. This is also good. But that also means we don't need to worry so much about a ball return system. We just need a ball destruction system. So if we were to have a bunch of hoppers like this, are they going to pick up the packages? No, they are not. Okay, chutes will work though, and then we could literally just put lava at the bottom, and if a package goes in, gets picked up by the chutes, and gets destroyed. Perfect. So I guess that's our ball return system. Let's do a quick test run before we start adding obstacles, but that basically means we can come up here, we can request a ball, and then we can hit it into the hole, or miss. That was a terrible first shot, Beardy. Now I'm in a pickle. I'm gonna have to send it that way, then send it that way. Excellent. And if we were to cover this up, get all this decorated up, I think that'd look quite nice. And now it's time for more experiments. So how about if we put like a little hole over here, for example, and just like a wall of fans, get all of those connected up and powered on. Let's put them on some pretty high power. Now the question is, how much is that going to affect the ball? Okay, not so much with that one. What if I didn't hit it quite so hard? Oh, yep, that was brutal. So pretty much a difficult obstacle to get past. How about if we did it a bit lighter? Then went harder. Oh, okay, we still got thrown quite a lot there. Let's halve the power and see what that does. So we'll get closer. Oh, too much. Said we'll get Closer. Then we'll hit it. Okay, we got past that time. What we've learned here is that wind affects packages quite a lot. That could make for some fun obstacles. And then you could literally just have like a pit of death down here so that if the ball falls down, it gets destroyed and you've got to get a new one. An instant fail, basically. Now, if we add a few obstacles into the mix as well, how does this change things? Oh. Okay, I reckon we can still do this. That was interesting. The wind actually caught it and then pushed it over that way once it got past. Interesting. Now for another obstacle, we could literally have windmills. So that's quite slow. Can we speed that up a bit? I guess we're going to have to add more wool, aren't we? Just add some around the back. And I want to get some proper side walls in as well. Then we could put like some extra slippy bits in front of the hole, some sticky bits in front of the fan. Gonna need some lava down here just to destroy our lost packages that go down there. Right, let's give this a go. See how we get on. Can I do a hard hit to get past it? Can. Soft hit to get in front of it. Also good. And a medium hit will not end well, probably. Oh, no. Okay, we still landed on the slow bit. How about a running medium hit? Still good. Get past this. Oh, that was close. Okay, so you probably want one of the faster ones, the ones that go further. So, hup. Oh, that was close. Now, the problem is the player's going to need to get past this without being blown into the lava as well. So how are we going to do that? Guess in this example, you could maybe have a ladder that goes up each side with like some scaffolding. But yeah, that's not really something we need to worry about too much now. That's a very small design detail. We'll worry about that when we actually get to designing the holes themselves. We could even just put an on-off switch for the fans as well, potentially. Just like an off switch on a timer. So once you've gone past it, you can turn it off for a minute. But yeah, we'll worry about that later. We've got a fan to get past now, and I messed that up. Second one went in. And eventually so did the second one. Bit of back and forth there. But as a proof of concept, I think this is going to work quite well. I think I'm just going to mess around a little bit more, play around with a couple of other hole ideas, and just kind of get an idea of how things could work. And hopefully when I bring you back in, I might have a couple of example holes to play around with. A short while later, and I've come up with a bit of a concept for a hole, just so I've got a proper test we can actually do here. So this will be where the package first spawns in, and then we've got little hits like this. Oh, look at that shot. That was amazing. So I did actually manage to jump over a whole bunch of the course there. But the idea is this first hole, we kind of let you mess around with the tubes, figure out how hard they hit, and generally just not be too difficult, he says. Hit it back that way and then hit it into the hole. Perfect. But I'm very happy with this. I have no idea what I'm going to do with the theming side of things as yet. I mean, I do quite like this. It does look quite cool being all nice and industrial, and it kind of fits with Create as well, I suppose. But any good golf course needs a proper theme, maybe a little bit of a story, a reason for existing. So I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments of what we can do in that regard. Something that has occurred to me though while building this is that if we're going to be doing an 18-hole golf course or even just a 9-hole golf course, it's going to be taking up a whole lot of space. So I guess we should maybe go and have a look at some locations and see where we can actually do this. If we look at the world map, we can see the areas that we've uncovered. And as I say, I don't think I want to be doing this thing above ground because the building I'm going to have to put around it will be humongous. So I wonder, could we maybe hide it underground? Maybe inside a mountain? That could work. Let's go and take a closer look at this mountain, shall we? It's the one right by spawn, of course. And thankfully, we haven't been having the lag spike issues over there anymore, so it could be a good place for a golf course. The question really is, how are we going to access it? Because I guess we're going to want to be able to get to it quite easily, so maybe somewhere along the train line, which means we need a straight area, which would mean a platform in the tunnel, potentially. We could do that. Just have a platform in here where you get off and then you go play golf. But I don't know, that would be quite hidden. I kind of want the server members to actually be able to find it and stumble across it, so maybe I need to do something over here. I mean, there is a pretty good space right about here. So we could build like a big entrance lobby type thing here, have a big building, and then just have it so once you go in the building, you then get sort of tricked and you're actually inside the mountain. And then we've got all the space we could possibly need. Although I am going to check in free cam and just make sure there's nothing inside this mountain, apart from the rail line over that side, or whatever this small rail line is. Weird. But apart from that, the mountain is basically empty, so I reckon we could probably get away with that. So yeah, big kind of themed entrance here, and then the whole golf thing happening inside, which means we've got a whole lot of digging to do. Lots and lots of digging. And I should probably also grab some blocks just to actually claim this area. I don't want other people coming along and sticking a shop down anytime soon. But we're not going to worry about actually building anything on the front here just yet because, well, I don't know what we're going to theme this golf course as yet. I don't really know what to build out the front. And as I say, I'm very interested to see what you guys think. Right, so I'm going to grab some blocks. I'm just going to build up a small little platform here just to show that there is something going there. And then I guess we'll go in and start digging. Kind of glad we built another drill. Short while later, and I've got an area marked out for where the entrance is going to be, and at the moment, theme-wise, I'm kind of leaning towards potentially doing, like, a bots factory, because, of course, we have our little delivery bots that go around and do things, and I think it'd be quite nice to maybe theme the golf around that. I don't know. I mean, that's my current thought, but once again, I do want to know what you think. But whatever we end up doing, we're going to build the entrance here, it's kind of in front of this cliff face. Whatever we end up building, we'll probably end up having to stretch back a little bit into the cliff. Then that means we're going to have loads of space on the inside to actually make our course. But in order to get that space, we need to do some drilling. Lots and lots of drilling. I have no idea how much space we're going to need, so I'm just going to go a bit mad, I think, and dig out an absolutely massive area. I'd rather have too much than too little. It's probably going to get quite dark while I'm doing this, so let's just turn up the brightness so you can see what's going on. If we were to put our building in here, I think we're going to need to patch up the hole on the side of this mountain here. That is not ideal. Oh, I see ya. Nice try, Mr. Creeper. So with that in mind, knowing that we are going to be filling in a good side of this mountain, I think I want to start my drilling back here. Let's just dig out a little bit of space and we'll get started. Now that is a hole. That should be plenty of space to build a golf course. So I did need to patch up the floor here because there was a mining tunnel of sorts and there were a couple of other holes around as well. So I've just sort of patched up where I needed to. There's still a few other little holes, I guess. We should probably fill those in as well. But we have an absolutely humongous room here and yeah, there was a bit of an incident. I've destroyed some redstone over there, but that's not a problem. I'll just jump into a world backup, grab a schematic and blast that back into existence, whatever it was. So yeah, it turns out there was something in the mountain after all. But apart from that, it went off without a hitch. There was also a massive hole in the side of the mountain, which I have now patched up. And if we look at this from out the front, you'd never know that hole was there. Look at that. So we have a nice big platform that we're going to build on out the front here. Although we're probably going to put the facade of the building up against this bit here and then hollow out the rest of this to the shape of the building. Once you come through, it does just open out. For now, at least. It won't do when we actually get to the golf. And in regards to the actual holes themselves, I think what we'll probably do is have the players drop down right at the start, down in this corner or something, and then we can just start building the holes one at a time, work our way round, snake our way up, and so on. That feels like the best way to do things. Plus, although we've got all this prepped, we've got the bit out the front prepped as well, we still don't really know what the theme's going to be, and, well, we don't know if this golf's going to be any fun or not. So, we're going to do a little test. I noticed Foxy's online, so what we're going to do is make another set of clubs, and then maybe over here in the ice area, we'll just put a few holes in, find some interesting spots, and we'll play a little bit of golf with Foxy. So, let's grab some cardboard from this dude, punch a tree to get a few sticks. Actually, we're going to need 2 logs. I'll sneak another one off this tree. Yep, there we go. Then we'll do this. We need 3 of these. Right, so now I need to buy myself a knockback 3 book from there. Give that to him. Give him one of the tubes, and that's going to make the Uber Club. Oh, no, it's not. I need to feed him blaze cakes as well, or whatever they are. Cake slice of enchanting. Well, it says it's an invalid forging combination. No, it's not. Did I put them in the wrong order? Do I need to put the sword in first and then the book? Yep. Yes, I do. Then I need to go to the enchanting place and do knockback 1 and 2. That's knockback 1. And... oh, dang it. Haven't got enough levels. Luckily, we're at a mob farm, so we can sort that nice and quickly. Right, there we go. Another set of clubs. So with the clubs sorted, let's go make a quick course, shall we? So let's start with a nice simple hole over here. We've got an igloo. I guess we can make use of that. And then just to mark where the holes are, we'll have a little putting green around each one. And then all we need is a starting position. So for this one, we'll just start somewhere random. That'll do. In fact, maybe I should grab a few signs as well. Then we can just number the holes, I guess. Go, we'll put that there. We'll have that as hole 1. For now, at least, it might change. And I think what might be fun is if we had a couple of hazards. So if we were to grab a torch and put it there, that's going to melt some ice around this bit and create a little hole. And we'll do the same thing over here. And actually, I'm thinking maybe the first hole should be up here. All right, so I've done 5 holes. They're all very basic, just a few basic obstacles, nothing moving or anything like that. But let's go see if we can find Foxy and challenge him to a game. Now, if he's where I think he is, you're not going to see this in the video because he's about 4 episodes ahead at the moment. He's going on holiday somewhere, and I don't want to spoil what he's up to. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's it. I mean, this looks quite menacing now, Foxy. But this is the only way I can talk to you over here without spoiling your video. So.
Right. Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Cool. What are you up to right now? Have you got a few minutes?
No. I'm busy. Yeah, I've got a few minutes. What do you need, Miss B?
Do you fancy a quick round of golf? Just like a little
Yes.
test. It's just a 5-minute quick proof of concept type thing.
Oh, that sounds like a long time. But yes.
No,
I'd like to
as
do
in
that.
it took me 5 minutes to build.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me empty my pockets then, and then I will follow you on the outside of here. Don't turn around.
No, I will stare at this wall and then just gradually transition to the golf course.
Oh, is this this is the green?
This is the where you put your ball to start.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and the first hole. Look, you see the greens just down there. So nice, straightforward one. This is
It's
just
a big hole.
Yeah, you'll see why.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
Right. So grab a set of clubs. Right. I'm just gonna get the ball dispenser ready.
And Paul dispenser. Oh, I like the idea of this. Okay.
So let's just do that. Do that. Do that.
Ball dispenser. Right. Okay.
Right. Grab your ball. Okay, and I'll grab my ball.
And I put it here, do I?
Yeah,
And then I tee off.
right. So you'll notice your clubs. You've got a putter, and then you've got a 3,
Yeah.
a 6, and a 9 iron. Which Google
Yeah.
tells me the higher the number, the less
The weaker it
distance.
is, yeah. Have you never actually played golf, Mr. Beardstone?
No,
Oh,
I've played
right.
crazy golf, which is what this is a precursor to.
Right. Well, in that case, you only need your putter then, if it's crazy golf. But yeah.
Well, yeah, but you still kind of need a little bit of variation for funsies.
Have you got your pitching wedge, your sand wedge, your drivers?
Sandwich? It's past lunchtime, Foxy.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Right. Okay, Mr. Pro.
Right. Go on then.
Okay,
You can tee
I'm
off.
assuming that this is a short course, so I would opt for my 9 iron, right? Or is this a long course? I don't know how much knockback works.
You, basically, the difference is about 2 blocks extra difference distance.
Right, I'm gonna
so
go-
I'd recommend you start with your 3.
Right, I'm gonna start with my 3 iron then. This is a long course, right? Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna hit this package all the way down the fairway, Mr. Beardstone. Hopefully
The
not end
what?
up in the rough.
Fairway? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, just put the ball
Yeah.
in the hole.
Oh, I picked it up.
Oh, yeah, wrong one. Yeah, don't do that. That's cheating.
Whee!
Right,
Oh,
so-
I did.
Okay, so what you can do if you run and hit it, I believe
Oh, okay.
you
Oh,
might get a bit more
momentum.
distance. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, nicely done, Mr. Beardstone.
Yeah,
Have
you see that?
Right, okay, ready, go. Whoa!
Oh, it was good.
I overshot.
You
Shouldn't
did.
use my 3. I should have gone down to my 6, Mr.
Yeah,
Beardstone.
I've gone down to a
Mistakes
6.
were made.
Hey!
Oh, look at that. You got a
Straight in.
birdie. Oh, what's power on this hole?
3, let's say. Yeah.
3. Yeah, I've got birdie. Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. I'll take it. Oh,
What?
yeah. Now you're in a pickle. This is why you need the different clubs. Hey! So you got a bogey.
Oh, so this one's got tricky bits in it, has it? Okay,
Hazards.
I get you.
Oh,
Hazards.
just got away with that. Yeah.
Okay. I should go for my 3 again. I'm going to give a good running jump and...
Nice.
Oh,
Oh, you've just gone in front of me. It's gonna make my shot really awkward. But
I
actually,
saw
you're
this
closer.
in
You
Mr. Beardstone's video weeks ago. Look, shut up, you.
You're the one pre-recording. This is fine. Right.
Yeah, done.
Hey.
It's like you've played this before. Don't. My putts are too strong with Beardstone.
Yeah.
Can I punch if...
No.
Oh, my ball broke with Beardstone.
Your ball did break. So when your ball breaks, you have to start again.
Got me a new ball. Okay.
New
Okay, I
ball.
get it first time this time. So we're going to go 6 iron, but with a running start. Okay.
Okay.
There we go. Oh, I'm in Beardstone.
You hit the hazard. New ball.
Bring a few. I'm going to get this in 1. Okay, so I'm going 3 iron, running start, avoid the thingies. Oh, when the water get me Beardstone.
There we go. So what you on
Okay,
now? You're on like 5?
No, I started again.
Uh-huh.
You don't know the rules of golf, so I can get away with it.
I reckon you should try a different shot. Because that's clearly not working, Foxy.
I am trying a different shot. I was trying my angles a bit better.
I see.
Okay,
I see. This is good. This is good.
In for 2. Oh, come on.
See, now what you want to do is you want to use a stronger club. No, that's cheating.
Was it? You're not allowed to do that?
Unbelievable.
Right, okay. So strong club, yeah.
Yeah, so you use a stronger club to hit it further away, and then use your weaker club to hit it back into the hole.
Or use my brain, hit it away from the hole.
Or
Right.
that. Yeah. I mean, that's the same thing I said, just the other way round.
No,
I mean,
I don't think it is. Yay! Look at that.
Okay, so that's like
Hole
10
in
you're on,
one.
Foxy. Yeah, right. So this hole is behind the igloo.
Yeah. Oh, it's behind the igloo. Okay. So we need a power shot to get started then. Oh!
Hey,
How'd
straight.
you do it? Oh, so sneaky.
I made sure I wasn't moving when I hit it, so it didn't give it any extra momentum.
Oh, come on.
There will be a player survey after this. Feedback survey.
Oh, look at the hazard here.
Yeah, you putted first, so off you go. The hole is about 100 blocks that way.
Okay. 100 blocks. Oh,
Well,
geez.
it's quite far.
Big jump.
And here's your replacement box.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go for a shorter one this time, and then I'll get the hole on the second go. There we go.
Nice. Right.
Nice. You need a caddy, like a little golf cart to take you to each hole. Just totally pointlessly, just the minecart track just running around.
That would be amazing. Oh,
Oh!
you knocked me out of the
It's
way. This is bowls.
You could do bowls, I was going to say.
You could, yeah. Right, well, you're in front now, so.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Hacks.
No, it was accident myth Beardstone. Oh, look at that. Ah.
And what I have worked out is if you put bits of, like here, look, we've got some packed ice. It
Yeah.
slides more.
Oh, have you tried any blue ice?
Yes, it slides more.
More. Wow.
Hey.
Oh, you've done this before. Oh, come on.
That was just a bad shot, really, wasn't it?
I'm
Okay.
using the putter more for pushing things away from the hole than pushing it in. There we
It's
go.
fine. Hey,
Lovely.
good shot. So that was the
Nice.
that was the sort of proof of concept, Foxy.
Well, I
So-
loved it. I thought it was great.
Well, I got a little bit attacked on the way back, as you can see from all these arrows stuck in me. But my thinking is, if Foxy can get the ball in the hole, anyone can. And that was a lot of fun as well, messing around with Foxy on those holes. So I think we're definitely going to be moving ahead with this, which is just as well, because I've dug out a massive hole already. So I guess that's pretty much all of the prep work we can do for this, which means in the next episode, we can actually start designing things. We just need to decide on that theme. But thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time on Just Create, we made big plans for a minigolf game. We worked out some game mechanics and did a basic test run with Foxy. We also dug out this enormous hole. Today we decide on a theme, build the lobby area, and make a farm or two that we're going to need to be able to make this game in the first place. One of the main things we're going to need is ice. So I think maybe we should start with an ice farm, and then we'll talk about theme. And to be honest, I'm quite tempted just to hide the ice farm down here, just get something built in one of the corners, because this is pretty much the only place we're going to be needing all the ice. Question is, what are the best recipes? So we've got blue ice, we can compact down packed ice. Watch this, bulk freezing. Ooh, well, that's nice and easy. We'll just do that. That means we can get 1 for 1. Excellent. So if we favorite that recipe, then go to packed ice. We can do the same thing here. We can actually blast ice into packed ice. This is good. And to get ice, it looks like we're going to get that from snow blocks. Compact down 9 to get ice. So we'll set that as a default. Snow, we know we can get that from compacting snowballs and snowballs. No way to get snowballs, apart from, well, snow golems, I suppose. So I guess we can make some kind of contraption that uses snow golems to make snow, and then we've just got to process it. I reckon that's probably doable. So let's go get some stuff and things and try and work this out. Well, I've got almost everything I need, apart from pumpkins. So I've just snuck over to Foxy's base here, and we're just going to steal these pumpkins. Sure he won't mind. I'm being very careful not to show his base here as well. Once again, too many spoilers over here. Now, are there any more pumpkins on the map? What can we see? That looks like pumpkins. There they are. And I can see a few more scattered about. So we're just going to pick up all of these. And hopefully that'll be everything we need to try and make an ice farm. Ooh, armadillo. Got a truck full of stuff. Let's see what we can do here. So I'm going to start off with windmill bearings and some wool. I do have a bit of an idea of how this could potentially work. But basically, when snow golems travel around, they leave a trail of snow behind them. And what we need to do is collect that snow. But we also want to keep the snow golems moving. So what I'm thinking is, if we create some kind of chamber where we spin the snow golems round and round, they'll cover up the floor, and then maybe use like plows or something to collect all the snowballs. I think that'll work. Let's just try it out. So if we were to put a windmill bearing there and then just a big line of wool. In fact, what I might do is put the windmill bearing on top, because then it's going to be much easier for me to access and control. So what I'm going to need to do is make some chambers for these guys. So in fact, let's use these andesite bars. That should do it. Grab some glass as well so we can see what's going on. And we're going to need snow and pumpkins. Oh, and super glue. We're going to need that too. So let's build up one side first. What we're going to need is a bunch of plows, because they should be able to scoop up the snow layers and turn them into snowballs. And we need to enclose this chamber, so we'll do that with some glass so we can see what's going on inside. We're going to want bars to separate the snow golems. They'll go in like this. More glass on top. And if we adjust this slightly, make this bit here the center, we can do the same thing on this side, but in reverse. So we'll put the plows on this side with glass over the top. Bars in, and the snow blocks, and we'll prep the pumpkins. As soon as we share these, we'll get snow golems. But I wonder, should we maybe do like 4? Because we could have the whole thing spinning around then. Alright, I think that should work. As long as we get it spinning the right way. Let's just make a whole bunch of snow golems. So if we just chop all of these, get our little guys down there, we'll glue the whole thing together. But before we set that spinning, we should probably add some storage on this thing. So we'll stick a storage interface here and a vault there for storage. That should just about do it. Let's get this thing spinning and see what happens. Oh, well, I broke it and some of the golems have escaped. Quickly clean up these guys. Get out of it. Any more? Yep, you. Right, everything's been reset. Let's double check the glue, because that was definitely the problem. It appears to be glued fine. Let's just redo this side, because this was definitely the side that broke. Right, let's try that again. Okay, it's going round. Where have all my golems gone? Oh, okay, that's weird. They are in there, but you can't seem to see them through the glass. But the system seems to be working. Now let's quickly build an offloading system for it. Although, before I can do that, I am going to need to bring some power down here. So, I guess I better turn this off for now. We're probably already full. So, that's the farm all reset and good to go. I've also added a little bit more storage because it picks up a lot just on one circle, it would seem. I think because there's so much stuff, we're actually going to have 3 offloaders here. Yeah, that should get stuff off of there nice and quickly, but we do need to sort out power.
Sir.
Oh my jeez. Rolash, where in the world did you come from? Oh,
This is not a hole. This is a cavern.
it's a hole.
Super quick question. When are you gonna be like not on but able to help me in case I break something again? Because I changed up the tree farm, and I just want to chop all the trees down because I separated them into chunks.
Yeah.
And I don't want it to break while you're trying to do stuff. It's really.
I mean, it doesn't bother me. It's only me and you on, so it's fine. It's Foxy I was concerned about because he's on a bit of a time crunch. But you know, I'm fine. Just run it. If the server crashes, then the server crashes. Like.
Okay,
fine.
cool. Yeah. What
Yeah.
I'm concerned about is it rolls back every time it crashes. I just don't want you to lose stuff. That's all.
Ah, that's all right. I'm literally just trapping golems in cages and making them spin in circles.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, cool. I'm sure they love it too. They look like they're having fun.
They do. They make lots of snowballs. It did one full revolution and filled up my little vault on here, so I've had to add more vaults.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Look, I need
Cool,
a lot
man.
of ice, okay?
Yeah, fair enough, I guess. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll go run that, and hopefully I don't crash you out of the server.
That sounds fantastic. Speaking of which, I've got some footage from earlier, from before I started this episode, so I'm going to quickly roll that now, and then people will know why you're over here even asking this.
Yeah, Throw did it bad. Throw did it bad.
I rarely get to see you online, and I noticed this tree palm pop up recently,
Yeah.
so I thought I'd come check it out and see if that's what's causing all my lag issues or not.
I'm assuming. I don't know. See, I'm gonna blame it on Foxy because ever since he built his, I've been having issues with mine, so it's his fault.
Yeah, we're not allowed to look at that.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Uh-oh. It stopped again.
Has, isn't it?
Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but ever since that one was built, mine's been just problems.
Oh, it sounds like a combination between you two.
All right. Well, I guess we'll have to duke it out and see who gets to keep theirs.
I'm surprised it's still letting us talk, considering the server's. Actually, wait, has the server stopped, or is it just your tree farm that's stopped?
Well, you're not moving.
No. Oh, I have moved. You're still staring into. Right. Well, voice
Yeah.
chat still works, but the rest of the server's dead. I'll see you in a sec.
Yep.
Hey, Throw. Hey, look, we're back here, and all your trees are back as well.
Yeah. See, it's cool because it just doesn't cut any of them down. It continues to roll itself back. Oh yeah, it's broken again. Huh. Hey, if you do me a favor. If you log in and you are able to move around and things seem like they're able to be like broken, like you can break mangrove roots and stuff, just go pick up that contraption.
Well, there he is.
It wasn't me?
It was definitely you. So, I know what the problem is. One,
Sure.
here's your Minecraft contraption. I had to freeze the
Thank you.
game to be able to go get it. Because basically, I did this probably about a month ago. I built too many mangrove trees, and then when I went to cut them down, it was too much stuff. It crashed the server. It was just too many mangrove.
Oh, gotcha.
So,
Okay.
what you need to do is spread out your trees, like put gaps between them, just put them in blocks of like 10 or so
Okay.
of the little trees, and like the mangroves, just make sure they're much more spread out as well. But yeah, just spread everything out, because if everything gets attached, bad things, Throwdash, bad things happen.
Yeah, it could be. I'm still gonna blame Foxy.
I would say let me know how it goes, but I guess I'll know. I'll either see you on a crash server in a moment, or Joy, and we can carry on.
So, how do I get out?
Right, now, what was I saying? Power. Yes, I need to get power down here. And I think the easiest way is going to be to use chains. Not that I have any chains. Let's make some chains. If we go up the top here, we should find that we've got some power poles just on the other side of this wall somewhere. Although it's probably going to make more sense to figure it out from the outside. So we have one here, and we have one down there. I reckon this one here is going to be our best bet. So let's hook up a chain there. Then we'll just attach that up in the roof here somewhere. Doesn't really matter where. Connect this one into the roof up here. And then we can just use shafts to bring that power all the way down. Easy peasy. So I am going to need a speed controller, and I didn't bring one of them with me. But let's just get that bit sorted, and then we'll work out the rest of the farm. What are you doing? Who are you throwing stuff at? Oh, there's a skelly he doesn't like. See, all right, well, you carry on, sir. As long as you're having fun. Okay, so I've got power in. I've got the offloader all hooked up, and I'm just working on the next bit, which is going to be compacting the snowballs into snow blocks. So for that, we're going to need mechanical presses, we're going to need basins, and probably some encased chain drives to make my life a little bit easier. So first up, we'll have these, and we'll have a line of basins with funnels in the back. Gonna filter those to snow blocks, feed those three into that vault there, have these ones come out and go into another basin, because we now need to compact these down into ice. And if we do something like this, then my thinking is, oh, there we go, because we're only producing these one at a time and it takes 9 to actually make a block of ice, I reckon this will probably be able able to keep up just fine. In fact, I could just connect that belt to there. So I need mechanical presses up the top and another one there. I think if we just get a bit of power over to these things, we should be just about done, at least to get us to ice. Hoping it's that straightforward. How about we turn it on and give it a go? Oh, there we go. Throwlash has success as well, and it looks like we're having success over here. And yep, look at that, we're getting ice. Okay, cool. This is good. So now that's offloaded the first batch. It's going to do a full circle. Hopefully we've got enough space for it to actually pick everything up this time. Our snowmen are in there, even though it looks like they're not. That's just very weird. But what I want to know is whether the rest of this machine actually keeps up with the amount of snowballs that come off from one revolution. Well, it doesn't look like my triple funnels are working, so we're still only offloading one batch at a time, which is going to slow the farm down a bit, I guess. Not massively, but definitely a bit. I mean, I could change it so we're actually offloading off of multiple sides. Maybe that would work a bit better. Maybe I could have another one here that's just feeding the snowballs down this way and into the machines. But then how much ice have we got? I mean, not even a stack, so it is going to be fairly slow. But then for the amount of ice I need, that's also a stack of blue ice as well as normal ice, because we can, of course, just bulk freeze everything. So, yeah, maybe we should just stick with that. So what we now need to do, though, is convert the ice into blue ice and packed ice, which means I need fans. I think I packed some. I did. And I'm going to need a couple of buckets of powdered snow, but luckily we're under a mountain here, a snowy mountain, so it should be fairly easy to find, hopefully. Is that some right there? Nope, that's proper snow. So this looks like the powdered stuff. Yep, perfect. Now, I'm thinking I probably want an even amount of each of the different types of ice. I mean, I don't want normal ice. That's just going to melt. But for packed ice and blue ice, yeah, I think I definitely want to go even. So if I do something like this, then we'll put brass tunnels there to split it into two. That will give us ice evenly into each of these. Then we'll drop the ice down in front of some fans. Sworn I just picked up my fans. Did I leave them in the barrel? Apparently so. That will point the fans into the back of those. Some encased chain drives. Going to need a gearbox here to rotate that round. That gets everything going the right way here. The fans are blowing. Excellent. And then we'll put filters on these for blue ice and packed ice. That should give us just about everything we need. Let's just quickly get a little bit of ice going to begin with. Let's hope this works. There we go, that's packed ice. Chuck that in again. We'll filter that one to the packed ice. That should turn into blue ice now. And there we go. So we'll filter this one to the blue ice. All right, now we just need to get a couple of brass tunnels. Make sure we split it up, but our ice production is automated. Oh, do need to rotate these, however. Okay, so I think we're good. This should start now separating. Yep, look at that. So I think we're good. Our little ice farm is doing the job, and that should give us all the ice we're going to need to actually build the golf course. But it turns out that this isn't a good way to make blue ice, because when something gets turned into packed ice, it then just sits there and despawns unless it gets removed and thrown back in again. Not helpful. Just means we have to make a few adjustments here, though. Right, that should do the trick. So now, when things get turned into ice, instead of having a big vault here, it's just automatically getting turned into packed ice. And then over here, we're splitting it into two. And there's no fan down here anymore, so the packed ice is just going to go straight in, and the other half is going to get turned into blue ice. Wait a sec, I do still need a fan there. I just don't need the snow. There we go. Now we're getting packed ice and blue ice. Right, anyway, theming, that's what we were about to talk about. So I've been looking through the comments and there's been lots of very cool ideas, like this, and this, but the majority of people seem to quite like the idea of kind of a rogue bot factory. So using the little Beardstone bot things and making some kind of factory mini-golf type thing. So that's what we're gonna go with. And who knows, if it goes well, we could always make another course as well using one of the other themes. Now, before we start making any of the holes or working that out, what I want to do is actually work out the entrance lobby area. So the facade that's gonna go out the front and the part that's going to set up the initial theming. We'll have some bots and some mechs and things like that out the front. We're going to actually expand on our bots, I think. And then we can have a nice big entrance lobby with some scoreboards, the how to play and all that stuff. And that'll all go on this floor here somewhere. And while we're doing that, that'll also give us time to figure out how we want to do the holes themselves. So let's grab some materials and start working on a facade out the front. So I think for this build, I want to be using some cobbled deep slate and some tuff for the bottom areas. And then I want to to use scoria and maybe prismarine for the roof. So yeah, scoria for the walls, prismarine for the roof. That could look quite good. But the problem is I don't really have much scoria, so I'm going to need to buy some of that. And prismarine, well, that's notoriously difficult to get. But rumor has it there's a new shop down by the dock. So let's take these diamonds and go do some shopping. Oh, scoria, I think, is in here. Chosen's Delights. Yep, there we go. A whole bunch of that. And then let's go see what we've got down at the docks here. So I don't know which ones of these are shops. This is just diamonds. Okay, fair enough. Got bushy bushes, so it won't be that one. We've got little lanterns. Ropey's rope shop that sells rope. Nope, it's not that one. Genius shop naming going on over here. What have we got? This is just, oh, there's a fisherman. That's nice. Still not a shop though. These the shops? Aha! So we've got sushi. We've got the radioactive sushi. I remember these. And here we go. This is what we want. Underwater bits and bobs. And, oh, hello. Keith Prismarini Fish and Stuff Store. I don't want to be attacked while I'm shopping. What kind of... This is like the Cinnabon shop all over again. Right, I want to grab some of them. I definitely want lots of this. And what's that? Ooh, bone blocks as well. That's good. I'm definitely going to buy some of those. I'm always running out of bone meal. Some of this other stuff as well, just in case. And do I have to go give this to him while not getting shot? Like a little game in itself. Hopefully it gives me... Oh, no, it's not packages. Okay, I'm going to have to go back and forth a little bit. Right, there we go. That should be enough stuff to build with. And I think what I want to do is maybe start down the front here and just sort of work my way back. I know we're not building the facade until we get right back here, but I want to figure out what I'm doing at the front here first, I think. I've got a bit of an idea. Let's grab some sea lanterns and some girders, some deep slates. Turn that into just bricks for now. We'll worry about texture later. And I'm going to start off just replacing all of this tough wall around the edge here. And by all of it, I mean I'm just going to do one section first and see if this is going to work. Then we're going to dig out all of this grass, place it with sea lanterns, so we've got some light down here. Because there isn't a lot of light in the shopping district, and I do want to change that. We need to get some street lights up at some point. I think we've only got 2 over by the original shops that we built. But I don't want the sea lanterns to glare, so if we put some slabs in there, and I'm thinking girders across the top here, and that doesn't look too bad. So I do need to figure out what we're going to do with a fence, I guess, going around this bit. I mean, I feel like if we don't have a fence, we at least need some kind of ledge or lip or something, so let's maybe just add some more slabs. Yeah, I think that's working. Let's get a bit of texture in that. I think what I might actually do is buy myself a little bit of Scorcher, which is this darker color here. It's got a bit of a green tint as well. But I'm thinking this may mix quite well with the deep slates. Let's give it a go. Well, I'm not 100% sold, but it's a starting point, I guess. Let's make a start on the front of the building, and we'll come back to this bit. After staring at the plot of land for a moment, I then decided to duplicate the wall we had at the front of the platform to make a foundation for the building. On the foundation I'd already made, thinking about it now. I then topped the wall with some tough pillar blocks, divided it up into sections, and built some walls up using scoria bricks. I decided to set the windows back, meaning I needed to double the wall thickness so I could arch the front, then inset the windows with weathered glass. I added some texture to the walls and some copycat slabs on the front to add some depth, as well as some copycat steps to add even more depth just below and above the windows. I stood back to check progress and decided the weathered glass windows were maybe a bit much, so I swapped them out for ornate windows and it looked much better. It was at this point I realised I could use the wand of symmetry, grab my jetpack and speed up what I was doing. I added a roofline to the side panels and extended the whole building up with some pillars, then created a separator band with some weathered copper and lightning rods, added more scoria and some windows, then embedded some water wheels in the front of the building. I wanted to see how the roof would look colour-wise, so added prismarine to the side slopes. I then created another separator section at the top of the build using waxed weathered copper rods and pipes. It didn't really look right, however, so I added some copper bulbs and turned them on. Much better. The building was getting quite tall, so I decided to add a small riser with some more pillars, but set them back a block for more depth. I created a curved roof line using dark oak planks to finish off the wall, and of course, more prismarine for the roof. For some final details, I added some copper tanks, pipes, brackets, and a water wheel below the roof line. And a huge thanks to this post on Reddit for the inspiration on this build, by the way, although that one is a much larger factory and looks incredible, so go check it out. I then hollowed out the inside of the building and integrated it into the giant hole we dug previously, built up the walls, added some texture, and now we're finally ready to make a nice lobby in here. And you may notice I've also put in a floor above me, but that's because I've got an idea for the 18th hole of the golf course, and I think it would be quite funny if it just returned you to the lobby. But who knows, that may change as we start building. But this is the space we're working for with the lobby, and there's a few things I want to put in here. And don't worry about the rest of the outside, we do still have some work to do. I mean, it looks okay, but there's still, a lot more I need to add, detail and other bits. But we'll finish that all off stuff later. I've got some cool ideas for what we can do out here involving mechs and bots and all sorts. So, the lobby. There's a few things I want to include in here. I want to have some kind of hall of fame for the high scores. So, we could have a couple of scoreboards, maybe even just one either side of that wall there would work. One for lowest stroke count, and I'm thinking maybe we put some kind of timer system on the whole course as well, and we do the mini golf as an individual speed run, just so people can play on their own and still have something competitive to work towards. And then we can maybe have statues in front of the people who are currently leading the leaderboards, because we do have straw statues on here, so that could be quite fun. I'm thinking maybe a small driving range over on one side, just so people can play around with the clubs before they actually go in, so they can figure out how they work. And then, of course, we're going to need some kind of counter where you collect your clubs from and some kind of outline of how to play. So yeah, quite a lot to fit in here, but I reckon we can do it. Let's maybe start by getting up the scoreboards, and I think I do like the idea of having them either side of this doorway. This, of course, is going to be the entrance, so this will lead straight through into the giant cave that we've... What in the world has been going on down there? What has happened? How did you get out? What are you doing over here? I mean, you're no good to me now, so I might as well just end it for you. But still, did you make all this mess? And where's everyone else gone? Oh, no. Well, safe to say this isn't a good design. Have we got any ice, though? Oh, we've got loads of ice. Okay, so it did work for a while, but now it's just not because all the snowmen have escaped. Well, you live and learn. This was only a temporary ice farm anyway, I guess. And that's probably going to be enough for the course. I am just going to turn it off for now. And then if we do need more ice, I guess we can just load more snowmen into it. I just see a zombie. Get off! That's my ice! Maybe I didn't spawn-proof down here as well as I thought. Maybe that's what happened to some of the snowmen. The mobs attack snowmen? I don't even know. Stop stealing my stuff. Right, anyway, back to the factory. Let's grab some things and start designing a lobby, shall we? So I'm currently thinking we'll have scoreboards over here, maybe a title at the top to show that this is, for example, the time trial scoreboard. Can't quite get it central though. I've got an idea. We do this and just expand this doorway area. Then that makes the wall one block shorter, and now it's all centralized. And we'll frame this bit with some girders, I think. We'll connect these to each other for power there, and power. We haven't actually sorted out power up here yet. Maybe we should go through the wall here, and then we can just connect up over there. Put this right up at the ceiling, just so it doesn't get in the way. This will all be hidden, so it doesn't need to look good. Ah, I need more chains. There we go, our board is powered. So we will do the same on that side as well, but let's work out this bit over here. So I want to have a couple of practice holes, pretty much just for working out the club strength and getting used to that. Let's mark out those, maybe have them there. I guess for symmetry, we should probably pull out this wall as well. And we'll have the club collection point and storage over here, and that leaves us with a bit of an awkward space on this side. But I've got a bit of an idea of what we could put here, so I'm just going to block it off for now. I think I'm actually going to make this side a little bit smaller, just because we don't need quite that much space for what I have in mind. Yeah, I think this could work quite nicely. But let's get the other scoreboards in, and maybe some proper lighting before we go any further. That's better. We've got some lighting in, a little bit of structural support, and I've got the other scoreboard in. Next up, I think I want to sort out the holes that we're going to put in here, which means I need to remove all of this floor and replace it with ice. So I think on this side, we're just going to have a very basic hole, just so you can get used to what's going on. And on the other side, we've got something a bit more complicated, just with some hazards. And I'm just going to make this look like a normal sort of golf green. I'm not going to do anything too fancy with this. I'm not going to theme it or anything. There we go. That should do for our test holes. We just need to set up all the ball return stuff. But we're going to wait to do that until the end, for reasons which will become clear soon. So I think I want to sort out this bit properly now. We'll grab a clipboard and get some headings on these boards. But there's something else I want to do as well, and I think it's going to look pretty good over here. There we go, and what I'm thinking is we'll have like the current leader or the winner in there, so maybe we'll do that on like a monthly basis. So we'd have like the August winner would be displayed in here in a giant straw statue, and this one would just be for general mini golf, so I guess that will be course completed in the least amount of strokes. And this one here is going to be our time trial, so we're just going to mirror the same thing over on this side. There we go, and I think we'll put a display board up here as well. That, maybe we'll leave a gap, do that at that height, and we'll connect that to power out the back wall. We'll do the same on this side and just route the power around. So I think that's the basic layout sorted, and what we're going to do with this area here is have the ball maker, which is basically going to be a cobble generator, and it's going to be set up with that request system we tested last episode. And then from here, we'll distribute balls all over the course where needed. So let's hop into a quick time lapse and get this all looking shiny nice. And a short while later, we're looking a whole bunch more decorated. The holes are looking better. We've got these statues set up, ready for whoever wins the first month. I mean, obviously I need to build the course first, but you know, we've got our scoreboard set up, and I've even got a chart here, which I don't pick it up like that. But this means I can just change the scores and then update it as a whole. It saves me having to remake the board every time the scores need to change. Tried to make it look all fancy around here with the red carpet as well. Haven't done the cobble gen yet, but we'll do that soon. And then this is going to be the club pickup area. We still need to get a clerk, and I think we may well use Jimmy from the power station since he's recently lost his job. But we'll have it set up that you can basically just buy all the clubs and a clipboard for a diamond, and then you can use those for as long as you're here for as many games as you like. So it's not a charge per game, just per session, I guess. Although what we could do is charge per game and then make a prize pool each month. That could be good. Well, we'll figure that out later. For now, this is how it works. And when you order something, that will then get delivered into this guy, and you'll be able to collect everything you need. So next up, let's get the cobble generator in, which is actually going to be our ball dispenser, I guess. So how do we want to do this? We want to make it look mildly interesting, I would imagine. Where's the center? Probably about here. Now, what I'm thinking is we'll start with about here. We'll send that underground so we can then distribute the packages everywhere they need to go. And we'll stick a barrel at the back, packager in front. Then we want to put a threshold switch there. Reverse the signal. And we're going to need a stock link so we can set up the redstone requester. So we'll stick that on top, link that to there, stick it in here, set it to 1 cobble. So the creation of the balls should work nicely. That's the same as we had in our test world, but basically whenever this is empty, this will kick out a redstone signal, which will trigger this and demand a package. It will need kickstarting, however, but we'll do that at the end. Next up, we need a cobble generator. So let's maybe go out this way a little bit so we've got some space. So we'll be generating cobble on that spot there. Means we need a drill there. Going to need to enclose this section. Let's grab some copycat panels to make it a bit thinner. Wrap those round the side. Now we just need to sort out power. And the closest bit is just behind that wall. So that's power sorted. When we connect that, that's going to start up the drill. But we won't do that just yet because we need the lava and water. What we can do is connect up the belts, tidy this up a little bit as well. Now we just need some lava and some water and we should be good to go. So there we go. We can start the cobble gen. And if we just do this, that should trigger the system. And if we do this, it should start automatically making our golf balls. Excellent. I think something else it might be worth doing, however, is putting a threshold switch on this barrel. Let's just do that on the back. And we'll just cut the power to the cobble gen when this gets above a certain amount. Maybe like 10 stacks or so, that'll be plenty. Let's go get a redstone link. We're also going to need a clutch. So that's the redstone link set up. Does look a bit boring in here, though. Maybe we should add a couple of bots. Yeah, there we go. That's looking pretty cool. I like that. It looks like a busy little workshop. Well, it has already filled up. Good, good. Now what we need to do is get those packages over to the test golf holes so that we can just push a button and get a ball to start with. Maybe we should get a few signs up as well. And then we're going to need to make some golf clubs to actually stock this up at the top here as well. But then we should be pretty much done with the lobby. And it's taken a bit longer than expected, so the mechs might have to happen next episode. Now, I'm thinking this should be fairly straightforward to get these dispensers in. We just need to dig a little hole. Just going to turn up my brightness while we do this. Then we're going to run this all across. Then we just need to link the belts up to the packages over there. So if the dispenser's going to go there, I know it's upside down at the moment. Don't worry, we will switch that round. But we'll put an andesite funnel there, belt there, extend that belt out, do that, put in a brass tunnel. Then we just need a couple more belts here and here. Once again, we'll need a dispenser there. Okay, let's get power to this. That's that bit done. They're all going into the upside down dispenser. In fact, I should probably remove the dispensers for now, just so that they get held up on the belt instead. Then that will get power to that one. More of those. Okay, cool. Now I can put the dispensers in. That should fill up with packages. Same with this one. Okay, now we just need an activator switch. I was going to use a redstone link, but to be honest, we can probably get away with just using redstone itself. We just run a line there, do that. Perfect. When it comes to destroying them, we do know that water works, so we might as well just do that. I'm just going to stick some industrial iron over these chutes so that they look a little bit better. But that is our completed practice holes. In fact, I think the whole lobby is pretty much done. I just need to get a few signs up, maybe one up the top there. And of course, I need to make a whole load of clubs to put in here, but I'm not going to do that just yet. We'll save that for something to do in the future. It's going to be long and boring. But just because we're not filling up all the clubs on the inside doesn't mean we can't go grab our clubs and have a little play around. Right, I've got my clubs. Let's give this a go. It should be fairly straightforward. So clearly the putter doesn't hit far enough. I guess now we're going to have to hit it back down the course a little bit. Let's maybe use the 9-iron. There we go. Beautiful. This one, I'm going to go straight for the 6-iron and see if we can get it straight in. Oh, no, I hit the water. Got the 3-iron. Hey. Plus, of course, if you wanted to practice your close game, you could always try and be a little bit more sneaky. Go around the long way. Oh, I've gone into the next hole. Well, either way, it serves its purpose. It lets people mess around with the balls and the clubs and just kind of get used to how it all works. And a few minutes later, we've got some signs up. We have one here for Beardstone's Botstone, once again done by the wonderful Sloy, and I think that looks pretty cool. But I've also added an embossed section above the door up here, just saying Botstones, established 1925, delivering parcels and mild existential dread. But with that, I think, for now at least, the lobby is complete. If I turn down my brightness again, we can see how it actually looks. Yeah, I think that does the trick just nicely. I've also set up the golfing kit over here, but I've not put a price on it yet because, of course, I don't want people to buy them yet because there is currently no golfing happening. But we're definitely making some good progress. Just not as much as I was hoping today. I was really intending to get the outside here done today as well. Just get a few more bots in, actually finish off the building. But yeah, we've run out of time and I need to get this video out to you. So sadly, that's all we've got time for today, but I hope you've enjoyed it and I'll see you on the next one, where we'll definitely be making giant mechs. Last time on Just Create, I built an ice farm that the snowmen promptly escaped from and made a right old mess, and built the lobby to our mini-golf course. And the course itself, of course, still has no holes in it, but we're getting there. Hopefully we'll actually get some in today. But first we need to finish the exterior of this building, which means more details on the building itself, and a series of giant mechs out the front here. Now I want these mechs to be similar to each other, very cohesive with each other, but I do want them to have differences as well. And what I really want to be able to do is make them poseable, if possible. And I want these bots to look cool, of course, so I think we're going to hop over into a creative world, come up with a few designs there, as that way we'll have access to the entire selection of blocks in the game, and then we can work out how to get any weird blocks we've used later. But we should end up with something pretty cool. Hopefully. That's 2 hopefullys and we're barely a minute in. Let's go get designing. So first up, let's just build the bots we know we already have. So these are our tiny little bots. They're very simple to make. It's just a grindstone wheel, a barrel, 2 levers. Then we need a smart observer there and a redstone link on top. So that's our basic bots. We do have a variant of this one as well. So let's quickly build that. The difference here being this is the dude that carries the depot. And as a result, we can use any block we like on the body, but they are our 2 basic bots. Now what I want to do is take the same kind of style, so what sort of steampunky, clockworky type thing, use of wood and stuff like that, and make one that's like 10 blocks tall, maybe more. So let's start with the feet and work our way upwards. They'd look quite good as sort of ends of the feet, but maybe we want copycat stairs. Slices could come in handy. And let's use some stripped spruce maybe. So feet, we do something like this. My initial thought is we'll have some kind of little bar that goes around just to cover up the top of the millstone here. Then maybe girders for legs. Look a bit thin, don't they? Maybe we'll swap those out in a moment, but I'm thinking for the actual leg joints we could do something like this, with one of these grindstones in the center. Now, these legs, how do we make them look a bit more chunky? We could swap out some of it for industrial iron. Oh, that looks much better already. Yeah, I like that. Ooh, what we could also do, maybe, is stick shafts through. Which way do we like? I think I prefer sideways. Yeah, that's looking cool already. So next up, let's build up a body segment. So maybe we stick a fan in there for his chest piece. Get some more spruce on with the stairs. Okay, maybe we need more cogs. Though he is looking a bit thin, isn't he? How about we maybe fatten him out a little bit and use one of those? Yeah, that's cool. More cogs maybe? I'd say we're making some pretty good progress so far. Now, let's get some arms on, and I want the arms to be able to move, ideally. So let's start with a mechanical bearing. Stick that in there. So that's going to twist this piece. But ideally, I probably want the arms to be there. Maybe what we could do is grab a bracket, do something like that. And then if we glue this bit here, we're going to need a valve handle on there, but that should enable us to lift the arm up and down. Although I don't want to be using girders for arms. Let's see. Maybe these? This is going to be a bit too much. I do want them to have chunky arms. That might be a bit much. They're giant, aren't they? Right, let's maybe try getting an arm on this side as well. So we could turn one of these arms into a drill or something. But I think maybe it needs to be boxed in a little bit. I mean, that is quite a chunky arm. What about this one? Is there a way we can make it look like he's holding a block? If we do the same thing here, could we give him, like, little fingers? This looks stupid. Okay, we'll figure out what we're going to put in his hand later. For now, let's work out the rest of this dude. So how about a water wheel there? You want to be using the creepy faces again? That looks so stupid. He's got like a tiny little head. I wonder. Maybe not. How about Nixie tubes? Oh, look, give him little eyes. Okay, that's quite cool. I quite like that. Accidental robot eyes. Love it. Let's maybe give this guy some chunkier shoulders and more cogs, maybe. And maybe we can give him some chunky shoulder pads as well. Looking a bit flat on the back, though, isn't he? Let's chunk him out a little bit. So we can maybe use some furnaces, maybe a couple of fans. Then can we get away with putting in some pipes? Or is this going to be too much? Probably going to want to encase those ones. I don't know, it does look quite cool. Especially with the pump in there. Maybe stick a few more bits and stuff and things to it. All right, so this dude's actually looking pretty cool. Liking that. Maybe what we could do, though, is add a couple of copper rods down here. Yeah, a few more pipes, a bit more structure. And his legs maybe need a little bit more still. Should we give them some flappy bits? This guy's actually pretty cool. I like him. Does he need maybe like a little aerial? Okay, now suddenly he's a whole lot cuter. I like that. Let's find something weird to put in his hand. Ooh, how about a haunted bell? Yep, that's looking pretty weird. So I'm pretty pleased with that. Let's do some tests and see if we can actually move his arms around. Let's get all of this glued together. And if we glue that to that to that, we'll set this to only place when anchor destroyed. Turn this down to like 6 or 7 degrees, and oh, he's ringing the bell every time I turn his arm. That's what that is. But he's already looking cool, being able to pose his arms. Let's do this one as well. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that. Question is, can we articulate the body as well? Let's just reset these arms back to position, because I know for a fact that if we have these at an angle, they are an entity and they won't spin with the body. So I guess we're gonna have to choose whether we do the arms or the body, or maybe we could like do an arm and then do the body. That's if we could even make this bit spin. Right, so what do we need to stick together here? If we stick the arm to the shoulder pads, and the shoulder pads across there, and stick that arm on. That means the arms are now attached to the body, but only by this bit here, which is going to be important. Oh, geez, this is going to be a confusing job to glue. I guess we want all that bottom bit. We want this bit. We want that bit, but we have to make sure we don't connect that to the shoulder in there. Jeez, this is complicated. Right, yeah, glue all of that. Then we can glue all of that. Get those pipes glued in. Top bit's easy enough. Do that to the eyes. It's a bit of a messy glue job, but I think I've got what I need. The question is, where do I put the spinner? I guess it's going to need to be probably right there. Which means I need to re-glue this bottom bit, because that can't be glued to the structure. Right, so let's glue around the outside of it. And glue that to that. Right, I have no idea if I've glued this correctly or not, but I guess there's only one way to find out. So let's do only when anchor destroyed. Turn that down a bit. So this should spin everything apart from these pipes, the bottom of the legs, and no, that should be it. It should take the arms with it on this occasion. Nope, it's taking nothing. Apparently the fan in the middle is not attached to anything. Good job, Beardy. Right, let's attach that to the fan in front. Okay, well, we've spun a bit more this time, but now this bit isn't attached to the bit above it. Gluing is hard. Right, let's take this bit here and glue it all the way up to the top. Okay, that's got to be it now, surely. Yep, there we go. Oh, we've missed a bit of the pipe at the back here. But apart from that, I think we actually got everything that time. Let's destroy that again. Get this bit of pipe glued on. Now, yeah, look at that. We can spin him round. So that's cool. Although it has made his eyes go out. But I'm sure that's something to do with one of the rendering packs I have turned on, which I did turn off briefly, and it did actually work with the entities. Let me quickly go figure that out. Yep, I thought as much. It was iris shaders. I didn't even have shaders turned on, but if you just have the mod itself toggled on in the mod pack, then you don't get to see the eyes when it's a contraption. So yeah, this is good. Now, one more test. If we put him back, stick these bits back on again, and if we say move that arm, oh, that was not good. Right, lesson learned. Make sure that this is set to only place when anchor destroyed before messing around with it. But when I was doing that, I noticed a big gap here, and I don't really like that. Now, how about we add a giant cog? Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I like that. Just get those glued in. Right, now, the test I was going to do before I destroyed everything was going to be to raise an arm a little bit there, lower an arm a little bit over here, and then see what happens when we spin the body. Okay, so the arms, of course, don't move, but I'll tell you what, it still looks cool. It actually works. Maybe if I spin him back just a little bit. Look at that, it looks like he's waving at us. Yeah, I like that. So I guess we now have a fully posable robot. This makes me very happy. So what I want to do is just reset everything back to its standard positions. Stick these on again. I mean, there's probably an easier way of doing this, but this works, okay? Get them set up, but don't actually touch them. Then we can take a schematic of this dude and make a bunch of variants. So I think that's got everything. Then we'll make a duplicate of him and, well, make a variant. So let's swap out some of the blocks here. Maybe this guy isn't a giant drill bot, but instead had a tiny hand. Weirdly, I actually quite like that. Yeah, okay, yeah. I think that's just ridiculous enough to make me happy. So maybe give this dude a slightly different head as well. And let's maybe change out this back bit a little bit too. We can add in maybe a tank and a whistle. And let's do something about this arm as well. Now, can I make it so that the girder at the end of their arm is a bit chunkier? Yeah, like that. Oh, do I need to place them differently? Like that, maybe? Okay, well, that seems to have worked. So he's got a pointy hand and maybe like a box cutter. Can we do something different with this guy's legs? Maybe make them slightly less chunky. How about maybe using plows at the front here? Okay, that looks a little bit weird. Maybe having plows on 3 sides. I mean, it's kind of cool. I think maybe these are a little bit too thin, though. So let's go back to the girders and shafts. I think it's the side bits here that look weird. Yeah, that looks better. So it's only a slight variant, but I think that works for bot number 2. Let's just make sure that the arms still turn as expected. They do. This one. Yep, old pointy boy. And the body. Yep, that all still seems to rotate perfectly as well. All right, cool. Let's just get these replaced. Gotta make sure they're reset and not entities when we make the schematics after all. So that's 2 mechs. And I think for the next one, I want to do something a little bit different. Let me just quickly check something. So if a wall-to-wheel is that height, let's place this next dude 1 block higher. I think I want to stick this one on a giant wheel. Oh yeah, he looks amazing already. Very cool. Let's do something with his arms though. And this looks cool. Yeah, give him one of them, whatever that is. And in his other hand, we'll give him a big pipe tank thing, because why not? I feel like this maybe needs like a little glowy thing though. And to be honest, I think just those couple of changes might be enough for this one. I think our army of bots is actually looking pretty cool. And we can, of course, pose them all. I should probably make sure that the rest of this one is actually super glued in. Yep, that is all attached on that arm. This one is not. But other than that, nothing changed, so we should be good. I think I might change the back on some of these, though. So how about this dude? We'll have a little tank on the back. Maybe add some random blocks like these pulleys. They could be quite cool. Make something a little bit different. Let's put some green liquid in there. Although, to be honest, that would probably make more sense on this guy. He's got the weird green gun thing. Let's maybe just quickly do this. We'll give this guy a double tank. Lots of green stuff. And we'll give this guy a different color. How about some light blue for no reason? Nope, the red looks better. Let's go with red. So they've all got slightly different backs now. This is good. A couple more details on the top of that one. That ties it together nicely. Stick a lever on top of that bit. And we'll just make sure these new bits are stuck on. All right, I reckon that will do it. So I'm going to make schematics of these. We can make other little tweaks and changes on what they're holding and so on in the world. But I think as a bot sort of, well, starting point, these are looking pretty awesome. Let's grab some more schematics and then we'll jump back on the server. So back here on the server, what I want to do is get some bots out the front here. I don't know quite how we're going to position them yet, but we'll figure that out in a moment. First up, I'm going to need to get some more stuff in my van because I know for sure I don't have what I need to make these bots in there at the moment. So let's go see what we've got in storage, and I imagine we're probably going to have to craft up a bunch of stuff as well. So first up, let's make schematics of these bots. Let's just dump him there and see what we need. It would help if I had a clipboard. And let's give this to Barry. Turn these levers, that should load up our van. And we want to build a few bots, so I'm actually going to do that again, and again, and again. And one more time for good measure. Although it does occur to me, yep, I didn't actually put the right schematic in there. Silly Beardy, I've just put loads of stuff in there I don't even need. And now we can see roughly what we're missing, not too much stuff. We should be able to buy some crushing wheels from Chosen. We can make some haunted bells and grab some pumps. We can make some speedometers. Yeah, okay, that's not too bad. And we appear to have everything else in stock already. Let's just make the missing bits. We'll send all of this spruce wood to the saw. That should strip it. Got those. Haunted bells. How do we make those? You need to haunt a bell. Well, I guess that makes sense. We can make a peculiar bell with brass. So let's just make a bunch of those, chuck them back in storage, and then we'll send those to the haunter. In fact, not all of them, just some of them. That'll be fine. And we'll grab all of that stripped wood, make some mechanical pumps, and we just need some speedometers, which we had in there anyway, so I don't know why Barry didn't grab them. Same with the crushing wheels. We already had those as well. I think Barry's slacking off. And now, if we do our checklist, how are we looking? Oh, just the haunted bells. Right, all sorted. Let's go build some mechs. Now, the question is, how do I want to position these mechs? Do we want just one each side? Then we can have one there, one there. Maybe a couple of smaller bots going around as well. Another option is to have maybe 4 bots. I feel like that may be too many though. So how about we just have 2 out here, but we maybe raise him onto a platform? Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. Let's load this into a cannon. Double check the list. We're all good. And click play. And look at that, an instant bot. Wonderful. Now, let's give him some poses. So I think I want this dude to be waving and looking slightly towards the entrance. Yeah, he looks awesome. Like that. Now let's stick another one over the other side. And where did I line up this platform? With the pillars. Excellent. And then we'll put the wheelie one in on that side. Make sure we've still got all the stuff. Oh, no, we're missing a few things, actually. Let's go get these together. In fact, how do I even make an experience lantern? I have no idea. Block of experience, a sponge, and a copper case. A sponge. Well, that's going to be interesting, because the only way we can get sponges is, of course, by looting them. Well, I guess we're going to have to go raid an ocean monument. That wasn't on my original to-do list today. Luckily, the blast furnaces and the stained glass is easy enough. But yeah, the lantern, that's going to cause some problems. Now, it's been a very long time since I raided an ocean monument, so let's do some preparation. So first up, we're going to want a potion of water breathing, which means we're going to need a brewing stand. We're going to need water. Going to need blaze powder. We're going to need netherwort, which I don't have in storage over here, but I do have a whole lot in my redstone farm. So let's just steal a piece of this. Now, if we put in this, 3 bottles of water, that will give us awkward potions. And then we'll turn those into potions of water breathing with a pufferfish. Then we'll add the redstone dust, and what that's going to do is turn them from 3-minute potions into 8-minute potions, and that's going to give us 24 minutes underwater. Hopefully plenty of time to find a sponge. But I also want to be invisible to these guys, so that means I need potions of night vision, which I get from carrots. And then I need to put in a fermented spider eye. So I need spider's eye, brown mushroom, and sugar for that. Gonna need a golden carrot, and probably more water. Our water breathing potions are now ready, so let's do this, make some more awkward potions, get those on the go. In the meantime, we'll make our fermented spider eye. Then that will be our potions of night vision, and then this will make them potions of invisibility, and then once again, we'll make them 8 minutes long. Other than that, I just need a hoe, which needs a bit of mending, so we're gonna add some diamonds to this thing. But that should let us get the sponges nice and quickly. Then I think we're going to be good to go. Actually, no, let's be smart. Let's take some TNT as well. May as well blast our way in and make it easy, as we are going to have mining fatigue. And we also need some redstone blocks. Right, I think now we're good to go. So let's take our armor off. We can still have one item on, so we're going to keep our elytra. Let's grab some extra rockets. And then let's go fishing. And there's one right here. Excellent. So let's drink potion of water breathing, potion of invisibility. We're going to blast our way in at the top here. So we'll protect all sides of the TNT so it's not in water. Stick that on top and swim away. And there's the big guy. So he will have a sponge. Well, that was nice and easy. Might as well have a look around though, see if he's got any more sponges laying around. I guess there are in a way more sponges laying around. Let's go for this big guy. Come here, you. Well, I haven't found any sponge rooms yet, but there's another big guy here. I'll take all the sponges I can get. Well, I was searching for sponges that long that my mining fatigue wore off, but good news, I have found a sponge room. One thing I forgot to bring with me was milk, otherwise I probably could have dug through and found this much quicker. But that's plenty of sponges. Let's go home. Now, we should probably dry these sponges off, and then we'll be able to make our experience lanterns. In the meantime, let's sort out some furnaces and glass. And that's our experience lanterns. What do these actually do? Absorbs experience from nearby players and experience orb. Also works on contraptions. Okay, so I'm assuming if I just place that on the floor, it's not going to start stealing my experience. That is not what I placed. What happened? What is going on? So that's not taking anything from me, which is good. I assume it's because they need power, right? I don't want them stealing stuff. No, they don't. Oh, no, wait a minute. It is taking my power. I don't want it to... What's the range on these things? Maybe I shouldn't use this in my design. Let's stop taking my experience now. I suppose if I just let it fill up on my experience, then it's not going to steal it from other people, right? I'm sure it'll be fine. Right, let's go make the next mech. So if we put that in there, do we now have everything we need? We do. Wonderful. Get to work. Beautiful. Right, so let's raise up this arm a little bit. And maybe just rotate his body. Let's go the other way. In fact, let's maybe lower this arm. Yeah, that looks cool. Looks a little bit floaty though. We could do with adding some light over here. So maybe what we could do is stick some panels down here. Yeah, that's better. We do the same for this guy though. Is it gonna look weird? Let's find out. No, I reckon we can get away with that. It makes them all nice and lit up as well. Yeah, I really like that. I think that looks cool. Now, also out the front here, I think I want to raise the path that goes up to the building. Means I need more panels. And we'll use the polished cut tuff for this, I think. Just so it matches the stairs. Then maybe we need some deep slate slabs around here. Maybe even around this bit as well. Let's have a look. That might be a bit much. Tell you what, quite like that. If we were to replace this with a bit of grass, that could look quite nice. And on looking at that, I think the grass definitely looks better. Let's get this side switched out too. Much better. Needs more bots though. Let's stick one on the roof. Yes, a mech on the roof. That's going to look awesome. And we're missing a few bits for this dude. Let's go make those. Unless I can do it here. Looks like I might be able to. I can do the rope pulleys. Can I do the elevator pulley? No, I can't. Fine, back to base we go. There we go. We now have a full checklist. He's going to destroy a bit of the building as he goes in because he's going to have an arm that goes right through like that. But we'll just fly up there and fix that. First up, let's bring this arm out of the building. Although the building is now part of his arm. That's a problem. Let's put that... Oh no, I've done this again. I'm going to grab my jetpack. So that's the arm rebuilt. I'm just going to need to fix all the glue now because that would have got messed up as well. Now we set that to only place when anchor is destroyed. Nope, that appears to be stuck to the body now. So let's replace this again. Figure out what's going on in here. Right, hopefully that's fixed it. Yep, we're only affecting the arm now. Now let's just get a good angle on this thing so he's leaning on the building. Oh, too much. Then we'll rotate his body slightly. Yeah, that looks cool. I like that. His feet in the back here look a bit weird though, so let's get rid of that. And I wonder, could we make it look like he's stepping up onto this as well, maybe? I do that. Yeah, I really like that. I think he looks cool up there. Let's just get this building fixed up. We did smash quite a bit here. Wonderful. I think the outside's looking pretty good now. But it still doesn't say anything about minigolf. Maybe we need a big old sign on the front here. I've got an idea of what we can do for this. And what we need is a nice big area like that. And now I need to spend a bit of time in Photoshop. Back in a sec. Hopefully this is going to work. It looks pretty good, but I think it needs to be a little bit bigger. That looks about as big as we can get it, but I quite like that. That looks cool. Need to make some minor adjustments to the letters underneath, though. They look a little bit weird. So let's try that again. We'll set it to pixel art. We want that to be 128. Set that to 15 and the height to 2. Save that. And yeah, there we go. That looks much better. I actually really like that. If you've got any ideas of what we can actually write on this sign, though, then do let me know in the comments. I think we can definitely do better than just saying mini golf. But I like the idea that it's just been a banner that's hung up over the old factory. And I must say, the outside of the building, definitely looking a lot better now. We can maybe do with a bit of greenery and foliage around the grassy bits. Maybe a bit of texture up here under this wall as well. We seem to have completely missed this. But yeah, I like that. So we've got posable bots. We've got the outside looking good. We've got our lobby sorted. I think we should probably stop procrastinating and actually make a start on the holes that we're going to be building in here. Now, what with this being a bot theme, I think we're going to have it so the factory is a little bit run down once you get onto the golf course. It's going to be kind of maybe have some slightly evil vibes. Because I think I quite like the idea of the bots going a little bit rogue. I mean, they look all friendly and nice on the outside, but on the inside, what if they're causing trouble and trying to take over the factory? Just that kind of vibe. And I think to make my life easier, I also want to do the first hole, or at least the end of the first hole, right down the bottom here, because then I can just sort of weave my way around making the holes and know how much space I've got for all the others. It's much easier to build up than it is to build down. So with that in mind, I'm thinking maybe some kind of elevator on the first hole. We could even start the hole up here, have a hole in the floor that goes right the way down to the bottom, and then as the player, you jump in an elevator and go down, and then carry on the hole and putt it down there somewhere. In fact, I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. That seems like a plan. And that would also mean it would look pretty cool when you come in here and you just see kind of a creepy corridor thing going on. Now let's grab some blocks and decide how we're going to make this corridor look, well, creepy. So to start with, I guess we'll just extend out the floor. Maybe have the hole start around there somewhere. So that's where we'll start putting in ice. I guess it's going to be 5 wide at this point. That's fine. Once again, to make our lives a bit easier and so you can see what's going on as well as me, we'll just turn our brightness up. I do want to have moody lighting in this corridor though, so it's not going to stay like that for long. So if that's going to be the length of the first hole, let's get a corridor in. I was about to say so I don't fall off the edge, but this already happened. And I want the corridor to look quite bland, so how about bone blocks? And for the grand scheme of things, what I'm essentially thinking is this is going to be like a sort of maintenance elevator, I guess. And you're going to start off down in the maintenance tunnels, you'll work your way through some air vents, and then like the factory storeroom, the different levels of the factory floor, and work your way all the way up to the boss's office. And that's what I'm currently thinking. That may well change, adapt, and evolve as we start building these holes, but that gives us some kind of direction to go in, and a general concept for the overall course. Yep, I'd say that corridor is going to look suitably creepy and bland, but I'm thinking I might want it to be just a little bit longer, to be able to really whack the ball on the first hits. Yeah, that feels like a good length, and we're just going to have it so the floor has literally broken away down here, and then that's going to be a ginormous hole all the way down to the bottom. I think what we'll do is maybe get some tuff underneath and then gradually go into deep slate and then maybe black stone, potentially even black concrete, and just make it look like a really dark tube. We could even put like a door over here that's just now inaccessible, maybe off to one side slightly, as if that was the proper way to go, but you can't get there. So instead, you're going to have to use an elevator. So let's stick one of those in around here, and maybe we could even have one opposite that's kind of, well, doesn't work. Maybe a broken down one over here. That could be quite cool. Right, let's get a ceiling on and figure out how we're going to do the lighting. Because if possible, I want to have kind of flickering lighting. I want to have it going on and off a little bit. So first up, let's get the roof in. Now to decide where to put the lights. So if we have one there, maybe another one there. My plan to light them up is really quite simple. So we're going to use a pulse timer here. We're going to set this one to 8 seconds. There we go. I'm going to put a pulse extender here, which we'll set to... In fact, we'll set that one to 9 seconds, and this one needs to go on 10 seconds. And that should mean that this light is nearly always on. It will just be off for 1 second out of every 10. This one here, however, we want to do something a bit more interesting. So let's put a few pulse extenders down. We'll have a pulse timer here that makes this one flicker every 30 ticks. Another pulse timer that makes it flicker every 16 ticks. Just some arbitrary numbers. And this one here that sets it off every 4 seconds, but keeps it on for 3 seconds. So that should give us some nice variation. If we jump down here, and if I turn my brightness down to what it should be, then this one's flickering. This one's not, though. So let's just change the timings on this one. So every 10 seconds, it will stay on for 1 second. And other than that, it should just randomly flicker. So that should be a suitably creepy corridor. Yeah, that works really well. Excellent. It may be a little bit too dark though, so how about I add in a waxed weathered copper bulb. We light that up permanently. Then we'll cover these lights up with some of these grates. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. And once we get the elevators in, they're going to provide a little bit of light as well, at least when they're up the top. I say they, this one here is going to be a bit more of a crime scene, I think. But anyway, let's stop the flickering while we're working here and get the rest of this done. So, next up, I guess the elevator would make sense, which means I'm going to need some jetpack fuel and a few other bits and bobs. So we'll start off by making a shaft. So we'll stick the doorway in there, meaning the floor is going to be this bit. Then I'm going to use boards to actually build up the elevator. So this is going to be the bit that actually goes up and down. Then for a ceiling, we'll just use smooth stone again, but I do want to put a light in the roof. So if we do a redstone bulb, and I don't have a button with me, but if we give that some power, then that will give that light. Then for the front here, we're just going to build a little bit like that, and use a copycat folding door and give that some iron as well. Then we just need to finish off the inside like this. Okay, so that's our elevator. Now, to actually make the elevator work, what we need to do is remove that block and that block there, probably the one below. Add redstone contacts there and there. So let's get that light turned on. We're going to need a button here, so that's what's actually going to cool the elevator. And then we'll put the elevator pulley up there, and we just need to get that connected to the power, but that'll be easy enough. We need to glue all this together, though. That should be fairly straightforward. If we go from that corner to this corner, then we need some contraption controls, so let's put those in there, and we're going to need to cover that hole. But for that one, we'll just stick a board on the outside. So we're going to need to stick those two things together, and that link there needs to connect up to that board there. So that should be a working elevator. Let's just go down to the bottom and put in a receiving redstone link, and hopefully that's going to work for us. And unless I've done something wrong, it should be fine. So that's the power sorted. If I right-click that, that should now be an elevator. Let's jump in and give it a go. So if we go down to the ground floor, the doors shut. Wonderful. And did the doors at the top shut as well? They did. Excellent. So now we can go back up. Wonderful. One working elevator. Now on this side, we're going to have a broken down one. So we're going to do that. We're going to close the door. Got myself a graffiti can, and we're going to apply some art I made earlier. So should be as simple as that. Oh no, a little bit too wide. Maybe more like that. Perfect. I've got another painting I prepared for this wall here, just so people have clear direction on what they're supposed to be doing at the start. There we go. That looks cool. Love it. And I've got something else just to help set the tone a little bit. I've sorted out the lighting a little bit just to make it a bit brighter down that end. It was looking a little bit dark. I mean, that might be too bright now, but let's get the floor sorted out and basically just finish off this start of the hole. And then we'll go down the bottom and do the rest. But I'm liking it so far. And it looks pretty creepy from here as well with the lights flickering. Oh dear. It's the simple things. Now for this bit over here, I think I want to add some blue ice getting closer to the end. I'm going to add in a couple of bars here as well, just as if it's the partial sort of structure of the floor. Then we need to cover up all of the ice. So we're almost there. I'm just going to add a bell onto the elevator so it dings when it gets to places. Let's get that glued on, and there we go. The inside's looking pretty good. We've got a floor in. I've started the tube that's going to go down as well. Sorted out the start area here. I just need to get some detail on these walls, I think. And of course, we are going to need to actually link up the boxes to dispense out of here. So let's sort out the balls first. If we stick a dispenser in there with a funnel going in, and we'll remove that bit there, put that back over the top, and that one. Then all we need to do is link a belt from there. Then we'll extend that by a notch. Stick another belt in there. And then we can put tunnels over all three of these now. We stick a gearbox in there. Nope, that's going the wrong way. How about in there? Perfect. Now I just need some chain drives. those there and there, as well as there, and that should start sending us boxes this way. There we go. Let's just get all this covered back up again. Then all we need is a little bit of redstone, that block there, and a button. And we have balls. Excellent. Right, texture on the walls. So I think that's the top floor corridor done. It's looking pretty good. A little bit spooky with the lights going on and off every now and then. Just what we want. And I've also put the tube in that's going to take the boxes all the way down. So now if we go down to the bottom, we get our elevator ding now, which is lovely, but this is where we need to do the second part of the first hole. So I'm just going to put in another corridor similar to the one upstairs that goes off in that direction, and then we'll have the end hole. We'll add a few similar details, maybe some extra pipes and things, but hopefully we should be able to get this first hole looking pretty good. So that's the basic corridor in. We've got some lighting in as well, and I've brought my truck downstairs because it was getting a bit annoying going up the top every time I needed something. But now we need to decorate this, make it look good. I mean, the ball's going to be dropping down most likely along this line here. So if we were to put some basic obstacles in, just like the pipes and things we did on the test level, I think this could work out quite nicely. Let's get some pipe and things added, sort out the floor, and hopefully we'll have a hole we'll actually be able to test. Oh yes, look at that. That's looking pretty cool. So I've added a bunch of weird pipey things like we've got upstairs along the corridor. We've got another door with a creepy dude behind it. I've even put a crack in the wall so you can see some of the internal pipe work. I think that looks pretty good. We've got this whole tank thing which acts as a barrier because basically the boxes are going to be dropping around about here. So originally I was going to put in 2 of these sort of things, but I think just one is probably going to work out a bit better for us because otherwise you land right in front of it and then your only option would be to go that way and then go that way, and well, that's just no fun and quite annoying. So instead, you drop down and then you go off in that direction. I've also just added piles of boxes, chutes, a little bit of texture, another one of these sort of wall graffiti things, random stuff, and some doors that go nowhere. And then when you finish, you'd go through this door and onto the next section. But we need to do a test playthrough. So I've also added a little something at the end. So I've got my clubs. Let's start here. And I've done some tests, and the best way to get this down the hole in one shot is to aim for the middle and do a running hit with the 3 iron. Anything else and you basically won't get down the middle at the start. And even that was a bit of a dodgy shot, so I still didn't make it. But it is doable to do this in one if you get the angle right. Now let's go for that corner. And I probably should have used the elevator instead of dropping down the hole, but I suppose if you're doing a speed run, at least we know that's an option. Then from here, I reckon I can probably get that straight in. Nope, I went too far. But this is good. I don't want it to be too easy on anyone's first attempt, but ideally, I want them to kind of learn the holes, get better, and then it just comes down to skill for the speedruns. And there we go, we went in, and you may have noticed there was a bell that dinged after the box went down. What I've done, if we jump into free cam and have a little look, and basically below the chutes, we've got some water that breaks the box, pushes everything into this corner, and then we have an observer reading when cobble goes through, which gives out a signal and rings this haunted bell, just so there's a little bit of feedback. I did consider using fireworks or setting off fireworks every time you get a hole, but the problem with that is I'm going to need a whole lot of fireworks if I want to do that, and I'll have to come and restock, and so on, whereas this way, I don't need to worry about it. But with that, the first hole is done. I'd say it's probably a path 3. I think it took me 4 or 5 attempts there, but it can actually be done in 2. If you get that shot right at the start and you drop down on this bit around here somewhere, then you can just get it straight in. So it's definitely doable. Let's call the elevator and head back upstairs. And yeah, I'm very pleased with that first hole. Only another 17 to go. But sadly, that's going to have to wait for the next episode and probably the 1 or 2 after that. If you've got ideas for holes, cool contraptions we can do, leave comments in the description of your ideas and feel free to share screenshots in my Discord as well. I think we can make a pretty cool golf course here, and keep an eye out for streams as well, because we'll probably be building some of these on Twitch. We'll just hang out and design some holes together. And lastly, of course, if you do want to get hold of these mechs, they will be on my Patreon, available as schematics. To be able to download them to your own world, pose them how you like, make adjustments, and make your own variants. I'd love to see some of them too. But if you made it this far, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time on Just Create, I made these awesome Poseable Mechs and made the very first hole on our brand new minigolf game. Today, I plan to expand that course as much as we can in an episode, and I have no idea how far we're going to get, but I have some ideas on how we're going to progress. However, I need honey moving forward, as it makes a perfect sand trap for the course. So, I'm going to jump on stream and grab some bees. I'll be back in a mo. Mission success. I have bees. Many, many bees. In fact, maybe too many bees. I need to put these flowers down. There we go, that's better. Get to work. So I managed to get myself 45 bee nests, and that is a whole lot of bees. Now what I need to do is get out of here, and oh, we've had a few escapees. We'll sort those out in a minute. That's it. Go back into your homes, bees. Make me all the honey. But yeah, we went and found some bee nests. It only took about an hour or so. And then we spent a little bit of time on stream with Eggs. We just tested out the first golf holes. So if you want to see Eggs' reaction to that and see how he did, do go check out the stream VOD on the second channel. And you can also see us wrangle loads of bees, but that bit wasn't particularly interesting, I'll be honest. But now what I need to do is get all the honey out of here. And the easiest thing to do, I believe, with Create, we can actually just pump it straight out the back here. If we do that and have a little pipe over this way, then we'll stick a basin on there with a belt in front, a mechanical press on top, a mechanical pump in there, and then we just need a small vault to store all the honey blocks. Oh, I do need a funnel though. Let's do that. Connect that up to the belt. We need a cog on there. We need a little bit of power there. And we can just get this connected up over there. So we do need to come one back. There we go. This should be nice and straightforward. There we go. So now we're pumping honey. Oh, the belt's going the wrong way. Let's do that. There we go. Wonderful. Now let's see if we can get these bees back in their home. Hoping I can just do that. There we go. Nice and simple. I do, however, need about 10 more bees to completely fill up all of these nests. So we're going to breed a few of them. Right, I think that was 10 breeding pairs, so hopefully that should be the exact amount we need to fill up all of these nests. So we'll leave that doing its thing. We should end up with a whole bunch of honey. We've got 11 blocks so far, so that's when most of the nests were full of honey when we first turned it on. So I guess we're not going to get loads at a time, but hopefully we'll get a few blocks every now and then, and it'll be enough to make our sand traps on the golf course. But I think now it's time to make hole 2, and I'm very excited about this. Now, as a quick little refresher, this is our first hole. It's a bit of a creepy corridor, worn down. There's clearly something that's been going on in this factory. You hit your ball down there, which then goes to the second half of the hole. To get to that, we need to use the elevator. So down here we have our drippy ceilings, our leaky pipes. We've got more flickering lights as well, which I really do like because it adds to the atmosphere a lot. We've even got some holes in the walls, and then we've got our hole over here. And of course, when the ball goes in there, it rings our little bell just as a bit of a feedback thing. So after this corridor, what I want to happen is you go through this door here, and then you're going to end up in basically sort of air vents, big air vents. And you're basically going to be going through these air vents, and then you're going to get into some kind of factory floor, or at least the start of it. I'm thinking maybe what we'll do is start with like a sort of delivery warehouse type area. We'll have a couple of holes in there, so that should take us up to about hole 5. And then from there, I don't really know. We're going to gradually make our way through the factory, so there's probably going to be more corridors, there's going to be sorting rooms, then eventually we're going to get to a factory floor where the actual bots are being constructed. But one step at a time. Let's start with these air vents. And what I'm picturing is just like a big tube with some spinning fans, and the fans are the hazard on this one, so you've got to get past the fans to get into the hole. And then I think we can actually do something with working fans as well, where we can actually blow the box around a little bit, because that sounds fun. So to construct these pipes, I think I want a whole bunch of industrial iron, and I don't think I've got much iron here with me. I mean, I've got some. I could probably make a start. Let's grab some ice, the industrial iron blocks we do have, and we'll make some more. I suppose we do get 2 stacks for every stack of iron, so yeah, maybe we'll have a reasonable amount, I guess. Now let's figure this out. If you come out this door here, then we're going to need to make sure we miss that edge. So I guess that is where the edge of the pipe's going to be. So we'll start off just by making a big circle, I guess. That seems like the best and most logical thing to do. Now, if we do it maybe 5 wide, then that means we can put a fan in the center of each tube and then have that spinning around. Yeah, I reckon that's going to be big enough. Let's just build this out a little bit. And thinking about it, we could probably be clever here and make use of our wand. Let's grab the wand of symmetry, put that there. That should make things a bit quicker, because now, as we place blocks, it's going to build up both sides at once. Now, the question is, how long do we want this tunnel to be? Think about that length for the hole could probably work. That should be able to get a couple of fans spinning, and then we'll have the actual hole around here somewhere. But I do want to stay in the vents for more than one hole, which means we're probably going to need to turn a corner here. So is that going to work? If we had that one there, then we had the 5 across the floor, then 1 up again, and then there. Yeah, that should work. Let's just take the wand out of my hand for this bit though. Get rid of all this excess stuff. We don't need that. Okay, so that's the corner in. That means the hole's going to be around there somewhere. Let's get the wand back in our hand and get placing some ice. Well, that looks like a mob spawn heaven at the moment. Let's go get some torches. Actually, I'll tell you what, with this one, how about maybe hide a few copper lanterns in the floor? I mean, we might end up putting some slightly duller ones in. Them ones are incredibly bright, but we do definitely need something. All right. Now, what I found when I was doing the playtest with eggs is that when the balls, or boxes I should say, were skidding in the general direction towards a wall, they nearly always hit the wall because we have all of this ice. And when the balls are on the wall, they're a bit annoying to try and hit. So I'm going to try something slightly different on this hole, and what I'm thinking is if we just put in normal blocks on the edges of the course and just leave the ice in the middle, then hopefully that's going to mean that when a ball gets to this point, slides and gets to here, instead of sliding into the wall and making the shot difficult, it'll just sort of stop somewhere on the edge. Obviously, if you still hit it into the wall, it's still going to be there, but this should reduce the amount of bad things. Bad things? Wall shots. I mean, wall shots are bad things. They're not fun. But hopefully, that's going to help solve that problem. Now, we're going to get rid of the wand. We're going to put in where the actual hole's going to be, and let's maybe put it right here. In fact, we do ideally want all the edges of the hole to look the same. So I'm actually going to put just 2 bits of ice on the wall edge right back there, just so it looks better in the hole, because the hole will always have these ice edges. I did try putting boards on there to cover those up, but then the problem is if the ball's going very, very slowly, it drops ever so slightly and then gets stuck on the board and basically stops the ball from going in. So we're not going to do that. We're just going to put up with the fact that the edges are ice. Right, anyway, before we go any further, let's get the rest of this tunnel in. Alright, so that's one complete tunnel, and I've done a little bit of what goes around the corner. We'll finish that off later. We're working on this hole for now, but when people come down here, obviously we have the standing area before the hole starts. What do I do with this? I mean, just blocking it off is probably going to look a little bit weird, so maybe I've got an idea of what we can do. Let's extend the tunnel out this way, maybe like 10 blocks or so. And what I'm thinking is we can do that sort of glass fog effect thing to make it look like the tunnel is endless, but prevent players from actually coming down here. And we could even embed a fan within the fog effect as well, so it looks like there's more fans down this way. That could look quite cool. But to make the fog effect look good, you do need quite a few layers. But hopefully this will be enough. So if we had this as the chill out area, maybe going back a few blocks, and then if we had glass, say 1, 2, 3, 4 layers, and then we had a spinning fan, and then the back wall, I reckon that could look pretty good. 4 layers should be enough, because it's going to be fairly dark down here anyway. But in order to do this, we're going to need to get ourselves some black glass. And thinking about it, I should probably actually block off this edge of the corridor as well. So for black glass, I'm going to need black dye. I don't have any black dye, and we've got framed glass, but I also don't have any normal glass on me. So I guess we're going back to our storage warehouse, where hopefully we've already got everything we need. And to be honest, I could do with healing my elytra as well, so that's not a bad thing. Let's go on a mini adventure. Something else we should probably do is check our shops for profits as well and see if we need to restock anything. But we'll worry about that later. All right, I've got lots of black glass. Let's see how this works. Now the trick here is to put in a layer of glass, then an air layer, and then more glass. So it's very difficult to see what I'm doing down here, so I'm actually going to crank up my brightness for now, which helps ever so slightly to see where I've already placed the glass, but not massively. Then we'll do the same thing again, leave an air gap, put in another line, and then one more for good measure. So you can already see the fog effect working just when looking through the tunnel, but if we were to stick, say, some black concrete on the back here, and then have a little fan spinning around, that should work quite nicely. But I don't have all the stuff with me to make the fans just yet. However, I do have some black concrete, so let's just block off the end for now and see how we're looking. And thinking about it, something else I should probably do is spawn proof in there, and I think the best way to do that is going to be to stick some copycat boards on the floor with some industrial iron in them. Let's just cut a hole all the way through. Let's make all the floors safe. Turn our video brightness back down. Yeah, look at that. Looks like the tunnel just goes on for infinity. And once we get a fan spinning in the back there as well, which you'll probably only barely be able to see, that should be quite a cool effect. I approve of that. Right, now, fans. We need to make this hole difficult, because currently it's just a straight shot, and that's no good. So I'm going to go get myself a bunch of wool. We'll probably need to dye it a reasonable color. Maybe grey would work best, I reckon. A light grey, potentially. Then we'll get some bars and some super glue, some windmill bearings, and we should be able to create create some pretty cool looking fans down here, hopefully. But most importantly, create more hazards. So back at the warehouse, let's grab a bunch of wool and a bunch of dye, lots of bars, copycat panels, super glue, windmill bearings. We've got 8 of those. We'll take them as well. And I want to make a bunch of these grindstones as well, because I think they could look quite good in the center of the windmills. Or fans, I should say. That's what they're going to be after all. That's the grindstones. Make lots of light grey dye. Turn all of the wool light grey. And that's what's going to look best in the tunnel. And I think that's basically everything we need to make these fans. It should be quite simple. Now, let's put the first fan maybe over this light. And we know from our testing previously that ideally we want to have 2 rows of wool so that it goes a reasonable speed. Something like that. And what I was thinking was grindstone in the middle. Yep, that looks pretty good, but not good enough. So what I want to do is make it look a little bit more bladey by putting some fences around the edge here. Copycat panels on the front. Yeah, that looks better. And I forgot my super glue somehow. Do I have any over here still? I do. Excellent. That saves me a trip. Now, if we glue all of this together, it should be fairly straightforward. If we just stick that bit to that bit, and that bit to that bit, then that bit to that bit, and this front bit all the way to this bit at the back. That should be everything. And let's turn that on. And speed-wise, yeah, that's looking pretty good. The light's back on now that it's not covered up by stuff. But I still think that's maybe a little bit bright. If we were to remove the wax and then leave it, it's going to gradually oxidize, I guess, isn't it? We could just do that and see what happens. Maybe when they look a little bit duller, it might work better. Yeah, that fan looks awesome. Let's stick another one in. So if the ball is going to start here, maybe we should stick the first fan here. And we'll just do exactly what we did on the other one. And set that one spinning as well. Wait a minute, done the blades differently on this one. Let me just stop those. Yeah, I've not done them the same. And I think that one there, the second one we built, that actually looked better spinning. So let's remove all the blades. We'll just move them to the other side. Get that re-glued. All very dark down here at the moment, isn't it? Right, let's get this fan spinning again. That will give us our light back. And if we can get them out of sync. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's cool. Nice simple hazards. Occasionally the hole does become visible, but I think that's going to work quite nicely. Let's go stick the fan at the back of this tunnel here as well, because I think that's going to really make a difference to this bit. But what with the fan being 2 blocks wide, we are going to need to make this tunnel a tiny bit longer. So I've got the fan in at the back. We've only got 3 layers of glass in there now, just so we can actually see it, but I think that looks pretty good. So that has left us with quite a bit of space around the back here, but that's fine. We can just put some stuff in here. I mean, to be honest, it's quite tempting to stick another fan in. So if we were to stick one here, then that's probably actually going to make the effect of this look even better. Yeah, there we go. That's better. You can just see the one in the background spinning round. Yep, that fills the space nicely. I like that. So with that, I think the only thing that remains for this hole is to wire up the ball deposit system, sort out the ball destruction system at the other end, and cover the floor. So let's start with ball delivery, which currently is still all the way at the top there. Oh, there's a bat. Bats drop heads. Well, that one didn't. Right, let's empty our inventory and work out how we're going to get the balls down. I guess the obvious answer is going to be chutes and some belts and funnels and tunnels and things. We're going to want all of that jazz. And we're going to need to get these boxes delivered all over the golf course. So what I'm thinking is, I think the boxes come all the way up to there right now. So if we just take chutes going all the way down, that also means that we can then grab them off at the different levels as we expand the golf course. So that's quite handy. But for now, let's get them down to the ground and deliver it to that bit over there. So we're going to do a belt system here. We'll send them off that way and this way because we're going to need to deliver to additional holes over there. But for now, we're just going to block that side off because we only really want the boxes coming here while we've got this hole done. Oh, max size belt. Let's carry that on. And we're going to need to deliver to that space there. It won't be a chute, of course. It will be a dispenser, but they're still in my van. So we'll just stick a belt in there. Once again, I'm just going to block off that side there and stick a brass tunnel on here just so we've got another junction we can use for further holes. That should do the trick nicely. We just need to get power over to these now. So let's steal the power from here. Bring that over to there, but that's going the wrong way currently. Stick a gearbox in. Chain drives. Another gearbox there. Another one there with some more chain drives. Okay, let's just get a dispenser in, and once we connect the chute to the top there, we should start getting packages. That's the dispenser. In fact, while I'm here, I should also put in the redstone. So that just goes there. Oh, in fact, that block should go there. Now let's just get this chute on, and that should be our balls getting delivered. Yep, there we go. They're definitely going down. Should see them start coming out the bottom any second. Yep, there they go. Excellent. Now let's do the ball destruction system. And once again, we'll do the same thing we did over there, where we make sure it actually rings a bell once it goes down. Because we are going to need to break into this cavernous cavern down below. So we're going to need water there. Then we need smart chute there. We need a smart observer there that's checking for cobble. And then we need a bell on there. Now we just need to chuck a bucket of water in the corner there. And we'll put that in that corner to push everything over to here. And when a box comes down, gets destroyed, creates cobble. And I've forgotten to do one thing. Just need to stop the water going into that space. And one of those should do it nicely. But now when cobble goes in there, just had to adjust the water slightly. I forgot we need all 6 blocks to actually push things into the corner. But now, third time's the charm. There we go. We hear the bell. So ball delivery and ball destruction system is in place. We still need to cover the floor. But before we do that, let's grab a set of clubs and do a little test and see if this hole works. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't, but still, it's fun to test things. Still looking a bit too bright in my opinion though. But anyway, right, let's go. So I'm thinking, let's try with a 3 iron. Should give us maximum range. Oh, look at that, straight through. I'll say that was just a well-placed shot, but now we've got to try and get it in there when we've only got, yeah, this stick, which does way too much. Well, my shot was just too powerful. My PC instantly blue screened when I did that, which is new. It doesn't normally do that. Mildly concerning, but we'll just carry on like it didn't happen. But yeah, we do still have the problem where the putters are maybe a little bit strong still, so you end up having to hit stuff away and then hit it back into the hole. But I guess that just adds to the challenge, unless we can figure out a way to have a putter in here that doesn't do quite so much range. There we go, and we got our bell to show that it went in. Excellent. We just need to make it look good in here now. But yeah, the putters. If you have any ideas on how we can have a lighter putter, do let me know. I have seen comments saying try fishing rods and things like that. But the problem with a fishing rod is I could literally hook it to the box at the start, come stand over here, and pull the box towards me, and it goes in the hole. So yeah, we can't really use fishing rods. And anything else I try to use just breaks the package. So currently, we're stuck with this as our lowest level, but that's fine for now. And I'll tell you what, now the lights have gone to that tone, that actually looks pretty good. I like that level of lighting in here. So I guess what we need are waxed weather copper bulbs. I was just about to get the floor down and make it all look nice and tidy everything up, but I wonder. We do have honey now. Should we put a little honey trap on this level? And I could do with putting a bit more blue ice down the other end as well, just so it goes a bit faster. So let's get that done, get a floor down, and hopefully that'll be another hole finished. How's our honey doing? We've got 73 blocks. That's pretty good. Good job, bees. Keep up the good work. I can't currently get access to that honey though, so we're going to have to sort that out as well. And it should be as easy as collecting a stock link to there and chucking that on there with a stock link. And, well, we'll be ordering it over here and collecting it over there, so it's not 100% ideal, but at least we can get our honey. I mean, these are all only temporary systems anyway, so it's not the end of the world. Right, now, where do we want to put this honey? Maybe we should have, like, a leak coming down the pipe or something, as if it's, like, a little sort of ganky pool of something. So what I'm thinking is we can maybe put in some honey down this side here, and then we'll just cover that over with a slightly different tile than we use for the rest of the pipe and just kind of make it look like some gunk running down the wall. That should be quite good. And if we go and get a ball and hit it into the honey, look at that, it stops dead. And the thing is, now that it's there, you can't get a running shot properly because you can't run on honey. That was an amazing shot, just saying. It appears that honey also takes out some of the momentum of the ball. I say ball, it's clearly a package. Let's quickly do a little test over here. So we need 2 packages. I'm gonna put a block of honey there. Take the first package. Gonna make sure it's on that block there. And I'm just gonna stand here and hit it with a normal putter. Now if we grab this one, this time put it on the honey. And if I hit that with a putter, nope, it goes the same distance. Okay, ignore me. Either way, we've got a honey trap that will stop the ball from sliding. Let's make this place look nice now. Now that is a pretty good looking hole too, I think. So I've added a bunch of texture just with the weathered blocks and a little bit of scoria. We've got a bit more graffiti, gear up for chaos. It's very dark in here, but I want it to be dark. It's dark and moody. And for the honey trap over here, what I've done is just made it look like sort of green sludge is coming down on the inside of the pipe, and that's created this sort of sticky area. Not very nice over here. We've got a weird fan grate wall thing just to break up that back wall. And of course, the surface of the hole is covered. We've then got this in between section before we get to the next hole. But I'm very pleased with how that's come out. I think having the additional fan at the back here and then the one you can probably just about see. I don't know if you can even see that with YouTube compression, but there is another fan back there that you can see spinning around. But I think this works really well. I do need to get a sign in though saying that it's hole number 2. But with that, that is definitely our second hole complete. Now we're going to start on our third hole if I can get through this fan. There we go. And for this one, I want to do something a little bit different. So my thinking is we'll maybe have one spinning fan here, and then we're going to have an air tube tunnel type thing that's going to push the boxes up like this. And I guess we're probably going to need to push them across as well. So maybe push them this way. And then we'll have the hole over here somewhere in another tube. So that's the plan. Let's start by getting an ice floor in. Maybe the fan at the front here. You've seen me build a few of them now, so I'll just get that done. And then we'll work out how to do the air tunnel. And it looks like I can do with a few more torches back there. We're getting zombies. So that's the start of hole 3 done. We've got another little wind tunnel. I will, of course, still make it look nice. It doesn't really at the moment at all. We need all the texturing and stuff. I've got a space here to put the fans, and I've got a hole in the ceiling, which I've actually decided to make the hole at the top sort of 1 block bigger, because if a block was to land right on the edge and be half over the hole, it's still going to get blown up, and I don't want it getting caught on the edge of a block up here. So a wider tunnel should solve that. So let's get some fans in down here. We'll get those connected up with chain drives and connect those to each other. We just bring that out to there and grab some shafts. That should link directly to the power over here. Well, the fans are currently going in the wrong direction. Oh, hello. Jeez, I'm almost dead. I need to get myself some torches. This place is getting dangerous. Right, now, where were we? We need to change the direction on that. Now, the fans should be blowing upwards. Excellent. Well, I don't like the look of those. Maybe we could cover them up. Whoop! I mean, that was to be expected, I guess. Oh, jeez. Alrighty, so that's the fans. So if we come up a few blocks, maybe to here. Let's just turn our brightness up while we're working on this. So if we have it come up to this place, then we'll stretch out the tube this direction. That should work nicely. And then if we put fans... Nope, not facing that way, but facing that way. In fact, I'm going to set these back a few blocks, and then we can put another spinning fan in front to make it look like the air's coming from a giant fan. I think that would look quite cool. I'll need to lower this bit here, and then just give ourselves a few blocks of space. Yeah, there we go. That's better. And then we'll just put a big spinning fan in front. So that kind of works, but I reckon I can probably cover up that back wall there with panels. Nope, not panels, they're a bit thick. But if I was to use boards, the same thing we do on the floor, the fans should still blow through that. I mean, they blow through those copycat panels, so I wouldn't see why not. And then it's just going to make it look like this fan here is what's blowing everything over in this direction. But we do need to be careful with the strength of those fans, so we're going to need to get ourselves a speed controller, get these connected up to some power, and get the front covered. All right, that's looking better. We've got that all covered up at the back. We've set this fan to go at 80 RPM, which basically makes the air current end here, which makes it perfect so that if I jump in, I get pushed across and then land right here on the edge. So the balls are going to land around here as well. We've then got another fan, of course. This goes through. We've got our hole. That's going to be there. And then this is going to be our exit or entrance into the next hole, I should say. He's still working hard, I see. Good, good, good. And then we're going to have another one of the foggy tunnel things here. So I've just got to get this in. I've got to get the fan in. Then I need to mess up the tunnel a little bit and make it look better because it's all very uniform at the moment. And I need to sort out some lighting up here because it's very dark. Currently have my full bright on, but if I turn that off, yep, this is way too dark down here. So we've got that to sort as well. And in fact, I also need to do all the texture down here as well. Looks like we've got our work cut out to get this one finished. A short while later, and that is our third hole now complete. We've once again got similar details to what we had over there, just a few bits of roughness here and there. And we've got our air tube, of course. I've actually stuck a few bits to the side over on this one. We've got some more graffiti as well. Just repeats of graffiti we've got elsewhere for now, although we might change these. And the ball goes in here, and this is going to lead through to the next hole. And I think what we want to do here is maybe go into some kind of storage warehouse. I'm thinking like a big warehouse, maybe with 2 or 3 holes in it, and then potentially from there we'll go into another corridor linked to some other areas, and essentially we're going to go through a few different sections of the factory, which possibly means more creepy connecting tunnels, maybe more air vents in future. I don't know. I don't want it just to be factory from here on out, but I certainly want to start getting some of the factory bits in. Stop everything. Foxy's just sent me something which could be a game changer. Quite literally. Now, I've just set up a little ball dispenser here. I've made our clubs. So if we... What, you're not going to work? What's your problem? Fine, I'll do it the old-fashioned way. But basically, we have our clubs at the moment. We have our knockback 3 one, which I don't have in this world, but we have knockback 2, we have knockback 1, and we have our putter. But the problem is, when you're close to a hole, you use your putter, which is the lowest distance you can hit, and it still just goes too far, which makes it very difficult to actually get the ball in the hole. You just keep going backwards and forwards like this. Well, Foxy's very clever. Bet you never thought I'd say that. But it turns out Foxy is actually very clever, and he's made a mod pack which has introduced these 2 things, a soft cardboard sword and a softer cardboard sword. So if we line up our boxes again, as we know, we have our knockback 2, we have our knockback 1, and we have our putter. But the soft cardboard sword hits half the distance of a putter, and the softer hits half the distance of that. Look at that. Barely moves at all. So with the addition of these, that means in this situation here, I could just switch to one of the softer putters and actually get it in the hole. The question is, do we actually want to add this mod pack or not? I mean, it's a very simple mod. It only adds 2 items. I have no idea what the crafting recipes would be. I assume something involving sponges or water. But the question is, should we actually add this mod, or should we just struggle along with the putters? Because, well, it does make for quite a bit of fun trying to work out the actual angle that you need in order to get it into the hole, despite it being a little bit more long-winded. So I'd be really interested to know your thoughts. But the thing is, it doesn't stop there. We can also enchant these. So we can give that one knockback 1, that one knockback 2, and then with the soft cardboard sword, we've suddenly now got different distances again. And we can do the same thing with the softer cardboard sword. So technically, we could have like 9 different clubs. Back to 12 once we include knockback 3. So yeah, I don't know. Is that complicating things a little bit too much? But then if we did do that, we could have it so people can only take in like 3 clubs at a time. So they've got to carefully select which ones they take. I don't know. It could mix up the game quite a lot. But I just don't know if we want to be adding more mods or not. So let me know what you think in the comments, and we'll make a decision at some point, probably in a few episodes time. Mostly because I'm trying to pre-record a couple of episodes at the moment. I've got a baby coming and I've got to do some prep work, so I need time. But yeah, let me know your thoughts, and we'll cover this in a future episode. But for now, sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I do need to get this episode out to you, so apologies if it's a little bit shorter than usual, but it's taking a long time to actually build these golf holes. So this is turning into a much bigger project than I originally realized, but by the end of it, we're going to have an amazing golf course, hopefully. But if you made it this far, thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I haven't said that in a while, but I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last time on Just Create, we kidnapped 100 bees, hung out in an air vent to construct 2 more holes of our golf course, and asked for your thoughts on the cardboard sword mod Foxy made that introduces lighter putters. That video's not gone out yet though, so we don't have a verdict on that just yet, so I'll come back to that in a future video. Today, we're going to expand this golf course with more holes, finally breaking into the warehouse part of the course. So with that in mind, the first thing I'm going to need is a great big room, I guess. And for that, we're going to need to decide what we want to build the room out of. And I think I've got an idea, but I'm going to need a whole lot more terracotta, and probably a whole bunch of dye for that terracotta as well. So let's grab that. Let's go grab some terracotta and figure out what colors we want. Now, with the terracotta, we've got a few boxes. We've got some that's already coloured, but we've got lots that's not. And to be honest, I think I want this to be white. So I'm going to stick lots and lots in there. Then I'm going to need 27 diamonds to do all of that. This dye place is not cheap, but that's going to take forever. So while we're waiting, I want to get a bunch more cyan as well, which is this one here. Put those in there. That's going to be 7 diamonds. Then I also want some green and lime green. Although having just set all of that up, Might have actually been cheaper just to buy the dye and dye them directly. So I think you can dye 8 stacks of terracotta with just 1 stack of dye, and a stack of dye downstairs would only cost me 4 diamonds, not the 8 diamonds it's costing me up here to get the same thing. Probably would have been quicker as well, but I don't think I can... Why is that stopped? These ones are still going. Taking all my diamonds, but it's only done 1 stack. What? This one's working fine. I've been robbed. Time to investigate. So it's definitely registered my diamonds. So I put in 27. Let's try that again, but let's only put 2 in this time. It comes on, but it's already swallowed up both my diamonds. Whereas these ones are counting through 1 at a time as I'm using them. So yeah, the white one's obviously just a bit broken. Managed to get my terracotta back. We've got our diamonds back. We'll just buy some dye in the speakeasy and do that manually, which I guess we have just worked out is cheaper anyway, so it's not the end of the world. But I'll let Eggs know that his white washing machine is a thief, but at least these ones seem to work. And in fact, instead of buying white dye at the speakeasy, it might be even better if I just come down here. What I'm thinking is I can just buy a whole bunch of bone blocks, and I'm going to get much more dye for my money. Plus, I need bone blocks anyway. So let's turn those into bone meal. We'll make some white dye, and we'll get our white terracotta this way. So I've made a start with the warehouse room. We've got the white terracotta at the top, a lovely red band and some cyan terracotta. But you may notice I've not put walls on these 2 sides, and that's because I don't really know how big I want this room to be yet. First thing I need to do is figure out a way for people to get from here down to where they need to be. I think I've got an idea of how we can do that. That is to use this andesite scaffolding to make a little walkway. And we'll just put on a nice little fence. And maybe around here, we'll put in a ladder. Just a basic andesite ladder should do. Perfect. And we'll put a little ladder in there as well, just in case you need to get back up here for some reason. Now, let's design this next hole. And if this is going to be a big warehouse, we're probably going to have a whole lot of shipping containers, lots of boxes, cardboard boxes, and just stacks of other stuff. And that's what we'll use to sort of mark out the course. But I also do like the idea of maybe having like some garage doors here that just sort of suggest that this is where the outside would be. So yeah, we'll put some garage doors there. Now let's go grab some pillar blocks and start marking out where things can go. But currently, we don't have many on us. I'm probably going to want some Viridium, Azurine, Crimsite, Ochrum, and all these fancy things as well. So I guess we're going to go on a trip to our warehouse and see what we've got over there. I mean, it's not awful. We've got some pillar blocks, but we're definitely going to need more than this. Well, we've got plenty of Ochrum and Viridium, but we could really do with more Crimsite and Azurine. So we're going to grab our drill. We're also going to make a bunch of torches, and I guess it's time for a mining montage. And we all know what that means. Oh, my inventory's full. No. Ah! Unbelievable. Well, I guess I'll just grab all the leftovers from the floor and cry about my drill later. But apparently there was a lot of Azurine here. Jeez. Well, I guess we're just going to have to make do with what we've got now. I'm not making another drill today. I cannot be bothered. But I do need to get much better at looking after my drills. Can't believe that creeper. I will have vengeance. So the good news is we did get plenty of Azurine. And we do have a little bit of Crimsite, although I have left all that over at the warehouse. Let's go grab it. And the rest of the pillar blocks we want to make are just out of things like diorite and granite, and well, we've got plenty of that, but I am very sad we lost another drill. Okay, so despite the slight incident, we should hopefully have enough stuff to sort out a warehouse now. So let's get to planning hole 4. Now let's start over here by getting the garage doors in. And I think these scorcher pillars are going to look pretty good for this. So maybe we should turn them that way round. Yeah, much better. Now for this room, I do want to divide it up so we can have more than one hole in here. So if we say we're going to be shooting that way for this first hole, let's maybe get some containers in over here just to split up the room. Let's maybe have one there. I quite like the idea of potentially having a pass through to the other hole here as well. In fact, let's maybe put that a bit further down. But now, more crates. That's sending things this way. I think it'd be quite nice if it opened out a little bit around here. Let's maybe put another crate here. I think I want to put one in here that we're going to put at an angle. But let's go grab some super glue and mechanical bearings if we've got any in here. Oh, we've got loads. I think I want to put this white one and the yellow one both at angles. We'll start with the white one. Only place when destroyed. And we want to turn this one in that direction. Not by a lot, but just enough to create an angle there. Yep, that'll do. If we put the yellow one like that, then it creates a small gap you can shoot for here. But we'll also have a route round this way, and then we'll have the hole over here somewhere, I think. That should work nicely. That means this room's definitely going to be longer. That's why I didn't build a back wall. I think something else I might want to do is have like a forklift kind of crash through the wall or something just to create an obstacle here. I think that could be a lot of fun. So just a bit of broken wall like that. We'll mess this up a bit more with some more copycat panels. To be honest, if a forklift's coming through, it probably needs to be a little bit bigger as well. So I guess we need to go get a forklift. And let's get a schematic. I also need a feather, so I guess these chickens are going to have a bad time. Sorry. Then we can make schematic and quill. Ooh, we got some cooked chicken as well. Don't mind if I do. And we can just take a schematic of this forklift over here. Call that temp forklift. Then we'll grab an empty schematic. Make a copy of that. Let's have a quick look, see how this is going to look over here. So we probably want it something like that, and we are going to tilt it and make it actually look crashed. But if the hole starts here, that should create quite a nice little barrier. And if we do this right, we might be able to have it so that the balls can be chipped directly over it, which is probably not a bad idea. But anyway, let's see what we need to get this built. So I imagine we're going to be missing a bunch of stuff. Tell you what, we're not missing too much. I can probably make a bunch of that here. Well, we're still missing a few bits, but we'll just go grab them from the warehouse, blast this into existence, and then we'll work out how to make it look crashed. Look at that. It looks like we've got everything in stock. That was 5 rail, 2 shroom lights, train controls, placard, factory gauge, and mushroom blocks. Excellent. Let's run the checklist one more time. We are good to go. And while that's doing that, we're going to grab ourselves another mechanical bearing, another valve, and some super glue. Now, the first thing we're going to do is remove all of this, because I just want it to be an empty forklift. Oh, looks like I had it set to don't replace solid blocks, so it's kind of missed the back here a little bit. But that's okay, the back's not important anyway, that's all going to be blocked off. So let's get it glued together. Okay, I think I've got it all. Guess there's only one way to find out. Let's stick that on there. Set it to when anchor destroyed, as always. Set this to just a few degrees. We have it maybe like that. I mean, dig out some of the floor as well, as if it's just smashed up the floor. That should create quite a nice hazard. Let's just raise it by 1 notch. Oh, this forklift has made a right old mess. So I think for a concept, that works quite well. You should just still be able to chip a ball over it. If the ball lands on it, you should be able to get on and take a shot. We've just got to fit it all in over here now. So how are we going to make this look good? Let's go grab some stuff and have a little play about. And a short while later, I think we're just about done. I've just sort of blackened out the back edge of this. Although I should probably cover that mechanical bit there as well. But I think this works pretty well. And then down here, we've actually got liquid black dye. Because what that will do is catch the boxes, push them this way. And if we look underneath, we'll just hop into free cam. We have some collection chutes and some fire. So if anyone falls in this hole, their box or ball is going to get destroyed. Though currently, if a player falls in there, there's no way out. I should probably add a ladder somewhere. Let's quickly do that before I forget. I guess we should probably put the ladder here. Oh, maybe not on that bottom bit. Cool, that works. Right, I want to start getting some ice in here. And once again, we're going to leave an edge next to these walls just so the balls don't slide straight into them. I'm hoping it will give just a little bit of leeway on the shots. So that's the hole so far. I just need to work out where I want to put the finish. And I think I want to have it sort of hidden around the back of this. So I guess we only need to extend the warehouse a little bit further to make this work. So I'm going to get this wall here built up, and then we'll figure out where to put the remaining bits of scenery and clutter and things like that. But I'm really pleased with how this is coming out so far, although we definitely need some lighting. We're currently in cheaty night vision mode at the moment, so it looks fine, but it's really not. Well, the wall's up. I've added a couple of extra shipping crates, which I think helps. But I do want to add something in this corner. I think I've had enough of the shipping crates for now. I've got an idea. How about we just have a big old pile of pumps? These are one of the components for the Megabots after all, so this does make sense. That's what I'm telling myself. So maybe we can have like a full pallet, and then we can have a pile of just some loose ones. Maybe with some trapdoors, we can make this look like a sealed pallet. Yeah, I think that just mixes it up a little bit. Let's maybe have another container over here just to build that side up a little bit more. Okay, this is looking pretty good. All I need to do now is sort out some lighting, cover the floor, and of course put in the whole collection and ball dispenser. And we could definitely do with decorating the walls and making them look nicer as well. Thinking about it, we could really do with the ceiling as well. Short while later, we're making good progress. We've got our floor in, that's looking pretty good. Got our ceiling in, we've got some lights, and I even put a great big hole in the ceiling just to make this place look a little bit more trashed. But I have just had an idea, and I'm wondering if I do this and select, say, nope, that one's too big. Maybe this one? Nope, this one. There we go, that looks good. Yeah, then we can actually assign these shipping crates to some of the companies in the shopping district. This is cool. So what other ones could we do? Maybe Beardy Power Co. So I've just made this look a little bit more worn in Photoshop. Let's maybe do that. Yeah, this looks so cool. I don't really want to put them on the lower levels though, because if you hit these with a stick, they are going to pop off the walls. So that's not ideal. But as a general little design thing, it looks pretty good. No one's going to be swinging around this bit. Maybe I can see if someone else has got a sign we can use. Sadly, there's nothing that's a usable size and also a PNG from the others. Oh well, still a nice touch. So I've still got to hook up the mechanics for the hole, and I still need to do something about these walls. They're very, very plain and boring. Let's see what we can do about that. So texture-wise, I'm going to try putting in some darker patches using oak and birch. Stripped, of course, otherwise that would just look weird. But I think this could work quite nicely. Yeah, that's not looking too bad. I've added some around this hole in the wall as well, which I think is looking pretty good. Oh yes, it also works pretty well under the air vents. And up in the corner here, I've also added some pale oak leaves in some boards, and I think that helps. Let's maybe get a few of these up here as well. What I think we really need, though, is another big bit of graffiti. How about this? Join the Rovolution today. Actually works pretty well up there, especially above the forklift. Makes it look like it was done intentionally. What I think we also need to do is stick some stuff to the walls. Things like fans and links and pipes and all that sort of jazz. Now, let's start off with a bunch of fans over here. Do the old angled shoot trick because that looks pretty good. Then we'll have a shaft coming out the top of that for no apparent reason with a lever. And we'll also connect that up to a bunch of furnaces over here because why not? It might look like some kind of weird venti type thing. Not a bad start, but we need more. To be honest, I should probably put a little bit of the textury bits underneath these as well. Now, I'm trying to be careful not to overdo it. We don't want to have too much on the walls. Maybe I'll save the pipes for the other side, because I think this is actually looking pretty good so far. So I think we're going to leave it at that for now. I'm just going to sort out the mechanics for the hole, and then that'll be hole 4 complete. Although adding a giant crack to the wall does look pretty good. Right, let's stop getting distracted and finish off this hole. And there we go. Oh, I made a mistake. I realized I needed to put redstone in and I broke a belt before actually turning it off. So, yeah, boxes everywhere. Right, there we go. That's better. Now we can just cover that up, put the redstone in. In fact, we should probably put the redstone in first. And now, there we go. We have our next hole. Let's just destroy all these extra ones. Right, that is hole 4 complete. And it looks awesome. Now onto hole 5, which is going to start around here somewhere and go off in this direction. And then we can probably snake another one back in that way, I reckon. Now for hole 5, the first thing I want to do is work out where the other warehouse wall's going to be. And I'm thinking maybe about here. And then that's going to leave us plenty of space over on this side to actually make another tunnel. Tunnel? That's not what I meant. We're going to make another hole. But it's going to be on the other side of a wall from this one. If we were to block in most of it and then maybe have an entrance here, that will take us through to the next hole. We could do like an open garage door or something there, I reckon. But we'll worry about that later. For now, let's get this wall built up and figure out what we're going to do for this hole. Now, let me think. If we were to put in maybe like a shipping container here, you could have the hole over here somewhere, and then the normal route would be to go around this way, but if you wanted to risk going this way, then the payoff is that you get a better line to the hole. But what's the risk? I mean, we could just knock out a big hole in the floor. They could be quite risky, I suppose. Maybe a couple more shipping crates. But I'd quite like this one here to be angled, so what we could probably do is hide a mechanical bearing down there. To make that work, we're going to need to make sure we glue everything apart from that center central column there. That should do it. And we put the bearing in there. Probably actually make sure that's set correctly. Valve on top, and then we can slightly rotate it. That's probably all it needs, to be honest, just to make it a bit more interesting around here. But I reckon that'll work quite nicely. We'll get some more boxes and things like that in, get some detail in, turn the floor into ice, of course. But yeah, this should work. A nice relaxing hole number 5. Unless you go this way, which won't be very relaxing at all, no doubt. That's the ice in. I've added a few honey patches as well, just to make things a little bit more interesting. We've got our lighting down, so we just need to cover this floor and sort out this hole here. There we go. That's looking better. We've got a leaky pipe to explain why it's all honey sticky down there, but the rest is just not really explained. But I have tried to hint at where it is with some tuff, though some areas don't have honey but still have tuff. So yeah, you can't rely just on that. I need to get some more black dye to put in that hole, as well as a little destruction system for the balls. And of course, I need to make the walls look good. Let's do a mini little time lapse and get this hole finished. Oh yes, this place is looking awesome. It's taken me nearly all day, but I think it was definitely worth it. This room is looking very cool. We've got lots of details on. We've got more chants and things written on the walls. The robots really aren't happy. Got some pipes in on this side. Lots of boxes and clutter and things like that. I just need to put a sign and a button here, but it is all linked up underneath as well, so the boxes are being delivered. And then we have this garage exit over here, which will go onto hole number 6. Have we done 5 holes now? I think we've done 5 holes now, haven't we? But we're going to introduce a new hazard or 2 on this particular hole. First things first, though, I need to expand this warehouse a bit. And I think something about that size and about that tall is going to work. I don't want it to be the same height as the warehouse. That's way too tall for a corridor this thin. Let's get a roof on this thing, and then we'll start designing the hole. The roof is now on, and apologies if you can hear a buzzing in the background. I've got the aircon on because it's ridiculously hot today. But anyway, let's talk about hazards. So, what I want to do for this one is potentially add like a little trick shot. So a particular shot that's not easy to make, but if you do, you get a hole in one because, well, I think it's about time we had a hole in one. It's not really possible on any of them so far. So let's make ourselves a little hole so we can access our storage van and grab some bits and bobs. Now let's just mark out where the start's going to be. Let's maybe offset the starting point a little bit. And what I want to do is have an easier shot. So we'll put in maybe a vault here. You'll see why in just a moment. And then I want to have a harder shot, which is going to need another vault. In fact, this one here, I think I'm going to make it a small vault. Going to have an input andesite funnel there and an output one there. So if you hit your box into that, it's going to instantly come out on this side, and I'll show you what we're doing with that in a moment. But this one here, I want this one to be the trick shot. So we're going to make things quite difficult. We'll start off by raising the funnel off the ground, but we're also going to have a pit of doom in front of it. So if you do miss the shot, it will destroy your ball. So that's the pit of doom, but it's probably still not quite hard enough yet. So what we're also going to do is add some fans on this side, give them a grate over the front, and now let's give them some power. And if we just do that, then the nearest spot of power is probably down here. Yep, we'll just bring that over and see which way the fans are going. We want them to be pulling, ideally. Yes, excellent. I want to make sure they're definitely traveling at max speed though, so we're just going to add in a speed controller. Ow! Stop it. Let's just stick that in there. Adjust this slightly, let that to max speed, add in a large cog, and do that. Just make sure the direction's correct. But now we know they are definitely pulling with the maximum amount of force, which should make this shot quite difficult. And if it's too difficult, we can just adjust the speed of the fans, but I think that should be okay. They look awful though, so let's go grab some boards and some pillar blocks. I reckon we can still make them look like shipping containers. So if we do this... Yeah, look at that. It's like a tiny little shipping container. And we'll do this one in red. Can't do this bit here next to the fans, though, but I reckon we can get away with that. Yeah, that's good enough. It might look a bit better if we did that one as well. Then on this side, we're going to need an exit, but we can cover up the rest. All right, looking good. Now, the question is, have I done that too far away from here to actually be able to make the shot? Let's do a quick test. If the parcel was to come out there... Oh, okay. I almost did it on the first shot. Let's give it another go. See if it's actually doable. I reckon I need to go a little bit more to the left. Yeah. Okay, cool. So it is doable. That's good. We'll also put in a few other obstacles and bits around here. I mean, we could even expand that hole there over to this side a little bit. In fact, I might just do that. Yeah, that works well. Then we can break up the bottom of this wall a little bit here. Just get these bits combined. Now, I'm going to need more liquid black dye to finish that off. So we're going to take our buckets back to our starter workshop because that's where I've been making it. So if we mix dye and water over here, we get black dye, or liquid black dye, I should say. We only had enough left for 2 buckets. Hopefully that's going to be enough. Although we are going to need more for the other parts as well. So maybe I just need to grab myself a little bit more coal. But luckily, it's all over the floor down here. And if we grind down that coal, that will give us black dye. And we'll chuck that in here and get more liquid black dye. But I've only got 3 buckets on me, so I guess 3 buckets is going to have to do for now. So let's get rid of these bits. What I want to know is, can we make everything push into the corner where there's already a tube? So I think apart from maybe needing another bucket over here, that could work. Yep, now I think no matter where you go, it's always going to push into this corner. Excellent. Let's just add a couple of bars, and then we'll stick some copycat bits in here just to break up the wall a little bit. Maybe on that side too. Right, I think that works pretty well as a hazard. Let's just sort out this one as well. So we want some bars. We want a hole where everything's going to get pushed into. And then we're going to need more black dye. I need to buy myself some chutes from Chosen's Mall because I've run out. But then that should be that side of the hole finished. Right, so we're going to set a fire down there. Pick a chute in the top. And then try and get everything pouring in the same direction. Right, does that work? Oh, I think we need another bucket here. And maybe another one here, actually. Okay, fine. More black dye. So that was one there and one there. Right, there we go. I think we've got it all now. But I might just need to double up on the fire. So if we just do that, then remove all these, we should be good. Right. Let's put an exit ladder on in case people fall in. And to be honest, I need to put one over here as well. But besides the ice floor and some proper lighting, I think that's this side done. Now, once it gets over here, this is where I want things to get a little bit more interesting. So we're going to have the hole maybe like here. And then we want to have a weighted ejector plate that goes over to here from under this one. So that's your hole-in-one shot, basically. This guy, however, not so lucky. So we just want that one to plop around about there. I need to get rid of that and that bit there. Or maybe not, actually, because I need to sink that into the ground anyway. And what we're going to do is just make a little bit of a gap around the edge here because we want to make sure the packages definitely fall on the weighted ejector. And to ensure it doesn't get caught on any lips or edges or things like that, we're just going to remove them. So if we grab some copycat slabs and put those in, it does occur to me I didn't actually need to remove that bit there. Put a gap in there so we can get power to it. So I've had to make a few adjustments around this side just so I can get the power in and keep it hidden. And in fact, with the one on this side, I'm actually just going to raise it up a block and put it in front of that. And then we'll send the power up on the side here. And then we'll just put loads of boxes and stuff around there to hide that, I think. In fact, I might do the same with this side. Not sure I like the look of the sunken floor there. Now to sort out the rest of the course. First up, I'm thinking maybe let's move the hole over one space this way, which doesn't affect the line of that box for the hole-in-one. Good, good. Then we'll stick a nice big shipping crate in here. I think we're going to move this back a bit as well. Then on this side, let's just have a big pile of cardboard. And I think it's time to introduce Dave, our very first moving hazard. So what we're going to need is a corridor for him to arrive from and a corridor to disappear into, which, oof, it's a bit tight around here. Tell you what, let's make this container a little bit shorter and we'll have that as Dave's exit corridor. Probably going to want a couple more hazards here just to make things awkward for whoever chose this route. Right, so Dave here, he's very simple. You just do that, give him some eyes, a couple of wheels on each side, and of course, a mouth, which is a sweeper. And little Dave here, he's going to drive around, and obviously if your box gets caught in front of him, he's going to eat it. So yeah, you got to watch out for Dave, which does of course stand for Destructive Automated Vehicle Entity, Dave. And what we're going to do is stick him on a minecart and just have him going backwards and forwards down this corridor, which means I need to expand these walls. I need to do the fog effect again. I'm going to need a minecart contraption and some rail, and of course a bit of super glue. I'm also going to need a way to empty him, so I'm probably going to put a storage interface underneath somewhere and then just have that dispose of into fire. But yeah, beware of Dave. In fact, maybe we should give a warning at the start here. There we go, just a little friendly warning. Right, let's get Dave on the move. So first up, let's just grab our little contraption. We'll stick him in there instead. Then we're going to stick a portable storage interface there, a second one over here. In fact, we're going to move it over a little bit because it'll only work when it's actually a contraption. Then if we do that, some netherrack, set that on fire, then that should empty the barrel of anything it picks up. This side, we'll just do this. We're going to have a timer set to go off every, say, 20 seconds. In fact, let's make that 15. We're going to extend that pulse just to make sure it definitely works. And then we're going to do the same thing over here, but we want this one going off much more regularly. In fact, I'll tell you what, let's just put them both on permanently and then it will just bounce between the two, right? So let's just make a bunch of levers for these and see if this is actually connecting or not. It's not. I should probably put it on the other side. There you go, that one connected that time. So let's just move the fire pit over here and we should be done with that bit. Okay, he looks quite cool. I like that. Now, we don't have a lot of space for the corridors on this one, so we're going to have to do things slightly differently. Differently to how we did in the fan tunnel, that is, where we made the nice big fog effect. So let's start by putting some glass at the front here, glass further back. So I guess we're going to get a small fog effect, but not much of one, because I'm going to need to block it off with this. So how does that look? Okay, yeah, not too bad. Not as bad as I thought it was going to, but I think I do want to make the doorway just a block taller. Yeah, that's better. Looks like a full-size corridor now. So let's just do the same over on this side. All right, that is Dave in place. He's doing his rounds, and he's just picked up a few blocks. Will he drop them off? Looks like it. Okay, so now we just need to cover the floor with ice, add some finer details, and work out how we're going to get to the next hole. And I think for that, I've got a bit of an idea. And I'm wondering if maybe we can just have a broken bit of wall here that kind of then joins into another one of those creepy corridors we had up the top. Then we have like a little hole that sort of goes round in a dog leg to make use of the space. So we can have it come around this way. And then that gets us over here with lots of space for a brand new hole. That sounds like a plan. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's get this one finished first. We've got some weird bits here to be working with from the other side. But besides that, the walls and ceiling are looking pretty bland. And we haven't even put the ice or the lights on the course yet. So let's get that done. About 45 minutes later, and we're definitely looking much more complete in here. I think this hole is pretty much done. So we've got the ball delivery system in, we've got some details, we've got cracks in the walls and some holes as well, once again, so we can see more pipes. I've sorted out the starter area as well. And then over the other side, the floor is done. We've got a few more boxy barrier type things going on. The last thing I need to do is just connect up the hole, and then we'll be ready to go through here onto hole 7. So we'll just do the same thing that we've done on every other hole so far. So we'll make sure the box breaks, creates cobble, sends it to the smart observer, and then rings a bell. And anything we chuck in here, as long as it's cobble, we're going to get the bell sound. Excellent. So that is hole 6 completely done, which means we're officially a third of the way there on completing the course. This is taking quite a while, but it's definitely worth it. And I do just want to take a moment to say thank you for all the epic ideas on this. In fact, Dave came from a Discord discussion with a few community members, and it's really made a difference to this hole. And we've still got another 12 holes to do. So keep your ideas coming in the comments and over in Discord, and we'll try and integrate as much as we can. And I've also had people asking about schematics. They will, of course, be available once the golf course is complete. I'll release a schematic of the entire thing. But that's probably going to be a few episodes away yet, because sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Love you, Dave. Welcome back to another episode of Just Create, where for the last few episodes, we've been building mechs and designing a mini golf course in an abandoned factory. So far, we have 6 of the 18 holes, so we've still got a ways to go, but I love how it's all coming together. I especially love Dave. Weird. That seems to happen every time I say Dave. But anyway, today we're going to get some more holes in, hopefully get to at least half a completed course. But we're also going to introduce more mechanics and hazards to keep things interesting for the players and, of course, for you lovely people watching. Now, the next big hole is going to be hole number 8, and I think I'm going to use the big space over there for that. And that means we're going to use hole number 7 to get ourselves from here over to there. So I think it's time for another creepy corridor. Now, let's start this hole by marking out the corridor. We'll work out a route that this is going to go. So if we imagine that is the edge of the wall, that's the wall on this side, and I think over this way we'll probably just have it fade into one of those darkened corridors again. We're going to be using the glass fog effect quite a lot on this particular hole, I think. So I want to have lots of corridors, but only one route that you take. Right, so we'll start off going this way, and then I want to have a bend in the corridor. Then we'll go this way, all the way down to the end. Nice, long, spooky corridor. Just bring this corridor across. So that's going to be the basic shape of the hole. Let's just get the edges of the floor in because, of course, the middle bit's all going to be ice. I think at maybe about this point here, what I want to do is have another corridor that goes off in this direction. Another one off this way. In fact, we'll just have it going off on that side. That should work. And what I want to do is have a massive hole here, a big broken bit of floor, something like that. So you've got a massive gap you need to get across. And I think that's going to work quite nicely. But let's get the walls built up, get a roof on the corridor, and then we'll start planning out all the hazards and cool things we're going to have on this hole, because I've got a few ideas for fun stuff to do. So I need bone blocks and smooth stone. So that's the walls and roof in. Obviously, we will texture them and make them look nicer, but I figured it might be good to have a hole in the roof up here as well, just to sort of tie it in with what's going on the floor. But what we also need to do is get the final hole in and fill out the course with a whole bunch of ice. That's the ice down. Now let's start designing the rest of the hole. We may as well start down this side. In fact, maybe we should sort out the lighting first. That way we can get rid of all the torches on the ground. So that's the lighting in. We've got a little bit of a flickering light down at that side that occasionally goes on and off. We've got a little flicker here every sort of 10 seconds or so, and a very minor flicker that happens here every 15 or 20 seconds. But that should do nicely. We might add a couple more of these underfloor lights in the particularly dark areas, but I think that's looking good. Now to work out this hole, and what I want to do is have a potential sort of trick shot over here. What I'm thinking is, if we have a singular fan, if you land directly in the path of that, it would be awesome if it blew you over this way. Then maybe had a secondary fan there that blew you this way, maybe just 4 or 5 blocks, just to give you enough space to actually be able to go straight over this hole. And while we're working down here, I'm just going to turn the brightness up again so you can see exactly what's going on. It's much easier for everyone. So let's sort out these fans. They're going to want varying speeds, so we're just going to start with the speed controller. Ow! That's not very nice, fella. Go away. Oh, now I'm on fire. Jeez. I really need to ditch this fire aspect sword. It never works out well. Right, so power. That looks like the closest power. Let's go steal ourselves some of that. There we go. Now it's currently blowing in the wrong direction and not very far. So let's up this to 32, put it on the top line. Now, how far does it blow things? Still not far enough. How about that? No, we still need a little bit more. Well, it turns out the perfect amount was 112. Who knew? Right, let's sort out this one next. We'll do the same thing. We'll just start with a speed controller. Get that hooked up to that guy. We don't want this one to be very strong, so I think about that will do. If a package comes from this way, gets caught in the airstream. Yep, it's getting blown over that way somewhere. Okay, cool. I like that. Do need to make this make a bit more sense, though. So maybe what we should do is actually stick a second fan on top, but not have that one turned on. Just sort of disguise them as little aircon units. Nice. But I think we need another hazard, and I'm thinking let's cut out a little doorway here and a small doorway opposite and another doorway here. What I want to do is offer an alternative route here, but I'm gonna have a bot that's kind of going around the doorways here. And what we could actually do is just have it sort of going around in circles around this bit here. Let's grab some bits to finish building up these walls and the floor, and then we can see what we're working with a little bit better. So if we turn our video brightness back down, we've got a nice dull light in here. Let's just cover up the front of that. There we go. But if the ball's going to pop out around here somewhere, you do have an option to slide through there, but there's going to be a bot going around that's going to cause you some trouble. And I might even put a couple of boxes on this corner just to make that route a little bit more difficult. So far, so good. Let's get this bot going around, and then it's pretty much just going to be decoration and final blocks and hazards and things like that. So I think this time we're going to have a standard bot. Going to have him holding a depot, a redstone link on top. And this guy's not going to destroy your boxes, but he is going to knock them around a bit and send them off course. In fact, I've changed my mind. I don't think I want it to be one of these guys carrying a depot. We're going to use a barrel there. We're going to stick the panicked arms on his side. I think that's going to look much better if he's just going around in circles. Now, let's sort out a track for him. So one powered rail should be enough to keep him circling. Then we'll just put him on some glass. Move the ones either side just to make the glass as small as possible. We just need to stick this dude together. Should be as simple as that. We just give him a little nudge to get him started. Get the floor filled back in. And then, yep, he's just whizzing around in a panic. I like that. Certainly going to make that shot a lot trickier because you've got to be quick. I think I want to have one last obstacle, though, over this side. I think it's time for another Dave. There we go. We have another Dave. Let's just give Dave a drop-off point. And we're also going to need to make sure he's going in the right direction. So we'll give him a portable storage interface there. And we'll have the drop-off maybe just around the back here somewhere. We're also going to need a powered rail around here. So let's just stick one there. And this is going to be nice and simple. Just a little fire pit for the packages. So we should be able to pick up this guy. Oh, if we put a minecart underneath. Let's move him over here. Give him a nudge to get him started. He should make it all the way around every time. Excellent. Let's just fill in all these holes. And that is almost the very last hazard. There's one more thing I want to do. So if somebody's taking the shot through here, how about we have a leaky pipe and a bit of a water hazard here. So let's see now. If we were to do something like this, and we'll have a burst pipe there. That can carry on elsewhere. But let's stick a little valve in there as well. That's cool. Just need some water now. Should just be able to waterlog those tiles. Excellent. Got an idea though. How about we do something like this? Just to break up the edges a little bit more. Yep, we can still waterlog that one. That's cool. So there's a chance your box might not go in the water, but it probably will if it goes off in that direction. And I'm not so sure on that valve either. It seems a little bit chunky. Let's maybe do that. Get some brackets on it. And we'll figure out where that's going shortly. But I think I'm ready now to just get onto the decoration stage. So we've got to black out the ends of these tunnels that don't actually go anywhere. Got to do the fog effect on these bits here as well. And this bit. We've got to sort out this trap. So yeah, lots of things to do. We've even got to make all the walls look good. So it may well be time for a talkie time lapse. Let's go. Started by adding the fog tunnels to finish off the main corridors, then added a few more pipes throughout. For the ceiling hole, I replaced the edges with some tuff and created a recess where I could add some girders, bars and pipes to complete the effect. I then added a leaking pipe and some honey block flooring as a small additional hazard, then shaped the course edges by adding piles of boxes, barrels and some other bits. I then stuck a bunch of stuff to the walls, added some more chutes and boxes to clutter things further, then got to work texturing the walls. The fog effect corridors were looking a bit bland though, so I broke in and added some clutter down those too, which created a very cool effect with the barrels. I then sorted out the big pit hazard in the center with more fire and black dye and added a few locked doors along the hallway. No hole would be complete without some graffiti though, so I added some new slogans for the Rovolution, then finally added the floor and hooked up the golfing mechanics. And now I'm pleased to say that hole 7 is complete. And look at this, I think it's looking awesome. We've got let loose the cogs of war, all brass, no masters. I'm running out of slogans, people, I need some help. We've still got another 11 holes to do yet, but overall I'm very pleased with how this has come out. I particularly like the sort of barrels fading into the background of that corridor there. I just need a little sign to say it's hole 7, but other than that, we are all set up and good to go. Just before I actually got to building this hole, however, I did speak to Chosen. He was having trouble with some redstone gauges, so I tried to help with that, but I wasn't helpful at all. But then following that, I had some questions for him. I have some questions about your subpar building materials.
Yeah, about that. I noticed that earlier, and I tried to fix it. I did spray some sealant on there. To prevent it from melting more.
Why is it happening? Why are your building blocks melting?
Well,
what kind of subpar products are you selling?
Well, they're technically I never set them up for build. They're in the chocolate shop. Like I thought you were gonna eat those.
Right, I see. I've built my building out of chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't say it was called chocolate. It said it was called like scoria or something. Is scoria just a fake name for chocolate?
Yeah, I mean it's made from chocolate, so yeah.
Right.
Chocolate, yeah, it's literally hardened chocolate, but the interior block should be fine. Like the so long as it's like room temperature should be fine, but like yeah, the outside is got a little bit of a problem there.
Is it gonna get worse?
No, I sprayed it.
You sprayed it.
Yeah, I sprayed it with some sealer.
You put sunscreen on my chocolate building.
Yeah, I put some sealer on there, and I don't think it's going to happen anymore.
Right. Well,
yeah.
Thanks, I guess, for the sealant. It certainly adds character.
You're welcome.
I guess.
Yeah.
Do you want to run a little test with me?
Of course.
Yes. Basically, I've got a few holes of minigolf.
Okay.
And I feel like my testing is a bit biased because I've been testing a little bit as I go, and I kind of want to just see how a newbie would get on with it and see if it's workable.
Oh, I'm excited. Oh, and the robots are freaking fantastic.
Do you like my robots? They move and
Oh,
everything.
they're great. They are fantastic. There's so many like gizmos and gadgets on here. Oh, I've never seen the underside of the bell either.
It looks cool.
Oh, that's so cool. It
Yeah.
pulses. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah. And also,
Oh,
when
my
I
goodness.
move the arm, it rings.
Oh, that's great.
Currently, because it's still in testing, you can't actually get clubs directly from Jimmy. So we've got a
Okay.
basic set of clubs here for you. So you got your putter, then you got your
Ooh.
9-iron, your 6-iron, and your 3-iron. So your 3-iron hits the furthest, your putter hits the closest, basically. So there's a couple of practice
Okay.
holes just so you can get used to how the sticks work, and then we're going to play 6 holes of mini golf.
So putter in order from small shot to largest. Putter, 3-iron, 6-iron, 9-iron?
No, it's putter 9,
never-
6, 3. Yeah, I didn't
Putter
either. Fox told me all
9,
this.
6, 3.
Yeah.
I am no mini golf expert, but I'm gonna be after now.
Well, technically, if it was mini golf, you'd only have a putter, but you'd be able to hit it different amounts with your human strength. But this is Minecraft,
Right.
so these are technically all putters of different strengths, as far as I'm concerned.
Ooh.
Anyway,
I
so
noticed a knockback 3. Nice.
yeah. Expensive knockback 3, but definitely worth it. Yeah, because I bought it and I was like, okay, that's cool. And then I went to put it on, and I was like, oh no, wait a minute. And then I had to pay the same price again to get the cake to get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Smart business tactics chosen. I'm not even mad.
Yeah, it was great.
Not even
was
mad.
great.
Right, anyway, so
Yeah.
yeah, press the button, have a couple of, just go on the practice hole here, just get used to how things work.
Okay. Putter.
Can I just
Ooh.
say, you're the first person who didn't instantly pick up the box because they right-clicked.
Oh, I went to
You
punch
left
it like it
clicks.
was a
Yeah,
mob.
yeah, like a normal person
Yeah,
would. Yeah. Eggs and Foxy didn't do that. Anyway, sorry, yeah, carry
It's
on.
almost like I've done this before. I don't know. All right, putter. Let's see. Can I get it right in the hole?
Oh, that's a shame.
That was a big hit.
Yeah, so
Can
now
I-
you've
can
got to
I-
figure out, you can...
Oh.
You're not supposed to
Oh.
do that.
Oh.
That's technically an illegal move
Oh.
to nudge it. You
Oh,
have
it's
to...
illegal. All right.
Yeah, so now you're gonna have to like hit away
Can you-
from the
can
hole
you
to be able
jump
to hit
up?
back into the hole.
Can you jump up? Oh, no,
No.
that doesn't work.
No, but
Alright.
see, this is what the practice
figure
holes
it
are for. This is good.
Oh,
This is
wow.
good.
What's this one? Can we bounce it off the wall? Let's go to the biggest one.
They don't bounce off the walls,
Oh!
sadly. No, they hit the wall and stop dead. I even tried making walls out of slime. They don't bounce, and if you hit them really like hard at a slime wall when you're standing next to it, they just go straight through the wall. Each club has 2 different speeds as well. If you hit it while you're standing still, it does one thing, but if you're running towards it and hit it, then it will go about an extra 2 blocks.
What if you go backwards and hit it?
I mean, that was just a beautiful shot chosen. Oh, look at that. Hole in one.
That was fantastic.
Absolutely
yeah,
nailed it.
that did work. Yeah, it almost seems like the angle matters.
Do you feel ready for some test holes now?
I think so. This is so sick. It's like the back rooms.
Yeah, I've never played the back
I love the.
rooms, but,
You know what?
yeah.
I love the use of flickering lights. I would high five you right now. This is definitely a me thing. I would definitely do too.
Nice.
All right.
I'm glad you
And
approve.
the hole is all the way in the back.
I mean, there's a sign on the wall that
Where?
suggests that maybe your box needs to go down there.
Yeah. This is definitely a yeeting hole. Line it up.
Oh.
And-
oh.
wait.
Oh, it didn't quite go
Wow,
down the
the
hole.
edge.
Hmm.
What is that?
Yeah. That's a
You have
shame.
some sticky stuff. Oh, I see. This is why I should have scoped the hole out 1st.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, your turn.
Yeah. Right. So, I'm also gonna try yeet. Oh, dang it. Didn't quite make it. So I am
This is-
closer to the hole, so I will go
Okay.
before you.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we block each other's shots. So yeah, I'll go down there. I'll just call the elevator in the meantime.
All right, I'll take mine. Boop. All right, let's go. This is not spooky at all.
I'm on the left, you're on the right.
Yeah, I'd assume.
So let me maybe this. Ah, dang it, too hard.
Okay.
That was a 6-iron for reference.
I don't know if I can get over that.
Ooh, that's not a bad position
you know what?
to be in.
It's up against the wall. It's up against the wall though.
Yeah, I'm in a bit of a pickle because I'm
This
up
could be
against this
rough.
wall. Yeah. I've got to chip it off that
Oh.
wall. I'm still closest, so I'll chip it off that
Mhm.
wall. Can I do that? Oh, no! Hey.
Okay, so we can get right up on the edge then, and like.
Yeah, and then
like,
make it. And then if you look slightly
you
to
kind
the
of
right.
aim it on the corner. Yeah.
Yeah. So you should
Something
be able to
like-
get it in from there.
Oh.
Oh. Those lights.
Yeah, that was rough. But now I know how to get it off the wall.
Yes.
Oh, I feel like I have an
Yes.
advantage.
Yeah.
Nobody else gets to test this out. All right. Then like that. And then like this. Perfect. Oh, this is cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Hole 2.
Hole 2. After you, sir.
Oh, man. Okay. Oh, man. These do line up perfectly, too. This is going to be a big, big eat one. Okay, here we go.
Oh, it was good.
It went all the way through.
Oh, nice.
That's perfect. It's right by the hole.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it overshot. Oh, this is gonna be hard.
I almost blocked your shot then as well. Got stuck on the ice.
Oh, and it's in. Okay.
What?
Love this hole.
And it's
That's
in.
fantastic.
It's still on the fan
Yeah.
for me.
Oh,
That's
Look,
weird.
It's held and
Oh.
everything.
I'm going to quickly reconnect. Okay, right. I'm back.
Uh-huh.
I realised I was uploading a video in the background, so I think that might have been my issue.
That'll do it.
I did nothing. Right, okay. Can I get this in from here? No, not like that. Oh, now I'm stuck on the fan. Right, I'm going to hit it before it goes too far.
Yeah. Oh, that's so close.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's just barely hanging
The
over.
thing is, once it gets that close, all I can do is hit it further away. Hey.
There you go. Oh, I'm just gonna
Oh.
eat it there.
Okay.
There it
It's
goes.
gone. Yeah.
Is it gone?
Yeah,
Like it's
feel
just
free to
gone?
follow it. I'll be up there in just a sec.
Oh, okay. This is sick. Oh, just watching the package.
Oh,
and it landed right
I landed on top of you.
Okay.
Well, technically you're closer, but I'm happy to
Yeah,
hit
I'm
mine
closer.
first if you prefer.
Oh, I'll give it a shot. I'm gonna try and scoot back here and give it a gentle tap.
Oh,
All right.
no, you're in a
Ooh.
pickle now.
Okay.
Oh, I went too far.
Man, I wonder if there's any special strats that just haven't been discovered yet. Like, I want to just try aiming directly
Hey.
down.
Yeah,
Jumping?
I just did that and it felt
No.
like it didn't go as far. But it could just be placebo effect at this stage.
Definitely.
We're slowly making our way into the factory.
Cogs against the machine. This is wild looking. Yeah, the cracks in the wall. Oh my god, like a Ripley Believe It or Not sort of situation with things coming out of the walls. Oh, that's so cool.
I don't know what Ripley's Believe It or Not is.
Wait, oh, and the liquid underneath is great. Yeah, it's like if you Google it. I mean, I'm sure somebody will Google it. They have like their outside buildings are like upside down.
Oh, you've got a bit of a dodgy start that time. That's why I like the dispensers, because you never know quite where the ball's going to go. Oh, from where you started, that was a really good effort to get in there, actually. Right, oh, okay, so I'm on this side. So I guess I should go that way. Ah, dang it.
Oh.
I didn't end up in the hazard, but I'm not in a good place.
Oh, I love this leading out. It's actually, that's crazy looking.
I had a lot of fun with this.
That's actually crazy looking. Okay.
I was standing over there and I was like, I wonder if I could make a forklift crash through the wall.
It looks so good. This is such fun.
Hey, I got it in. That took me like many shots.
You have to be like just right. Okay.
Yeah,
I think
that's a good setup.
this
Though.
might
It's a good
actually-
setup.
This might actually go in.
Hey,
I backed up. I don't know if that helps.
I don't know, but it definitely looked good.
All right, hole 5. I'm gonna really get this. That's great.
Right, after seeing that,
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Okay.
Okay, that did not go how planned. I think I landed in the honey.
Were you gonna knock my box in? Is that what you were trying to do?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Be an interesting strat. I'm gonna angle this right here, and then Okay.
Oof.
Oh my goodness, that's perfect because I'm like right here. This
Oh, you
lines up
are.
beautifully.
Although
We just need a little step.
I was about to say you're in honey though.
Oh, it's.
The rough bits are sand traps.
I did. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. That's awesome.
Not all of them, but some of them. So you never quite know. That was a
Fantastic.
good finish. Right,
I'm
I need
assuming
to
you have
basically
hit it harder then.
I need to get mine out from behind there so that I can.
Now you got like a clear shot. That looks like a 9-iron sort of shot.
Yeah, I forgot to change club. Oh no, I'm in this place.
It's beautiful. Yeah, I think that shorter range club will be fantastic. Yeah, like a negative knockback. Oh, all right. Let me scope it out. Okay, we got fan that goes here. We got to get it into there or into there. Okay, I like. Oh my God, there's a moving hazard.
Yeah. Oh, that's Dave.
Who is? That's Dave. Okay,
Yeah.
Dave the sweeper bot. All right.
Yeah. Don't get caught in front of him. It will get you.
Okay, so probably a bad idea going out of the wait, it's a weighted ejector. Oh.
Where does it go? Do you try the trick shot or do you play it safe? That is the question.
Yeah, that is the question. Wait, this one yeets it too. Oh man, but it doesn't look like it. I'm not playing it safe. I can't do that. I can't play it safe.
That's what I like to hear.
I've got to shoot it straight right there into the fan. It'll get blown and swept into that. Okay, we're going for it. Here we go. Big brain. All right, line it up, and here we go.
Oh, into the hazards.
Okay, well it doesn't blow the way I thought. All right, well, yeah.
Right, let me.
I got to line it up.
Oh, first time.
You got it in.
Boom. Oh, did
and
you hit?
Wait, it goes right. Yeah, it goes right into the hole.
Did you hit that? This is the only potential
Yes.
hole in one on the whole course.
Oh man.
So
Okay,
far.
here we go. I'm gonna line it up.
I can't believe I actually got that first shot. Oh, nice.
Here we go.
Oh, and you managed to
I
dodge
didn't know
Dave
if-
as well.
Oh, I didn't know if the fan was going to carry the box or not.
It does.
doesn't,
It does.
apparently.
It does a
Well,
little
kinda?
bit. It pulls it.
A
It
little
pulls it in. If you don't use a hard enough club and hit it hard enough, basically, then it kind of pulls it and tugs it and so on.
This guy. I love this game.
So, do you think we need the smaller putters?
Oh yes, 100%.
So it was a lot of fun to play golf with Chosen there, and it's a shame you didn't get to play this hole as well, but it happened before this hole. I just figured mixing up the episode order a bit so that you didn't get just another full episode of nothing but me building again would be quite nice. I hope you enjoyed it. But speaking of building, we've still got a bunch more holes to do, and the next hole is going to go down here. It's going to be quite a wide room, it's going to have moving pistony bits, and we're going to finally introduce belts. This one's going to be fun. And we're going to go back into a warehouse setting, I think. So I need, once again, another great big room.
Beardy,
Hey, Stan.
what on earth?
I remember you. You're that Swedish guy that sometimes plays on the server.
Sometimes, whoa.
How was your holiday?
Oh, holiday was good. I mean, I've been back from holiday a week now, but you know,
Well, then where have you been, huh?
around. I mean, I was on last week. I was expanding my mega base, doing all the things.
Oh, yeah, I was busy last week. Fair enough. I'll let you off.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Fine. How goes?
Oh, it goes well. I have heard that you have a honey farm.
I do. Look, over this way.
Wait, here?
It's only a temporary
Oh.
setup here, yeah. This is where I needed the
okay.
honey, you see. I needed the honey for this thing. So currently it's been making honey blocks. I have many honey blocks. So if you want to, you are welcome to convert. I mean, to be honest, you're probably only going to be able to convert like one row effectively with the way that they're set up. But if you want to convert the bottom row to honeycomb, you are more than welcome to.
Okay.
Eventually, I do plan on making a proper farm and having like a little honey shop that no one will ever visit, because when does anyone ever really need honey? Let's be honest. But
Candles.
oh yeah, I
My
suppose.
I need birds, so I need candles.
Okay, cool. Well, as I say, you are welcome to adjust the bottom layer of this farm and turn it into a honeycomb farm.
You're not even gonna question that I need candles for birds?
No, I've already seen your bird candles in the shopping
Oh,
district.
okay,
So
okay.
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
right, they're here as well. Okay.
Yeah, and they look very cool. So I knew exactly what you're talking about. Cool. But yeah, I mean, just stick some deployers on the back, do what you need to do, and yeah, have fun.
All right, thank you.
And feel free to leave it set up when you're done, because then I've got honeycomb as well.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll just hook it up into your storage and probably leave it, and then we'll stock up and I'll come back another day. That's
Please.
great. All right, cool. I'm gonna go grab my my truck so I can actually build this up.
Cool. Have fun. Doodles.
Right, bye.
Right, we barely even got 10 blocks placed there. Let's get back to building up this warehouse. There we go, one giant, great big room. This is good. And what we're going to have is a couple of moving platforms, one on each side, to give you a couple of different routes to the hole. Each will have its own pros and cons, but I think that would be good to mix it up a little bit. We might also sneak in a trick shot or two. I've got a couple of ideas. We'll see if we can get them to work. Once again, just a particularly hard shot that if you do manage to land, puts you in a very good position to get the hole. And when it comes to getting to the next hole from here, I think I might put an elevator in the corner and take us up to a hole above this one and then run back across the roof. So if we hop into free cam and look outside, that's basically where the space is. It's all over there. But anyway, let's start designing this hole. And first up, I want to get in some moving platforms. So we're actually going to have the start points here, a moving platform there, and then a harder to hit one over there. That would be quite good. And maybe like a little secret place where you can actually hit a ball over here and it will do something as well. That could be cool. And this room over here is basically going to be an offloading room. So if we look at our course so far, we do have the shipping warehouse, which is a lot more ruined than I remember it being, I'll be honest. But this is where all the shipping crates come in. I mean, they're supposed to come through the door, not the wall, but either way. But over here, I want to be emptying them. So we're going to have some shipping crates. We're going to have belts coming off of them. It's going to be unloading stuff from the crates. And of course, that means the belts are going to create a brand new hazard for us. And sometimes landing on a belt will be good, and other times, maybe not so good. That's my current thinking anyway. But first things first, let's get these piston lifts in. There we go. We have our lifts. They intermittently go up and down. They stay at the top or the bottom for 5 seconds at a time. And to cover up the bottom area here, I've just put in some black dye. And if your box lands in here, it will get destroyed in a moment. Not quite yet, because I need to put in the chutes and the fire. Let's just adjust where we've actually got the dye. So if we put this one here, that should push the boxes into that corner, and that one there should push them into that side. Okay, cool. Now anything that lands in there should get pushed into that corner and picked up by the chutes. Wonderful. So a bit of a basic start, but it does the trick. Next up, let's start planning out the rest of the course. In fact, I should probably get some safety fences up as well. Don't want people falling off the ledge after all. Now, what do we want to do here? I guess, considering it's going to be a shipping container offloading area, we should probably start with a shipping container. So if we were to chuck one in there, maybe. Let's just build this up. And then if we were to carve out a little hole here, put in a barrel, put that there, and then stick a funnel on the front. We can feed stuff into the back of that and then figure out what we want to do with all the belts. So I guess let's just start putting one in and see what happens. Now these hazards are going to be quite interesting because if a box lands on one of these, it stops being an entity and kind of attaches to the belt, which means you can't then hit it off. So if something lands on a belt, it's going to need to get carried somewhere, or something's going to have to happen to it to therefore get it back off the belt later. So with that in mind, let's maybe just put in a little route here. So if this was then to go upwards, for example, and then we can send it off this way a little bit, and then literally just send this off through the wall. What we can then do is actually just loop that down and round back into the back of this again, and we'll just have a chain of items going round and round. But if the box lands on here, we don't want that going in there, so we're going to need to destroy the box. So how about doing something like that? In fact, let's make this a bit more interesting. Although we're probably not going to be able to connect a tunnel up if we go straight up. So if we were to sort the items there and then go up, then we could have a saw there. In fact, maybe it doesn't even need the saw. Maybe we could just do something cool with some chutes. So if we stick one there and then have them come at an angle out of the wall, which, to be honest, I think needs to be a little bit lower. Then we can just do something like that and everything will just get disposed of into the chutes. So that will destroy boxes if you land on that one. But then when you come up here, you're going to want something to do. So if you're going to definitely want people to try and chip it over the top of that, what if we then had a couple of belts going off in this direction? In fact, what if it was maybe just one belt and then we put some tunnels there that are on random, so you never know quite which one it's going to come out of, and we could have one of them be good and one of them be bad. That could be fun, but I don't have a lot of stuff on me right now. So let's just work out this side. So we'll start with another shipping crate. And I want this place to look quite maze-like. So how about we have this belt, go up and over that one, and then go into the wall over there. It's very unlikely that any boxes are going to land on that one in particular, but just in case they do, we're going to put in a saw here because that will destroy any boxes. Actually, I've got a better idea. We could just put a smart chute here that filters for packages. So any packages that land on here then get pulled into this bit, which will then get sorted out and thrown in the chute again. That feels like a good way to do it. And this room's looking quite busy with belts now. This is good. I think what we need though is a bit of a hole because it's rude not to have some hole hazards. Now I want to sort out power for all these belts because that's going to add a lot of chunky bits here and there. We should be able to grab power from over here if we get it before we slowed it down. Although to be honest, we're probably going to want a speed controller anyway. We don't want the belts going too fast or too slow. We're going to need to find a good balance for them. So let's grab another speed controller and a cog and get these belts hooked up. I think we'll start the connection for the belts here. So if we do that and that. Oh, actually, we shouldn't connect it up to that bit because that bit's on a timer. It's not always running, is it? Not to worry, we'll grab it from here instead. And let's set the speed to 32 maybe. Yeah, that seems reasonable. So let's get power to that one. Now to power the top ones up here to keep things a little bit less messy, I think what I'm going to do is sort out the bit round the back here because that's going to feed directly into that barrel there, which means I can just do that and just route the power through from this side here. So if we do that, nope, that's going the wrong way, but we could do that and then that. That's got that one going correctly. Attach those. Now that one's going the right way as well. These belts aren't actually going to have anything going on them, I don't think, so that can just sort of go off into the middle of nowhere. That's not a problem. Now in theory it should be a little bit easier to get all of these hooked up. Right, there we go. That's all the belts moving. We just need some more funnels. Obviously that one's not going to do anything, but we do need one there, and then whatever we choose to put in that barrel is just going to keep cycling round and round. But let's go get some tunnels so we can sort out these other bits and some chutes and maybe some casings to make it look a bit better as well. Now if we put brass tunnels there and literally set this one to randomize like that, then you never know where it's going to come out. We need funnels on these ones. We're going to use a package as a reference item. Is tagged create packages. Yep, that's the only thing that's allowed out of there, and it's the only thing that's not allowed out of there. In fact, we're going to make one more of these as well. Set that to create packages. Add a smart chute under this belt and do that. Right, now we're going to do a little bit to make this thing look nicer, but I also want it to look a little bit worn out, so we're not going to encase all of it. We're going to leave some gaps here and there. That's either going to look really good or really bad. Let's find out. Thinking about it, we should also put some chutes on these bits here, or tunnels, I should say, just because it looks a bit better. And then maybe we should put in some support girders, which I guess are also going to act as sort of little blockers and barriers for the golfers. Yeah, I think that's working pretty cool, actually. I like that. Maybe we could do with a couple of dangly chains as well to look like they're holding onto some of these higher up bits. So let's do that. And maybe the same thing here. I do need chains, though. Yeah, nice. I like that. So basically, if you come up this ramp, you get met with quite a complicated set of stuff. We still haven't set the traps on those tunnels yet, but we'll do that shortly. But basically, pretty messy. That's probably the clearer route for you to go. If you come up this one, you've got a completely clear run. Well, that'll never do. I'm going to spend a bit of time adding a bunch more obstacles in here. Just work out a few more bits. There's probably going to be lots of chopping and changing while we work out the course. And I'll bring you back in and show you what we've done when it's looking good and hopefully working well as well. A short while later, and I think we've got the majority of the hole worked out. We've still got a lot of decoration to do, but we're definitely making progress. So the hole starts here. You have a choice. You can either go onto this platform or this platform. There will be a third option, but we'll get to that in just a moment. There's also a corridor that goes from side to side. We're going to have a Dave or two going backwards and forwards just to add a little bit of movement to this area. Although it's not really going to be much of a hazard because you're probably just going to chip over him, to be honest. Need to put a ladder in here, and then when you get at the top, if you come up this platform, you're presented with this. So as we know, you don't want to land on this belt, you don't want to go down the hole, and if you land on this belt, it's a 50-50 on whether you survive or not. So when you come through here, you'll either get dumped into a hole on this side, or you'll land on this ejector plate, which will fling you out to the side. From here, you've pretty much got a one shot, which you throw this way, and then the fan will blow the box into the hole. just like that. So that's one route from this platform. The alternative, of course, is just to head off that way and go round. Or, of course, you can just chip it over and avoid the belts altogether and still try and sneak down the side. So a good few options on that side. Over here, things look a little bit simpler, but we've got a corridor here, and that's going to loop around this way, go down the center here, which is the only clear line, and then go round and back down that way. And once again, we're going to have a Dave or two going around here. We've also got other hazards in the form of holes. You can try and chip it directly over this box, in which case you'll avoid the path of Dave unless you go too far. And then from here, you've just got another hole hazard and the end hole there, which from here is actually quite nice because you can just hit it quite hard and then the fans will blow it in either way. So once you get to here, it is fairly straightforward, but getting to there, not so straightforward. So what I need to do is I need to get some Daves in. I'm going to put some big holes in the walls and things like that. And then I've got to do all the final decoration. But I haven't told you about the third option at the start here yet. So if you're particularly observant or you've played the course a couple of times, you may notice this over here. We have an ejector plate. So if we throw something on there, imagine that that's a package. Currently, they're escaping through this one solitary hole in the ceiling. Let me just quickly fix that. Oh, there's another hole here as well. Definitely got some holes to fix. Right, let's try that again. So if we chuck a block on there, that gets thrown up and then it goes on the belt here. And if we follow this belt round, it lands somewhere quite nice, to be perfectly honest. So it falls off the end, goes down here and skids across. And that is going to be out of the path of Dave, just about. But then you've just got a clear shot over this way and into the hole. And if that doesn't work and Dave does keep sweeping it up, we'll just change where it lands a little bit. But anyway, on to the next bit. Let's sort out these corridors, the floor, the walls, and get all the final details in. Then that will be hole 8 complete. And I believe that is this hole done. Although, actually, no, maybe the ceiling could do with a little bit of texture. One moment. There we go, that's better. Right, so this hole, I think it is now done. It's looking wonderful. We've got some extra graffiti on, and you may notice I'm starting to reuse some of these, so we could definitely do with swapping some out. I just need more phrases and slogans and things, so let me know your thoughts in the comments, and we'll get some of these switched out. So we've got our ladders in here, all the floor is now covered, the holes are sorted, we've even got our little Daves going around, so yeah, they're going to cause a bit of bother, especially this one here. I mean, this hole is actually going to be quite difficult, I think. I've not actually tried it yet, so I don't know, but it's looking like it's going to be a difficult one. And I have checked this. When stuff falls off, Dave does not collect it because he actually goes at an angle here, which, to be honest, I didn't think would look right when I did that with the minecart track because it just kind of snakes, but it happens so quickly it just looks like he's going at an angle. I like it. But the details continue around the side, and yeah, we are done, apart from the elevator. We've got the start of an elevator shaft, but we don't actually have the elevator in yet. But sadly, that's something we're going to have to save for the next episode. That's all we've got time for today. But next episode, we'll do hole 9 and we're going to build ourselves a golf shop. And I'm thinking maybe we'll do a soft opening, get people in for the first 9 holes and see what they think. Maybe. Either way, I need a break from building these holes, and I think doing a golf shop could be a fun thing to do, because the video where I showed the little mod that Foxy has made has gone out now, and people seem to really want to see the extra putters in the game, which has given me a few other ideas of what we can do in the shop. But anyway, we'll save that for next episode. I hope you enjoyed this one, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Good news, everyone. We have soggy swords. In the last few episodes of Just Create, we've crashed a forklift through a wall, built giant air vents, met Dave, and expanded our golf course to 8 holes. Today, we're going to take a break from building holes, at least to begin with. We might end up building one towards the end of the episode, but I need a break from it, and I'm sure you do too. So today, we're going to make music, we're going to make mechanical doors, we're going to build a golf shop, and maybe even build a solid gold golf cart, just for funsies. So a few episodes back, I asked what you thought about introducing a couple of lighter knockback swords, and then Foxy went and made me a small mod pack. And the result was a resounding yes. People would like to see those in. So Foxy has now polished the mod pack and we've got it on the server. So we'll be playing around with these later today when we build our shop. First up though, I wish to make beautiful music and a giant mechanical door, which will eventually control entry to the course. So let's escape the golf course, grab our truck and head back upstairs. And I reckon we can get away with putting our truck in here. Yep, that's not going to break anything. Excellent. Always good to keep it close. Now, doorway. What I want to do first off is get rid of all of this black concrete, and we're going to make a proper door here. So I want it to be a mechanical door that opens when you pay a diamond. And that should be fairly straightforward, hopefully. So that flickering light doesn't get annoying, we're going to crank up our brightness while we work over here. Right, so a door. I want to have a great big door. I want it to look a little bit like a garage door, and I want it to slide up into the ceiling. That's my current thinking. So, we're going to have to move that shaft. But that should be easy enough. We just take it all out from here. Get a couple of encased chain drives in there and there. Reconnect that. And then we've got space for a door to slide up. Perfect. Question is, what do we want the door to look like? Now, initially, I'm thinking just like a garage door here. And I like the color, but it looks a little bit boring. Can we mess it up a bit? Let's maybe start by replacing this bottom row with copycat slabs. And if we rotate those round, that will give us a different edge. And do we want that edge, or do we want to connect it all? I think I prefer it with the second edge, actually. Yeah, let's go with that. Next question, what happens to the connected textures if I start taking out chunks and adding in stairs instead? Okay, they're still kind of connected, but the garage door does look a little bit more messed up. How about if I use bite blocks? Yep, also looks a little bit messed up, but I like it. And how about a vertical stair? Nope, not facing that way, but facing that way. All right, I quite like that. It looks a bit battered and bruised. And then how about maybe jamming in a light above it? We'll just cover up the front of that, but that should also provide a bit of light up here, so we'll be able to see this better when we put our brightness back down. And then we'll just cover that up. All right, I think that looks pretty good. Now we need to work out a payment system. And I wonder, can we get away with just putting like a barrel here and then chutes down below? Is there space down here? Yes, lots of space. Excellent. So this should be fairly straightforward. And once we've got something in here, we'll connect that up to a door and we'll have this so it goes up and down. I reckon a sticky mechanical piston's going to be the best way. Maybe sticking one up the top there. We already know there's power behind that wall. And if we just slowly raise up the door and then lower it after, say, 20 seconds, once somebody puts a diamond in, then that'll start the game. Eventually, we're also going to want this to start a timer for the game as well, but we don't need to worry about that just yet. So this should be fairly straightforward. If we stick a barrel on there with an item hatch, filter for diamonds, put a smart chute, once again, filter for diamonds, just in case. And can we take this block out? No. So we will stick in another smart chute. I thought that might have been the case. And then we'll have an observer looking at that. Once again, checking for diamonds. And a barrel at the bottom to collect our payments. Although I guess what we could do is actually sell like tickets at the lobby shop. And then have it so that the players actually deposit a ticket instead of a diamond directly. And then I can actually just give away tickets and things like that as well. I think that's probably going to be a better method. So let's go choose what we're going to make these tickets out of. I mean, cardboard would make sense, wouldn't it? We are surrounded by the stuff after all. So now if we filter for these, 1x minigolf game, we'll make sure we set all of our filters and the observer. We'll keep some of those to ourselves, but the rest of these, I'm just going to go dump in the shop for now. Then if we go to Jimmy, do one of those, set the cost to a diamond, there we go. Then it's still going to cost a diamond, but everything's going to be in the same place. And this way, every time a ticket goes through, I can just return it back to the shop. We should just be able to stick a belt in that goes around the back here. So let's just grab a few bits and bobs and get that done. Now to make my life easier, I'm just going to grab a few volts here actually. Because that way we can just extend out that, put the funnel on there, preferably set the right way around so it doesn't eject our clubs. And then we'll just get this connected up. There we go, that should do the trick. I just need to put a funnel on this box here. So that's all that's sorted. That means we'll be able to take a redstone signal from this observer and then use that to trigger a piston that will open the door. So the first thing we're going to do is glue the door together, of course, and then get out on top here. So what we want to do is have a sticky mechanical piston 4 blocks above. In fact, we're going to go 5 blocks above because that way we've got some space to actually get the power in. So we'll stick a shaft there and a sequenced gear shift. And then we need to get power to this thing. But I think the easiest way to get the power to it is going to be over here. Because what I want to make sure I'm doing is actually having a speed controller in here. We don't want this thing to be going too fast. Maybe only like sort of 12, I guess. That might be all right. But that's now got power going to the sequenced gear shift. So what we want this to do is move the piston by 5 meters, I guess, initially. Then we want to delay it, probably by about 5 or 6 seconds. But for now, we'll just do a small delay while we're testing. And we pretty much just need that. Then we need to add 5 extension poles, and I only picked up 4. I think we've still got more. Yep, plenty. So we just need 1 more of those. We're going to need a button for testing as well. Let's do that. And I guess for the first sequence, we actually just want this to get connected. So we probably want to set this to the end. And if we do that, I should connect to our door. Oh, okay, it's gone a bit far. So let's just pull it back by 1 meter. So that's its starting point. So if we do open it by 4 meters, do a time delay, and then go back by 4 meters. Now it should open the door stop for a second, and then go back down again. So that's it open, and now it's going back down. Perfect. I'm actually going to set this to place only when anchor destroyed. I think that's probably what we want. And then we'll stick a redstone link underneath with an acacia slab. And I think I want to use a piece of ochrum for the other bits, just because that's probably going to be unique for me. We do, of course, have the system where I'm the only one that ever puts slabs, so it's not going to cross-reference with anyone else's redstone links, but I don't know what combinations I've used of slabs. So, yeah, let's just do this. Set that to receive. And then we'll link that to the observer down here that reads the tickets. So if I put this in there, that should open our door. Perfect. And it should stop there and then come back down again. Okay, that is awesome. That is all working just how we want. But it's a little bit boring. I mean, it looks cool when it goes up and down, but there's no sound. I think we need some kind of dramatic musical entrance. So we're going to try something we've not done before, and that is making music with steam pipes, or steam whistles, I should say. So let's get rid of all this stuff. And to do this, we're going to need a whole bunch of stuff we don't have. Although we do have the target blocks, that's good. We've got some fluid tanks. We're probably going to want more. We're going to want a bunch of fireplaces, but it doesn't look like we've actually got any coal in here whatsoever. So we'll have to go make some of those. And we need lots of steam whistles. So yeah, we've got a few items that we need, but not a lot. But rumor has it, Chosen has updated his mall, the one that sells all the lovely andesite stuff. I think it sells even more cool stuff now. Let's go take a look. So what's changed in here? Ooh, there is new stuff. There's bricks. We don't really care about those. Okay, speed controllers, arms. Oh, he's doing all the gauges and the brass stuff. This is cool. This is very cool. This stuff's quite awkward to make. Oh, he's going to make even more money. He's already loaded from this place. Oh, there's even more over there. All the harvesters and saws. I need some of these things. So let's just buy a bunch of them. Don't think we need any of this stuff. At least not right now. But that's awesome. He's selling lots of cool stuff now. This man knows how to make money. So I think I just need fireplaces, whistles, and maybe a bit more redstone. And then we should be good to try and make some dramatic kind of musical entrance thing for the door. So that's the campfires and the whistles. Oh, I needed redstone as well. Now I think that's all we need to be able to make noise with whistles. So let's just quickly check this though before we leave. So if we grab that, and that, this should make a whistle sound. Okay, cool. It definitely does. So alongside these other bits, we should be able to make some music. So I guess we're going to want to build this around the back here. Seems like the most logical place, because then we can just attach it directly to this thing. Let me just grab a few more blocks and we'll see if we can work something out down here. So a small disclaimer before we start. I am not musical, like not even slightly. I have absolutely no idea what music means really, as in like reading sheet music or anything like that. I cannot play any instruments and I can't sing. So apologies if I do upset people in the comment section who are musical. I probably won't be doing things correctly, saying things correctly, or making things that sound correct. But we're gonna try our best. So I have a little plan of how we're gonna make these notes set off. So let's just start here. And I think we're going to try and do some chords. Yep, see, I know that's the thing. So that means we can have more than one note playing at a time, and it should just make the whole thing sound a little bit better. So we can do 4-note chords. Are we that brave? Let's put some steam whistles on the front. And in order to set all of these off at the same time, my thinking is if we use target blocks and then put a line of redstone across the top there, then when that gets power, everything goes off. Oh, hello. If you look at these, it actually tells you the pitch. It tells you what the notes are. And I think we can add like additional whistles. Yep. So that changes the notes. We might just be able to Google some chords. That'll help. So that's going to give us like a whole range of notes. Wow. Look, that's all that is. But I believe we can also wrench these things and then we get a different octave. Is it an octave, maybe? I think it's octave. So we've actually got 3 different sizes with about 10 notes on each one. So let's just reset everything to default and Google some nice chords. All right, I think I found something we're going to try and do. So first off, I need to set this to a lower octave, and then I need to set it to an A. And then we're going to set this one to an A, but leave it in the default octave. Then we need a C, and then we need an E. And that should sound good. So this is in the key of A minor, according to the YouTube video I'm currently looking at. But I don't know what that means. Right, let's see what it sounds like. Oh, that does sound dramatic, doesn't it? We need more, though. We definitely need more. So let's give ourselves a bit of space to work. Give ourselves some more tanks and whistles. And we'll do the target blocks and the redstone again. We're going to have to figure out how to set these off in sequence, but that's what I'm hoping the extenders and repeaters are going to be useful for. But for now, let's get some more steam whistles in there. So if we have a pulse extender there, we'll set it to, say, 20 ticks. We'll do the same thing on this one. Set it to 20 ticks. But we want to delay playing this one until after this one's finished. So if we have a pulse repeater, once again, set to 20 ticks. Now when we power this, it should play one and then the other one. Although I haven't set this one up yet, so let's quickly do that. So this time we need to go lower. We need to set this to an F sharp. Then we need an A sharp, a C sharp, lots of sharp, and an F sharp. Okay, so that should sound good. Let's give it a go. Okay, that was not good. That was not good at all. Maybe I need a different F sharp on this one. Let's try just the default there. And then let's up this one to the higher one. I mean, there's 2 F sharps on each one. I don't really understand that, but well, like I said earlier, I don't understand music really. So that's the first one. Oh, okay, that delay was a little bit weird. Oh, it's because this is powered. So the whole time this is powered, those 20 ticks don't go down until the power runs out. So if we put down a pulse repeater there, then hopefully... Yeah, okay, that sounded much better. Let's try 45 ticks. This is just a random number. See, there's probably like some kind of musical, mathematical thing on how long these should be held, but don't make me say it again. Let's try this. Okay, yeah, that was much better. That was cool. We need more notes, more chords, I should say. And I would imagine we can just repeat this sequence again. And now we just need to program the next set of notes. So this time we need a low A, a mid C, an E, and then another A here. That should be the next chord in our little sequence. Wait a second, I've just repeated the first one again. So it's this one here that's wrong. Is that going to sound better? Yeah. Then we're going to add one more chord at the end, and hopefully that'll be about the same length of time it takes for the door to open in a very dramatic fashion. Now this last one wants an F sharp, then a C sharp. Oh, I went too far. There we go. Then a high F sharp, and then an A sharp in a higher octave. This should be the whole thing. Yep, I like that. That's a nice chord progression. See, look, that's a bit of terminology I learned from the YouTube video I just watched. Oh, wait a minute. Why are my belts not spinning? Did I break something? Oh, I did break something. I broke my door. So yeah, when my door pushed down with the piston, it's pushed all of this as well. How far does the damage go? Quite far. All the way down here as well, it would seem. Right, we've got a bit of repairing to do. So that's the bottom end fixed. Right, there we go. Now we can reattach that. Our belts are going again. Excellent. Problem solved. Now, what I was going to do was replace this button with a redstone link. Get the same signal in that we've got everywhere else. Set that to receive. Just going to change how long the door pauses at the top. Let's maybe say 10 seconds. And I think that might be our door finished. Let's just cover up this. There we go. Oh, now let's test it. I'm excited about this. Now, how dramatic is our door opening? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I like it. Not sure if the chords actually suit what you're walking into, but I do like the addition of the music. So if any of you are particularly musical and you have something a bit more maybe suitable for mini golf, then let me know. I like the length though, 4 chords, but if there's 4 happier chords we could potentially use, let me know in the comments and we'll try some out. Let's just set our lighting back to what it should be. I reckon if we slowed the door down by maybe like 1 or 2 revolutions, then the timing might be perfect. So let's just slow this down to 10. I'm starting to realize I'm going to need a way to access that back bit, so let's just hide a door there. No one will ever know. And let's check the timing now. Oh, it's definitely better. Maybe let's split the difference and set that to 11. Although I just need to reset the door first. I shouldn't have broken that while it was mid-sequence. Just pretend it's raising. And then it's going to wait for 10 seconds. Right, final test. Ah, that was spot on perfect, to the frame. And 10 seconds is more than long enough for people to get in and start playing the game. And because we've got the redstone signal that's now attached to this, we can also use that to start a timer. Excellent. Now, let's go take a look at these new clubs, shall we? So, to make 1 full set of clubs, we're going to need 4 normal cardboard swords. And then we're going to need 4 of each of these. So, how do we make them? Mix them in water. That makes sense. I don't know what else I expected, really. And then if you mix a damp cardboard sword in water, then you'll get a soggy one. So that tells me that I need 12 just normal cardboard swords to begin with. Now let's go make some of them soggy. So let's just get rid of that and the black dye that's in there. Chuck in our sword. And we now have a damp cardboard sword. It's bent. Look at that. That looks hilarious. And if we chuck this one in again, we should get a soggy cardboard sword, which I imagine is going to look even... Oh, jeez. Oh, that looks like a sad, sorry sword, doesn't it? But it will do the job just nicely. So let's get 4 of these. Then we need 4 of the damp ones, so take them out after 1 mix. And we should be able to do just the basic knockback enchants down here. So, yeah, knockback 1. And we need knockback 1 on that one. And knockback 1 on that one. Then we need knockback 2. We need more levels. That's what we need. But I can't be bothered to go all the way back to my base, so let's check out Chosen's XP shop. So let's just grab 8 of those. Where does it come out? Here? No? Oh, it's right there. Thank you, Orb Baron. And then we can just chow down on this and we'll be able to enchant what we need. So let's knock back 2 for that one. Munch some more levels. Knock back 2 for that one. Now we just need to sort out knockback 3, and as we know, that's a little bit more expensive and a bit more complicated. But then we'll have all 12 clubs we need to be able to work out a shop layout. And I mean, we will try them out as well at some point, but yeah, let's figure this out first. So that's knockback 3. We need 3 of those. Thank you, sir. So if we give you a soggy cardboard sword, give you 1 of them, and... Oh, do I not need to feed you cake this time? Are you already full? Seems to be doing something. That saved me a little bit of money, I guess. We get away with doing another one? We can. How about a 3rd one? Oh, yes, look at that. We didn't have to buy any of this cake. That's good. That meant these clubs were a bit cheaper to make than I thought they were going to be. Which, considering how many we're probably going to need to make, is a good thing. But look at that, a full set of clubs. Now, let's work out a shop. And I know initially we did discuss using that top floor there as sort of the exit of the whole golf course. And I guess it still can be. It just won't be the final hole. I think that's where we're going to put the shop. Which means we're going to need a way up there. And pretty much this is the only area in here that's got any space. So I guess we're going to have to put some stairs in here somewhere, which means these boxes have got to go. And I'm just going to grab a shulker for now to put all of these clubs in, just so they don't clog up my inventory. We'll get these all put away. We don't need this stuff. So let's quickly get some stairs in, and we'll see what we're working with up there. Oh, it is dangerous up here. Let's get some torches, shall we? Right, that's better. Well, we've got a lot of space up here, and now it's a lot safer as well. Let's quickly get these stairs finished and we'll work out what we're going to do up there. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is actually just block off these random bits at the side. We don't want these. Probably put some torches in there as well. And that's going to give us a nice square room to work with. Now, about the walls in here. I don't think I want the interior walls of this building to be this scoria bricks, especially considering you can see them melting on the outside. That's, yep, not ideal. ideal. So I think we're going to coat the walls of the interior here with something else. I just don't know what yet. Maybe we could use bone blocks. That would look quite nice up there. So we could potentially mimic the same palette we've got in the corridor of the 1st and 7th golf holes. Let's get these walls up and see how we're looking. There we go. Now we have a shop floor prepared. We've got plenty of space over this side for selling the clubs and whatnot. And what I want to do over here is put in some kind of a driving range with a selection of test clubs. Just so you can grab one from the wall, do a few hits, see if you like it or not, and then you'll be able to buy them from tables over here. At least that's my current thinking. Now, when it comes to the clubs, we know we've got 12 to sell. So if we were to do maybe 6 on that side and then 6 on this side. In fact, let's move them this way by a block. And then we can stick the entrance to the driving range over this side. We'll have our tablecloths on the top there, although I don't think I like the copper ones. We'll probably change them out. And I want to build some kind of frame around these things. So it's like a proper sort of display rack, I guess. And we're going to want lots of light down here. So maybe we could do this. This might be a bit over the top. But let's see how it works out if we cover it up a little bit. That's looking quite good, actually. We could then maybe have hanging signs. Not that way around, obviously. But a bit more like that. So we can indicate what clubs are what. Yeah, I think that could work. Although, yeah, I do definitely want to change this. And I'm wondering, maybe we replace the industrial iron and use more bone. Yeah, I think the bone definitely looks a lot cleaner. Let's figure out what tablecloths we want to use. So I've got some white ones and I've got some andesite ones. We'll see what looks better. So white looks pretty good. Nice and clean. Goes with the bone. Andesite. Also quite clean, actually, and it goes with these a bit better. Yeah, I think I prefer the andesite, you know? So I do need to get some more sea lanterns, because we've run out. We'll just pop over to Foxy's shop and get those, but then we'll put another one of these over here. And then I think on a platform at the back here, I'm going to try and build some kind of golf cart. It's going to be extortionately priced. I don't expect anyone to buy it. I just want to have something in here that looks pretty cool and a bit random. And I think a golf cart that you can't actually use on the course would be perfect, and also look pretty cool when you first come up the stairs. But anyway, let's get the rest of these shelving units in first, and we'll figure that out later. There we go, the display units are in. The golf clubs are looking quite ridiculous, to be perfectly honest, but it does the trick. But next up, I think I want to work on the driving range over here, which means I'm going to need a whole bunch of ice, probably lots of green terracotta and concrete, some boards, and a glass wall. I think I want to put a wall in the back here. And we're going to raise this whole section up a block as well, I think, because this is the ceiling for the room below, and I can't really go replacing that with ice. That's just going to look terrible. Our driving range now has an ice floor. We've got some walls up. We've got a nice little separator here. But now what we need to do is actually get this floor covered. And I'm going to need more copycat boards than that. One stack is not going to be enough. Right, this should be better. So let's just raise up the back here. And what with this being a driving range, I think we're going to want to be able to measure how far things are going. So I'm going to put a red line in here just to mark the starting spots. And then with the green area, what we're going to do is actually alternate between lime green terracotta and normal green terracotta. And then we're going to have a line effect, and you can see exactly how many blocks your balls are going. So let's just quickly get the floor in, and then we'll figure out a ball collection and delivery system. So there we go. That should work for the measurements. Now for ball collection, what I'm thinking is we'll put a bunch of funnels in there. Let's just remove part of this wall temporarily. And I think we're just going to run a belt along the back here, because funnels can deposit directly onto a belt. And then we'll just have that go to a fire in the corner. And in regard to getting balls up here, instead of having dispensers on the floor like we have in the past, I'm just going to have a ball dispenser over here, because then the player can actually just come and place their ball down where they want it and do their testing. So for the ball dispenser, I'm literally just going to do something as simple as this. And then every time you click that, you'll get a ball. Although I should probably actually use a redstone requester, because that way we can just request one at a time instead of emptying the whole barrel. So let's make one of those, and we need a stock link. Link our requester to it and put that down below. In fact, I'm going to swap round where the barrel and the requester are. So let's put the barrel at the bottom, packager looking into that, link on the back, and a requester on top. We can have that set to request 1 cobble. Stick a button on that. And now we should just get a box with 1 in it. Perfect. It just means whatever we put in here is now going to last a lot longer. Now let's stick a belt in the back here, and we're going to need to get this thing power as well, actually, thinking about it. And it looks like there's power just down here. So if I just grab some of these and some of these and a few more shafts and maybe another belt, then we should be able to get this sorted in no time. And there we go. We now have our box destroyer. All right, nice. That works well. We can deposit balls from here and destroy them over there. So all we need now is some test clubs for people to use, which means we are going to need to make another set of clubs, and there's 12 of them. So I reckon what we can probably do is make a little frame for them to sit in. So let's do something like this. We'll pop the front out a little bit as well. Maybe replace this background. And then we'll get a bunch of picture frames, a couple of signs, and we'll just hang up all the clubs. So I guess I should probably go make those clubs now, just so it's done. And we are, of course, going to need to make a whole load of clubs to actually sell in the shop. But people might not always want to buy clubs, so over here on this one, we're also going to have rental clubs, and it's just a default set with a putter, a 3-iron, and a 9-iron. I've also put a clipboard with our tickets so that you can actually keep score as you go around, with a polite request to return the clipboards, but you never know, so I have put a whole stack in there for now. For now, though, I'm just going to make the 1 extra set for the driving range, and then we're going to try and make a golf cart. So, slight problem in that there's only 3 knockback 3 books left in the shop here, but, well, at least we can make 1 set, I guess. And there we go. That's all our clubs on the wall. We've got our ball dispenser done. We've got our ball destruction system done. Think that's the driving range done, although the walls look a bit bland. We'll sort that out later. So I do need to name all of these clubs still. I don't really know what they're going to be yet. I'll probably do some Googling and work something out. But then we can also add those names to these signs. We need to get these hooked up to the system properly. But we're making good progress. Next up, golf carts. And I'll also put in a request to Chosen to get a whole bunch of knockback 3 books. We're definitely going to need those. Right, so golf carts. Let's see. 3 blocks going to be too wide? I think it probably is, and it's going to look a bit weird on the platform as well. So let's see if we can do something that's only 2 blocks wide. This could work. We need to try and make this thing small after all, and I think this is going to be the only way we can do it. Got to make cutbacks somewhere. Right. So let's try maybe sticking a little front on it. In fact, let's make that side the front. We'll make this side the back, which is probably going to want to be a bit more chunky. And I was thinking, for the seats and steering wheel, we've got these yellow bits and a yellow valve handle. I mean, that looks horrific, doesn't it, so far? In fact, at the back here, I've got an idea. How about we do an ender chest and a barrel, and then we stick, like, a little barrier that goes around it? Is that going to work? And then maybe we need, like, a little lip at the front here. Potentially the same at the back. I mean, it's looking pretty bad. Let's try something else. Maybe slabs under here? Not like that, but like that. Just to thicken that up a little bit. Then let's put these side bits back. An additional panel there. And then maybe we can use these bite panels on the sides. That might make it look a little bit more normal. Yeah, that's cool. And then maybe slices just along here. Yeah, that's giving it a bit more shape. Don't like these front bits though. Let's maybe give that a flat panel instead. Factory gauges for headlights. That could work. Actually, that looks pretty good. Now, we need some kind of roof on this thing. So we're going to use vertical copycat slices. And I guess we could put them here with a nice gold roof. And I reckon if we just use some of these little copycat bits again, both at the front and the back. I mean, considering the lack of space, I'd say that's not looking too bad. Maybe it just needs a little bit more around the sides. Just a couple of smaller details here and there. But I reckon that's looking pretty good. Yep, there we go. A little toolbox on the back as well. I'd say that's our solid gold golf cart complete. Silly little thing, and we're never going to use it for anything, but I like it. So something else I want to do is put a carpet or a big rug or something on the floor out here. Don't like how bland it's looking, but I don't want it to look too different from the floor, so I'm just using the terracotta here, which complements with the jungle wood nicely. Although it could do with some kind of pattern or something on it. I wonder, could we maybe make it look like one of the robot heads? That's just a really creepy smiley face. Maybe we should just adjust this slightly, put the eyes there. I mean, it's just a little bit eerie, to be honest with you. Could potentially make it look like one of the boxes. If we just do that, nice and subtle. I don't know, we could put pretty much any pattern on here, so maybe let me know your thoughts in the comments and we'll get something up here at some point in future. But yeah, I think it definitely needs something. For now, we'll just leave it as creepy box size. So with that in, I think the last thing to do is just to get up some more decorations, maybe a bit of artwork, some posters, things like that. But I am going to need to design those first, so yeah, I'm not sure that'll happen this episode or not. But if I get time to do some photoshopping, then yep, we'll get some new signs up as well. But this corner over here is also looking a little bit bland. I wonder, do you reckon we can maybe fit in a cheeky little bot over here? I mean, if we move the light, we certainly could. Yeah, I reckon that's doable. The question is, do we have what we need in stock? I mean, everything apart from one analog lever. I'd say that's pretty good going, so let's just get that into existence. And I'm assuming the missing lever is, yep, right there on the back of his leg. Excellent. We can fix that. Let's remove this light, because that is not useful for this guy. But what I am going to do is swap out this fan here for a sea lantern, and then he'll glow from within. Wonderful. So let's pose this guy. Let's have him maybe waving. And as soon as that turned into a contraption, he got rid of the sea lantern. That makes me sad. I do still kind of want to rotate his body though, so we're just going to have to come up with somewhere else to put the lights. I'm quite tempted to glue his legs together and actually twist his legs a little bit as well with this one. I think that would look quite cool just because he's standing in a corner here. So let's get this guy glued together and then we'll see what's below. Are we going to have a random valve hanging from the ceiling? Looks like we might. So let's just set this to only place when anchor destroyed. Get a valve on here. Change the degrees. It looks like we missed a few bits here and there. So let's catch all the extra bits and try that again. Yeah, that's better. It looks much more natural. So what we can probably do actually is remove that. Put a copycat board underneath. There you go. You'd never know. Looking good, buddy. So golf club names. That's my next challenge. Let's see what we can come up with. Well, it's safe to say I'm now a lot more educated on golf clubs and different types of golf clubs, and I'm hoping that I've got this right. And what I've also done, as you can see, is I've tested every single golf club. I've made sure that the range is now here, so this is how far they hit in blocks. I mean, they are approximate, they can't be perfect, but at least it gives the players an idea of what clubs they might want to use, and some of them are very close. So the 9-iron and the 8-iron, for example, they both hit about 3 blocks, but this one seems to consistently hit just a tiny bit further. And same thing over here with the 5-iron and the 4-iron. So yeah, we do actually have a bent club here that hits slightly further than a straight one, but it's fine, it's fine. But basically, we have ranges from 1 all the way up to range 13. And if we limit people to only 3 clubs per game, then that should offer up a few different strategies for how to get through. I've also divided up the ones on the driving range into short, mid, and long range, once again with the sort of weird swapping around of some of them. But what I need to do now is generate a whole lot more clubs, and I need to actually name the clubs directly, which is going to need a whole lot of levels. Luckily, we have an XP farm that can do that, and I'm not going to make you sit there and watch all of that. That's going to be very, very boring. So that's something I'm going to do between episodes, but I hope you enjoyed this one. It was something a little bit different. We made music. That was a lot of fun. In fact, I want to hear it again. That is incredibly satisfying every time. See you on the next one. Bye-bye now.